I hope everybody had a happy new year, that you stick to your resolutions, put that donut down. We all know you want to lose a couple of pounds. You put that donut down right now. You made a commitment to yourself that no one sticks to.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that.
No,
leave me alone.
Don't worry about that anymore. You put the donut down. You don't get that coffee with all that sugar and creamer in there. You drink black coffee this morning. I am Brett Kane, and I am your responsibility coach. Don't you get the $6 foo-foo coffee with all that sugar and caramel and whipped cream. You drink black coffee, and you eat a handful of cashews this morning. That's your breakfast.
Wow, 6 in the morning with Jillian Michaels, everybody.
Whatever happened to her? What was the show she was on? The
Biggest Loser.
That's right. I had an absolute blast watching the college football playoff yesterday for multiple reasons. First of all, game that ended things out. Ole Miss, Georgia. What a phenomenal football game. Just an entire blast to watch. And it's such a cool story. You know, if you're one of the people upset about the Lane Kiffin thing and you think he's a piece of garbage, I mean, I guess I understand it. I think that's more the rules of college football and where they're at right now. Some guy wants to leave for a new job. There's going to be no good way to do it if your team is pretty good. But for them to be as resilient as winning 2 playoff games, including one against Georgia without him, is a really cool story. Really cool. Not to mention, Nelly, you know this from us doing stock up, stock down all year. How many times have I brought up the name Trinidad Chambliss and how fun he is to watch? He had that sequence in the third quarter of like 3 straight plays of running 40 yards backwards, evading pressure just to make a play downfield. That, I'll be honest with you, it's a good thing that the Broncos have their quarterback situation figured out, because I would be pounding this table for Trinidad Chambliss to be in Denver. If they didn't have Bo Nix, if this was still some sort of like Teddy Bridgewater merry-go-round of quarterbacks, I'm screaming Trinidad Chambliss until the draft comes in about 4 months. So you've avoided that.
Not enough dudes named Trinidad out there. That's a
Great
sleeper name.
I mean, and Chambliss for a last name is like everything about him. I told you. Go ahead.
He sounds like somebody who would be on Downton Abbey. Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah. By the way, I have heard that show's name 1,000 times. I have no idea what that's about. I know it's English. That's the only thing I know. So again, his story is amazing. He was a D2 quarterback last year at Ferris State, which is a place I was I actually broadcasted from when I was in Grand Rapids. A very, very good Division II school. But if you think about a D2 guy going to be the quarterback of a Final Four college football team and the last team emerged from the SEC, it's got a really neat backstory to it. And the Lane Kiffin thing's going to overshadow this, but I think he deserves a ton of kudos for what he did to Georgia yesterday. Now, end of that game really made it like more brutal than what the overall experience was. The overall experience of the game, fantastic. The 15 minutes it took for the last second of that game to end when everybody already knew it was over. I mean, Nelly, you ever seen it before? They bring out the platform twice on the football field before the football game's over. They give a Gatorade bath to the coach about 3 minutes before the football game is over. Like all of that. And then they have the back and forth sort of, what is it? What do they call it? Chutes and ladders, what that last play is where you're just throwing the ball backwards over and over again.
Oh, the hook and ladder?
But it's not like a hook and ladder. They didn't move the ball forward.
Right. It's basically like busted rugby.
Yes. So after all of that gets done, they end up winning. I think it's really cool for Ole Miss. But I think most of you guys will be with me when I say this. The most joy I took was out of that absolute ass whipping in the Rose Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like there's going to be an Anthony Edwards heel turn for me. Because there is an absolute arrogance to whatever that cyborg-looking Terminator guy, Curt Cignetti, is on that Indiana sideline.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Like, Nelly, I love that quote. And I look at his face, and it makes me not want to love that quote. But I do like the guy for now, but I know there's somewhere down the line that guy's going to start to drive me nuts. He had the look of a father who watched his daughter's boyfriend start to man his grill the entire game. Is this kid really doing this right now? Like, that whole scowl thing he had going on. I mean, I know it's his personality. I'll say this about Curt Cignetti. It's one of the most remarkable coaching jobs I've seen in forever. Indiana, of all teams. Let me give you what they've done their last 2 games. They have beaten the snot out of, and, this is important, physically dominated Alabama and Ohio State. 2 schools with more money than God. And he has taken them to the woodshed from a physical standpoint. How many teams in college football could say that really ever? For where those 2 teams are on the plane that they're at. And again, there's so much that we need to talk about today, and we'll get to the Broncos later, and of course the Valanciunas news, which is just, ugh. So we'll get to that in a bit. But just to stick with this, he's gone to Indiana and made them an absolute powerhouse. You know what that team does? Remarkably better than anybody else. When's the last time you saw Indiana make a mistake? They don't commit penalties. They don't turn the ball over. If Alabama goes for it, which they did twice on 4th down, I think foolishly, they don't give that up. Like, they do nothing wrong to hurt themselves. And you deal them a 35-point blowout, which I wanted to give Indiana their flowers first. Now, let me go to Bama. We need to stop treating Alabama as if Nick Saban's still there. And by we, I mean, yes, just the way that the public has perceived them, but especially people that are inside college football. People inside the committee. Stop treating them like they're coached by Saban. They aren't.
You get nothing. You lose.
You know what Alabama looked like? They looked like the same kind of team that we witnessed down the stretch of the season. That towards the end of the year, they had to roll through a 7-point win against South Carolina, an 11-point win against a crappy LSU team, a loss to Oklahoma, a 7-point win in the Iron Bowl over Auburn, and then getting dog-walked in the SEC championship game. That's the team that they looked like. But because they're in the SEC and because their name's Alabama, they got a benefit of the doubt for being a 3-loss team. And then that happened. A game where it looked like you were watching 2 different planets of football teams playing against each other. And one of them happened to be named Indy Bleepin' Anna. You give them the benefit of the doubt based off of history, which is stupid because the whole purpose to college football is every year's a new year. And on top of that, with the addition of this new transfer portal rules, it's never been more true than now. Stop treating them like they're Saban-era Crimson Tide. They're not.
And also, Brett, guess what? Texas Tech, all that oil money, bought them 0 points. You know how many points James Madison University scored in their playoff game 34 points.
I know.
You want to know how many points Tulane scored in their playoff game? 10 points. That is more than Alabama and Texas Tech combined.
Well, let me tell you something. There was a real argument to be made about teams coming off a bye week in the college football playoff and how that affects them. And then Kirk Cignetti took a blowtorch to it and was like, yeah, how about this? Like, you really, heading into that game, there was like, I think the number was 0-6 for teams coming off a bye. And you're like, man, maybe there is something to this. And Cignetti goes, what if I shove my foot so far inside Alabama that it pops through their face mask?
No.
What if I do that? By the way, here's an SEC conversation for you. If Ole Miss does not get by Miami, this will be the third straight year they have no representatives in the national championship game. The Big Ten will have one yet again with a chance to be the champion for the third straight year, depending on what Oregon or Indiana does. The way that we discuss the SEC and their, oh God, this amazing schedule they have, and it's so difficult every week, and then you get the results that we got. I'm just saying, there is a lot of joy that I took yesterday in what was a miserable game with Bama and Indiana. But a great football game last night, and I think most people didn't give Ole Miss a real shot, without their head coach, a whole bunch of changes going on. And they play a fantastic game against Georgia.
And by the way, you and Vic were talking on, I was going to say Friday because it feels like a Monday. But
yeah,
what was our last show before this? Wednesday?
Wednesday.
You guys were talking on Wednesday about how you were going to hate watch all these games and how hate watching college football is almost better than like watching your own team.
Oh, there's a joy to it, yeah.
In the span of about 24 or 36 hours, Georgia got bounced, and Ohio State got bounced, and Bama got crushed. How incredible was that? That was borderline erotic watching that happen.
Yeah, and again, you just... The reason why I like to see teams like James Madison's and Tulane's make it is you just don't know. And people in college football, there is an arrogance to the way that people speak about college football as if they know they have all the answers to the quiz before things even play out. How many people, and I'm raising my hand, I was the one who said it on Wednesday that I thought Alabama had a shot to pull the upset, and it was going to piss me off because I know the narrative that would come out afterwards. How many people thought Alabama was going to win that game? We're sure of it, especially SEC people. We're sure of it. Bama doesn't lose to Indiana in the playoff. That doesn't happen. And the way that they lost. And this is my issue with people in the committee, and everybody's basing it off of I think, I know this, here's my opinion on this. We don't do sports by opinions. This isn't figure skating. There's no judges. You base things off of results, and you don't really know until you line two people up against each other. But because there's 130 football teams in the FBS level, whatever the number is, you can't have everybody play each other. All I'm saying is basing things off of history and the way the committee discussed the idea of Bama getting in, being like, well, if you take the whole body of work, their body of work sucked. And I'm so glad that Indiana and Kurt Cignetti just took an absolute sledgehammer to everything Alabama tried to do. So, a lot more to discuss with college football as we go along today. 303-504-0925. The Broncos with, I'm gonna call it this. It's not going to feel this way. It is a playoff game that they have coming up this weekend. Why? You beat the Chargers, which you should, and I'll get to the injury report from them in a little bit. You win the wild card week. Like, this is a playoff game that they're playing against the Chargers. We'll get to that. I got to discuss the Valanciunas injury. At some point, it becomes too much to grit and will your way through. And we'll explain that in just a second. Stick around. Okay, so I'm going to save the Broncos for like another 6 or 7 minutes because they got a playoff game this weekend.
6-7 action there.
Oh, I see. There's some things that happen that change right in front of your eyes. And I'm becoming too old to even realize when I'm doing the meme and then people like call me out on something. I just have to roll my eyes and be like, oh, these young kids. It's happening to me. How about this? We'll get to the Broncos in 7 or 8 minutes now. It's a punishment.
Okay.
But I got to say something about the Nuggets. And here's what sucks. They go out and they do what feels impossible, and they win that game against Toronto with all the things stacked up against them. And all you want to do is give them credit for going out and doing that. Like having the resolve, having the intestinal fortitude to, against all odds, 4 or 5 starters not in the lineup, like all this different stuff, go out and win a basketball game. And again, it's not the main story anymore. The main story now is that you don't have a center. Valanciunas, calf strain, reevaluated in 4 weeks. So you're out Jokic, which if it was just him, would feel monumental. You're out Jokic. You're out AG. You're out Christian Brown. You're out Cam Johnson. And now you're out your backup center, which means you don't have one of those left in the lineup. A year that was built around and build around the most depth this team has ever had they've been cut off at the knees with not an axe. What is that big thing that like the Grim Reaper has? A sickle. Like you just used a giant sickle.
A scythe.
Or no, he's got a scythe, but a sickle's the thing that's used in the yard, right? Wait a minute. I think you're right. I think it is a scythe. What is a sickle?
The sickle is the thing on the communist flag.
Yes.
The hammer and sickle.
That's right. No, I am thinking of a scythe. You're right. Somebody took a scythe and just took out 4 of your 5 starters along with your backup center. And at some point, it's just too much. If this team continues to win, despite all of that, then they're the most resilient group that's ever existed in the history of sports. Like, it's that easy. Because we're just asking, what do you do with not having Joker and all these starters? We're like, all right, well, you got to do this and this and this, and Valanciunas has to play. And we go, well, what about the 10 minutes that Valanciunas isn't going to be in because he's got to go to the bench? And now we're talking about a month's worth of doing that. Like, Deron Holmes is not a center. Zeke Naji is not a center. And they're like 2 of the most unproven guys on your roster despite that, all of it. Like, it's brutal. And so I don't even know how to begin to evaluate the Nuggets from here. We keep talking about this upcoming date of both Christian Brown and AG getting back in the lineup and all of that, whenever that happens. And I'm just sitting here and I'm kind of going like, yeah. But if you thought you had to play differently before with Jokic going out, you don't have a single big. Tallest guy on your roster right now, who is it? Holmes? He's 6'9". By the way, defense was already something that was going to be, it became a bit of an issue. Getting stops defensively, well, now you've just basically conceded your entire paint. If you go against a team that's got a legitimate big on it, then you're going to be in some trouble. You're able to get away with that playing against the Raptors because the Raptors play really small. But, you got some of these games coming up in which, like, you aren't going to be fortunate enough to be able to get away with that. Like, the game tonight, That's against Cleveland. They have a big who's an all-star consistently in Jared Allen. Evan Mobley, pretty damn good player. I just don't know how they continue to do this, and I hope that they do. I hope they continue to play well and win some semblance of basketball games in the absence of all these guys, but I think if they hovered around 500, it would be a remarkable feat considering what they're missing. I thought that before Val was hurt. And the texter says, stop it. You're such a half-empty glass opposed to a half-full glass this morning. You're right. It's not all roses, but our guys did a great job, and they keep doing a great job, blah, blah, blah. I'm not being a glass. Has anything I said constituted a being negative for the sake of being negative? Like, I am an incredibly optimistic person. There hits a breaking point, though, in the talent you're missing. Like, what would be a great exercise? Nelly, can you do this for me? Because I can't do this right now. Can you tell me how much of the Nuggets cap is currently out of the lineup right now? We all worried about that. How many guys can the Nuggets afford and all the luxury tax conversations and aprons and all that stuff. I want to know the total number by percentage the Nuggets are missing from their salary cap right now. Because again, I want to make something clear. For them to get a win against the Raptors the other night, I thought was amazing. But I don't know how many more. Of these things you can take before you just hit an ultimate breaking point. You need talent out there. And the talent has been slowly cut. We'll have Nelly look up that number in a second.
And because I'm losing track of all the Nuggets that are out right now, for the sake of this exercise, it is Jokic, Aaron Gordon, Cam Johnson, Jonas Valanciunas, and Christian Brown?
Correct.
Okay. Whew. That's it? Are we sure?
Yeah. To be honest, Nelly, I think that's all.
I think so.
But I mean, look, it's got to be like 60% of your cap or something. Like, the only guy that's really making money that's not out of the lineup is Jamal. Everybody else, I think, is on like minimum contracts. So it's take whatever Jamal's making, add like $10 million to it, and that's your number. Yeah, because everybody else, that's the next. If I'm reading this correctly, the next highest paid healthy guy on the roster outside of Jamal is Zeke Naji, right?
Yep. And I did some rounding because, I mean, technically this year, Jokic, he's getting paid $55,224,520. Like, I'm just rounding.
Yeah. Just a ballpark.
As of now, there are $113 million out of the lineup.
And what's the total cap again?
The total salary they're spending this year is $188 million.
113 of $188 million. That's what's missing from your lineup.
Now, technically, that's the payroll. I didn't actually. I know payroll and cap is different, but still.
I just want to put that in perspective for people.
So let's see, 188. Let's do some live math. I know that's one of our favorite bits.
Jamal's making like 50 this year?
46, yes.
Yeah, so let's just, again, rounding. $50 million. So that takes you to 163. That leaves $25 million for the rest of your roster. In the NBA, by the way, where guys who are averaging 8 and 6 are making $12 million. I'm telling you, this isn't being glass half empty. The glass just is empty. I looked at a glass and I go, there's no water in here. It must be empty.
And by the way, 113 is about 60%. So that means essentially 60%
Oh,
of
good.
the money.
That's what I estimated.
Yes. Is on the bench right now. Is not even on the bench. He's in the hospital right now.
But also in the NBA, like when you get to 30% of your roster is taken up by the guys who don't play. Like 30% of your cap is given to like 8 dudes who barely see the floor. So, we'll see how they try and navigate this. I'm going to do my best to try and keep perspective on all of that. Now, the Broncos have...
So, one last thing, by the way, on the
ahead.
glass. I'm trying to remember what culture is it where when you get married, you smash a glass. The couple like steps on a glass that's under a napkin.
Is it like Jewish? Because they say l'chaim?
Yeah, maybe that's. I can't remember. If that's a Jewish wedding thing, then that is the Nuggets glass right now. Congrats on your wedding.
Except I don't know Hebrew. It wouldn't be l'chaim. It would be like what's this is terrible in Hebrew. That's what you'd say when you smash the glass.
It would be oy vey.
Oy vey. All right, so the Broncos have a playoff game this weekend. It's not going to feel like it because the Chargers are sitting everybody. You want proof? I'll give you proof. The Broncos injury report is very simple. The only guy you're really worried about is Dre Greenlaw, who's out again. So he's out with a hamstring injury, which is a little bit freaky, but there is no question in my mind this guy does not play this weekend. There's no point to it. You should be able to take care of business regardless. Other people on the Broncos injury report, Nate Atkins, Pat Bryant, Ben Powards, they're all full participants in practice yesterday, so nothing to worry about there. John Franklin Myers has a hip thing. He was limited yesterday. That's the only real question mark. Here's the Chargers. These are all the players listed on their injury report. You ready? Keenan Allen, Bradley Bozeman, Darius Davis, Amarian Hampton, Hassan Haskins, Justin Herbert, Derwin James, Khalil Mack, R.J. Mickens, Elijah Molden, Nico Reed, Jamari Salyer, Benjamin St. Just, Tuli Tuipulotu, and Kamani Vidal.
Oh, boy.
Their entire roster's on there. And I said this before, Jim Harbaugh said that anyone who has nicks or bruises is not going to play. And I think that he walked up to his best players like Derwin James and Khalil Mack and started kicking them in the femur, hopefully to show a bruise, and said, you guys have to sit. Like, that's the route that they're taking. If you aren't going to play Herbert, then you don't care about winning the football game. You're just going to shut things down for the postseason. So it's not going to feel like a playoff game. It is absolutely one for the Broncos. You win this game, you win the wild card round. That's a playoff win. And they need to treat it as such. They need to come out there with a playoff-type intensity because, first of all, you take care of business. You're going to have a week off anyway. You aren't going to feel that. Put it on display right now. Number one, go out and play this game with a full burst of energy and make sure you get this dub and treat it like a playoff game because it is. Number two, put everything together in the first half so I can see some baseball caps in the second. Because there is a concern about putting guys out there, risking injury heading into the playoffs. Like we all kind of know that's in the back of people's heads. The earlier you take care of your business on Sunday, the earlier you can get people off the field and stop that risk of injury. So that also needs to happen. By the way, injury reports are always brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. The Broncos have I think, a real intense, like they might have to be even manufactured, but you got to manufacture some intensity this weekend. Not that I have any risk of them like losing the football game. I really, in my head, I cannot see a scenario in which that happens. you're facing a team with motivation versus a team without any. Again, if Harbaugh and Sean Payton could walk up to Roger Goodell and say, hey, Roger, we just want to forfeit the game, Broncos win, get to the playoffs healthy. If he sanctioned that and Roger Goodell gave it the stamp of approval, I think both teams would do it. But instead, go out there in the first half, lay it on that team, sit your guys in the second half, and it should look a lot like it did last year. Similar situation. Broncos play against the Chiefs. Chiefs are resting everybody heading into the postseason. Broncos needed that win in order to make the postseason, and you beat them 38-0. At halftime, it was 24-0, and you knew the game was over. That's what I'm hoping for. So we'll get to more of that in just a second. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Also, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. So a lot to get to this morning. Stick around. All right. Do want to talk about the Avs, too. I mean, the Avs, we asked the question to Bednar. We talked to him on Wednesday, New Year's Eve, before the game. I said, Coach, you understand that if you either win or just get the game to overtime tonight, you'll be the second team in NHL history to have only 2 regulation losses by the turn of the year. And he did the oh, yeah, cool, like he didn't care. And I wondered, I'm like, Nelly, they're due for some sort of clunker. They're going to have a stinker in here somewhere. And I go, maybe it's tonight. You're getting it's the holidays and you just had that big comeback win over Vegas not too long ago. You expended some energy. Maybe tonight's sort of the letdown game. And the game was over 4.5 minutes in. They scored 4 goals in 4.5 minutes. Couldn't happen to a better guy, by the way, on the opposite side of the ice. There is something about an upset Jordan Binnington that I just... here's what Bednar said in the postgame. They said, how did you get a start like that? And he goes, hey, man, if you can bottle that. And that's me looking at Binnington's sad face. I'm like, if I could just bottle that and take that with me all day.
Is that an unintentional water bottle joke with Jordan Binnington?
I mean, you know what? It's not. But it's so funny that's where most of this stemmed from. I wasn't nobody's a big Binnington guy. If you're a Blues fan, you're not a big Binnington guy. But that's all it took. That one playoff series that they had during against the Blues in that cup run created a lifelong hatred of many people on that St. Louis team and fan base. I really don't think there's a moment that I've been here for the Avs that I love more. Even winning the cup was cool, but when Naz Kadri needed the police escort to get into the arena and then dropped a hattie on him in the playoffs, it was the most beautiful moment I could have imagined. Now, to score 4 in 4.5 minutes and essentially have the game end immediately. This team is so next level of peerless. There is no, and there are a couple of good teams in the NHL, and pretty much your top 3 resides in the same division, which is the one that the Avs play in. No one does what the Avs do. I heard Bissonnette, he was on with, it was one of those Barstool shows, but he was asked by the guy, he goes, I think the most not talked about story in sports right now is how bleeping good the Avs are. And Biz goes, we knew they'd be talented, but he goes, the mixture of that with the goaltending that they're getting. Guys, Blackwood and Wedgwood are 2 of the top goaltenders in the league. And they split time with you. And they aren't 2 of the top goaltenders in the league by wins. We've seen that before because the team is so talented that even if you're not top end and save percentage and goals allowed and all that different stuff, you're going to be at the top in wins. Georgiev was one of those guys. He always was at the tops of the league in wins. These guys are at the top in virtually every category. And some of the saves that were made in that game. Now, it felt like they didn't matter, so they're not going to get as much pub because the Avs ended the game 4 minutes in. But some of the saves that were made New Year's Eve by Mackenzie Blackwood. Now, he only had to make 13 of them. I mean, the Blues were outshot over the course of 60 minutes 43-13. Couldn't get a shot off. McKinnon and Val were staring down the barrel of hat tricks before people got their nachos. I mean, it's amazing. Not to mention this morning, news just comes down. Brock Nelson has been added to Team USA's Olympic roster for next year, so that's cool. He's another guy, by the way, that I think is stepping up in a very, very big way. We always kind of talked about the things that were missing from the Cup team the last few years and what they need to find. And that second line center spot, ever since Naz Kadri left, has been it felt like a giant black hole within this roster. And you've tried so many different ways to fix it. God, I can't even. Who was the first guy that they tried to get to fix that thing that they traded off almost immediately? Johansson? The hell was his name? Whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about.
There was a Ryan Johansson.
Yes, I think it was him. And that didn't work, obviously, and immediately. And then you get Middlestat over here, and you were kind of optimistic for a second, and then it was like, all right, not going to work. So you ship him off. You make the Nelson acquisition last year, and I think he was okay. Probably not hitting the expectation that we had for him. But now it feels like he's finally sort of finding the groove of what you needed for that second line center spot. So, I mentioned this. He finished the month of December with 8 goals and 14 points. Yes, please. It's exactly what you'd take. From a second line, you just need somebody to back up for when McKinnon isn't scoring a billion goals. Can somebody else carry a little bit of that load? And I think Brock Nelson has stepped up in a huge way to do it. Oh, and somebody said Newhook. It all kind of started with Newhook. They were going to give him an elevated role, and he couldn't take advantage. So all of that stuff kind of boils down to this idea that you finally got your guy. It took a minute. Man, that just tripped me up. Hector says, hey, Brett, you mean he was added to the Olympic roster for this year? I saw 2026. Nelly. The brain hasn't computed it yet. Thank God we don't write anything down anymore, like, when you put dates down. I'd be writing a lot of 25s on there, a lot of them. Again, Happy New Year. Put down that donut. I know what your resolution was. Don't you dare put that creamer in your coffee. Too much sugar. You know you want to lose that weight. You put it down right now. Hey, listen to me. By the way, a muffin is not health. It's not a healthier alternative. Same packed with sugar and yeast. Put that down.
God, who was that goofball that did P90X? Remember, he was a really goofy dude. That's what you sound like now. Tony something?
Man, everybody had a P90X, didn't they? I could never do the home workout things.
Tony Horton. That was his name.
There's always this idea, like, my wife does some of this stuff, or at least she used to. She doesn't do the video stuff anymore. But the person on a screen yelling at me never worked. Never.
But you see, for me, I did a lot of those home workouts in COVID, and then even on the years rebounding from COVID because couldn't go to the gym, right? And
that's true. That's when Peloton blew up, yeah.
But I liked those because if I'm left to my own devices, I'm not going to do that 10th crunch. I'm not going to do that 15th push-up. But if I have Sean T.
That's what it was.
If I have Sean T. coated in sweat going, dig deep, do one more. I didn't say you were done. I'm like, this right, Sean, I'm not done.
So wait a minute.
I'm going to keep going.
But are the people, are they angry or are they encouraging?
I feel like workouts need to flip a little bit back and forth between both, right? Some days you're on the bench press and you're going, okay, if I don't do this last one, I'm a loser and my whole family's going to die. And then some days you do that last push and you go, because I can.
Let me tell you this. I feel like the Tony Perkins approach from heavyweights would work a lot better with me. Today, lunch is canceled due to a lack of hustle. Like, that guy, I think, would work better for me than the encourager. The, come on, you got this, one more. That doesn't fly. And 3, and 2, and 1. All right, now let's get a quick rest. No, I need the guy to be like, you're fat. Get on the bike.
Do you want baby Boval to grow up with a lame dad? Because that's how you're trending.
You want your kids to have a dad with man boobs? Get out there. Yeah, it's always fun. 303-504-0925. By the way, the movie Heavyweights, such an underrated flick. And it's a kid's movie. I will watch that movie right now. because they had Goldberg from the Mighty Ducks was in there. It's a great flick. Go watch it. What was his, Nelly, you know the movie I'm talking about. Who was his, like, German right-hand man? What was his name?
Oh, boy, you're really making me dig into the heavyweights lore.
Lars? Was that his name? Great movie. But if you guys want, I know a lot of your resolutions are you want to drop a couple LBs. I'll be your Tony Perkins. You put down that donut right now. You think you are. You're a failure to your family. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. Like and subscribe. Do all the fun stuff. Just search Altitude Sports Radio. We'll be right there. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. It's one of those mornings. There's a billion things to talk about right now. Happy New Year to everybody, by the way. Vic, I have made myself the person who I will hold everyone else responsible for their resolutions.
Okay.
And so, I know a whole bunch of people want to lose weight.
Yeah.
Join me in saying, put down the donut. I see you. I see you put creamer in that coffee. You know how much sugar's in that? You put that down, you drink black coffee, and you eat 2 strawberries.
So your resolution is to ensure that everybody else follows their
Exactly
resolutions.
right.
Ah,
Exactly
that's a
right.
good one.
Yes.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that.
Yeah. Vic, we could start with the Broncos essentially like having a playoff game this weekend. We could start with Valanciunas now being out, the Nuggets not having a center. We could start with the Avs scoring 4 goals in 30 seconds against the Blues. But I really enjoyed yesterday for multiple reasons.
Hate watching was at an all-time high for me.
First of all,
Oh, it was wonderful.
the game that, before we get to the hate watching part, the game that closed everything out last night was fantastic.
Fabulous.
And I've become somebody that is actively rooting for Ole Miss because I love not just the situation of losing your coach before this.
Yeah.
Trinidad Chambliss is
It's a great story.
If the Broncos didn't have Bo Nix and they were still in quarterback wasteland, I am talking about Trinidad Chambliss for 4 straight months. I love that kid.
He's a magician, and I'll even excuse the fact that Ole Miss is a member of the SEC. I love Ole Miss. I love
know.
everything about their color scheme. I love their history. I love it. I love the way they play. I love the fact that they're the only SEC team left.
Yeah.
And their coach left.
I know. But, I mean, that sequence there, you know, they have that bad end of the half where they give up 14 points in a couple of minutes because of turnover and a whole bunch of different stuff. To come out at the beginning of that third quarter, when Chambliss made those 3 straight plays where he's like playing Madden football, running backwards 30 yards,
Crazy.
spinning around, finding somebody downfield, it was such an entertaining watch. And then the end of the game where they took out the podium twice just to
stupid.
take it off the field again. You got a coach that's drenched in a Gatorade bath for 4 minutes, not even winning the football game yet. It was ridiculous.
There were so many twists and turns to that game. Like, I thought Ole Miss won it when Kirby Smart decided to go for it on 4th down for some unbeknownst reason, and it didn't work. I thought Georgia was going to win it when they were driving at the end and just moving right through them easily, and then somehow just stopped. How many times did you think one of the 2 teams is going to win the game?
Yeah, over and over again. But a couple of big throws by Chambliss late in that game, the huge field goal to kind of close things out. Weird end, but fantastic football game. But please, may I talk about the Rose Bowl? Because, first of all, don't see monsoons like that in California all that often.
Crazy.
That was nuts.
Yeah.
Second of all, I want to start with, instead of the hate part of this, I'm going to give a lot of love to Indiana because I want to point something out that team just did.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
And I feel like I'm at an Anthony Edwards sort of relationship with Kurt Signiti right now, Vic, where I'm liking the brash arrogance
go
right
over
now.
the edge, though.
But you're gonna
really
get
close.
I'm gonna get.
Yeah.
Talk to me in a year. I'm gonna hate this guy, but for right now, I love him. In their last 2 games, and tell me how many college football teams of the ilk of Indiana can do this. Their last 2 games, they have played Alabama and Ohio State, and not only have they beaten them pretty soundly, they have physically dominated the monopoly money bags of Alabama and Ohio State in a trench sort of line it up and let's see who's more physical. I don't know how many teams in the country can do that. And it's at Indiana.
Yeah.
He did
Yeah,
it.
you're right. Winning in the trenches, and he did it in 2 years. He did it in 2 years.
Yeah.
That's what college football is now.
Well, I don't know how many Signitis are out there. He did it in 2 years because he is some sort of wizard, I guess.
Yeah, but how is he able to get the talent to do it in 2 years? They don't get the talent without money.
True.
Hell,
But they don't have the money of the teams they just beat. They don't have that.
But they still have to get the money first. The
Yes.
money comes first. The money comes. I mean, ask Texas Tech, by the way, Landman, all the proceeds to Landman go to the Texas Tech football team. You better fix your offense because that was pathetic.
Yeah, that was. Really, and you know what's funny? There was a really strong argument to be made before that Rose Bowl that being one of the teams with a bye in the college football playoff does you no favors. And then Indiana goes, we're fine. No, that's okay. We'll take the bye and beat this team by 35 points. But for them, the Kurt Cignetti,
you call him Cignetti. It's Cignetti.
Cignetti, sorry.
Yeah.
For them to, in the span of 2 years, do what he's done at a place like that is nothing short of remarkable.
They just went all in on football. They said, you know what? We've been a basketball school our entire existence. We're going to turn this around. They just said, you know what? Let's devote all this to football.
And you need the right guy to do it. And so he just got that contract extension because Penn State was starting to sniff around, right? So they gave him the extension not too long ago. Did you know in his contract there is a good faith clause that if he makes it to this point in the college football playoff, they have to renegotiate and give him more money? So he just got a raise, and he's going to get another raise on top of this.
Well, the most delicious and ridiculous aspect of what happened yesterday and the day before is that Lane Kiffin wasn't even there, and he got a $500,000 bonus for Ole Miss winning that game.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's weird because it's like, I guess, does the guy get credit for getting them to the point to where they go in? Whatever.
Forget credit. He gets cash.
Yeah. Now to the hate part. And I am making a plea with everybody that's within the college football landscape.
Let's set this up first. For everybody who thinks that I'm going to be the guy that goes in this direction, listen to the voice who's going in this direction. Because I know what you're going to say, because you and I know college ball. I know what you're going to say.
Yep.
And what you're going to say is the truth. And there are people out there who don't want to hear the truth. But go ahead, say it.
Stop using history and I would say perceived television ratings to put these matchups together and try and evaluate things based on the year that we're in. Because here's what they have done, and this is my plea. Stop treating Bama like Saban's coaching them. He's not. It's not remotely the same team. It's not remotely the same talent level, and they're remotely the same discipline as they were under Nick Saban. So that applies to a whole bunch of different things, but especially with the SEC. Everybody wants to give them this bump. Recognize what's happening in front of your face. The landscape is changing. It's not the SEC in a tier on its own and then everybody else. You're witnessing this in real time right now. Stop.
Well, I'll take it a step further. When you look back at it now, all right, and the reason I was so angry on CFP Selection Sunday, think about it right now. There were 12 teams in the CFP. 2 of them were just, whatever, Tulane and JMU. I don't count those.
Sure.
10 teams in the CFP, right? 2 were given the tickets. 10 teams granted access. Half of the field came from the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
Half. 5. 1 remains.
Mm-hmm.
What a joke. What an embarrassment. What a disgusting, corrupt committee. You are corrupt. You have a team. Well, I'm surprised that now a 4-loss Alabama team doesn't somehow advance. And 3 of the losses, 3 of the 4, have been by blowout fashion.
Yep.
Blown out. You should be embarrassed. You should be humiliated. It was never about Miami. You've heard my argument. Miami deserved to be in. I'm glad Miami won. I think Miami can win it all. Miami's a good team. They're getting hot. It was never about Miami. It's always been about Alabama. Completely overrated. The conference they play in is overrated. The fact that they come up with this crap strength of schedule based on what? Beating each other? You're not impressing me by beating each other.
Well,
but, oh, God, how about that big old win against Tennessee? Who cares? Oh, we got that big old win against South Carolina. Hey, we got in there and took care of Kentucky. Who cares? Who cares if you beat each other? Maybe you're not very good to begin with.
Here's the other part of this. If you haven't been paying attention the last couple of years, there's a very good chance, well, at least 50-50, that the SEC is not represented in the national title game. So Ole Miss is our last team. If Miami wins, it'll be the third consecutive year that no SEC teams make it to the national title. And what's really interesting is Oregon or Indiana is going to be in this. If one of those teams win the national title, Vic, it'll be the third straight season that a different Big Ten team has won the national title. Yeah. Michigan 2 years ago, Ohio State last year, and a chance to be Oregon or Indiana this season. Things are changing. Things are changing.
Use common sense, people, and I'm reading these texts already. Don't get me started this morning. Just use common sense. With the 12 best teams in, take away the final two, James Madison, Tulane. With the 10 best teams in. With the 10 best teams in. Yes or no? That just be factual. With the 10 best teams in. Yes or no?
You know, there's a...
And don't give me your silly, join a conference. We're the 10 best football teams in.
Well, in this, can I expand this even further, especially to the SEC part of things? The reason why I hate things like the committee, the reason why, Vic, that I keep pounding the table on there has to be some sort of standard to judge teams off of who's earned their way in. The reason why I told you that I would have an easier time putting Duke, 7-5 Duke, in the college football playoff than I would putting 9-3 Alabama is because there's a sense that Duke, even by weird circumstances, by winning their conference, earned the opportunity to keep playing. And here's what I heard from a whole bunch of SEC people, like people who follow the SEC on the daily. They said, Alabama is not going to lose to Indiana in the playoff. It's just not going to happen. Mm-hmm. And for the world to be tipped on its head the way that it was yesterday at the Rose Bowl,
it was poetic,
has to make you reevaluate the I think portion of how we do college football. Well, this team, trust me, I know ball, they'd stand no chance. We got to stop doing it.
It's year to year, and it's whoever gets hot. Hot teams. I mean, Notre Dame got hot last year and went all the way to the Natty.
Yeah.
You get hot. You have to get, that's the other thing. You have to give the heat factor a bigger bump in this.
Sure.
Like which team's hot. It matters. Doesn't it matter in every sport we speak of?
Because Bama was terrible down the
stretch.
They
were awful. They barely snuck in. They barely beat a terrible Auburn team.
Yeah.
They got ripped apart in their conference championship game. I don't want to hear this crap about joining a conference ever again. Because Duke was in a conference and they won their game.
Yeah.
BYU was in a conference. They got to their championship game. What did it do for BYU? What did it do for BYU?
It knocked them out of the playoffs.
Exactly. It worked against them. So don't give me this crap. It's just a crutch. Oh, who they play? I'll tell you who they played. The same damn teams Miami beat during the regular season is who they played. The same schedule. Go back and look.
I give Miami full credit, by the way. Speaking of trenches, they dominated on both sides of the football, too. It's like their offensive and defensive line.
That defense is fierce.
Yeah.
And they're skilled and they're smart. That kid who had that pick six read that play from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you right now, Miami can easily win it all. Do not discount Miami.
So a lot more to get to with this as we go along today. A lot of things to get to. I'm saying the Broncos essentially have a playoff game this weekend. It's not going to feel that way because the Chargers are trotting out their scout team. But this is a playoff game. If you win this Sunday, you win the wild card round. That's a playoff game. And so I think the Broncos need to treat it as such. That's number one. Number two, I had this sort of combination of thoughts, Vic, of I was so pleasantly surprised and happy that the Nuggets got that win. I was shocked that they did, only to find out that they're without any center for a month now.
It's just crazy.
Just brutal.
Oh, I got something to say about that.
Yeah, so we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
And I just want to say as we go to break, I'm reading all of you SEC honks chime in here. You might want to sit this one out. You might want to just know when to fold them. You might want to just take your your game board and go to the corner because you got embarrassed.
And
You got embarrassed, and the flaws are real, and we all see them, and you're not what you think you are anymore. So just accept what you are. You're not big, bad SEC, oh, it means more, and blah, blah, blah. You're not that anymore. The game's changed. Everybody can be paid now. Indiana can openly pay players as much as Alabama was paying them illegally for years. The illegal is now legal.
They got blown out by 35 points and put up 3 against Indiana.
So
and
all of you SEC honks, just remember one thing. The world's caught up. You're not as bad as you think you are.
And then Georgia lost to a team that doesn't have a coach. And a quarterback who I love, Trinidad Chambliss. That was a D2 quarterback last year, I remind you.
And this has nothing to do, again, for those who wonder why you blasted the SEC, this has nothing to do with my school. This is just common sense. Brett Kane is not a Notre Dame fan, but he has the exact same rationale I do. And there are many more out there like this. You guys think you're better than you are as a conference. You're not that good.
Yeah.
You're not.
So I'll get back to this in a little bit. I do want to get to the Nuggets and the Broncos, though. The Nuggets. Where do you go from here? Valanciunas out at least a month with a calf strain. We'll get to it next.
Right now at Silterhar, get 0% financing for 60 months on all new Ford models, all of them, including the awesome, best-selling Ford F-150 and Super Duties. And get this, commercial tax credits also apply. You can lease a brand-new Lincoln Nautilus for just $599 a month. Greg Larson and his staff are going to hook you up big time. You want to shop online? Go ahead and do it. They've got hundreds of certified pre-owns to choose from right there on the lot. Go to sthmotors.com. That is sthmotors.com. Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, we'll get to the Broncos here in just a few minutes, but I do want to start with the Nuggets. First of all, I was so pleasantly surprised and happy that he had the grit and the fortitude to win a game like that against Toronto.
What a crazy finish that was.
I know. But it's, once again, Vic, it feels like the result of the game is secondary to the news that comes out of the game, because now, as you're already out 4 of 5 starters, you don't have any center. Valanciunas, who we were talking about, Vic, how do you navigate the 10 to 15 minutes that Valanciunas goes to the bench while Jokic is out? Well, there is no while Valanciunas is in the lineup anymore, because calf strain is going to sideline him for at least 4 weeks. Same
Easy.
time frame as Jokic. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I said easy 4 weeks. I mean, as soon as I saw it happen, I said 4 weeks. In fact, I propose, you know how these teams, and the Nuggets did this the year they won a championship, they came up with a team motto and a theme and a war cry, whatever you want to call it. Remember, bring it in?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
The team motto for the Denver Nuggets, make T-shirts out of them right now, yell it from the mountaintops, reevaluate it in 4 to 6 weeks.
Seriously.
Is now the team motto, and we should use it when the playoffs come around and you've got, however many thousand fans sitting in that arena. Everyone should be wearing a shirt saying reevaluate it in 4 to 6 weeks, because that's what it is.
Well, and here's the problem. By the way, Moser's not here today. He has to jump on a plane with the Fs. When you don't have a center, and to be honest, Vic, that didn't kill you as much against Toronto, because Toronto's not big.
They didn't play a center either.
They don't play a center.
Well, they're missing Jakob Poeltl. He was hurt.
Jared Allen is going to pose a problem.
I'm looking at the Cleveland roster.
I know.
And I'm saying, oh, my God.
Allen, Mobley, just giant dudes everywhere. And what's your answer here? Deron Holmes ain't a center. Zeke Naji is not a center. So, I had a texture in the appetizer, Vic, that said, I'm looking at this glass half empty. I'm like, no, the glass is empty and broken. You can't honestly paint any sort of rosy picture on this. The the Nuggets are decimated. And when you're missing this many guys, it's hard to have any expectation of what this basketball team can look like.
It's almost refreshing, to be honest with you, because the pressure was heavy every night, it seemed, right? When I watched that game against Toronto, and by the way, I have to wear a tux again tonight because I vowed. Let me make an admission. I, on this radio show, asked the Nuggets to punt that game in Toronto.
Yeah.
How'd that work out?
Get the dub. Weird dub, but a dub.
Do you remember what I said, though?
Yes.
I said you might as well just sit everybody and punt it. Well, they didn't punt it. They won it. So tonight, punt.
Yeah, punt the game. Just give up.
Well, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, Cleveland's a little different beast than what Toronto is, too, especially with just matchup-wise. When you don't have somebody who's over 6... I think this is right, isn't it, Vic? Nobody on the Nuggets roster right now
over
who is healthy is over 6'9".
No. Nobody over 6'9". The two guys that they'll have playing the bigs, Zeke Naji and Deron Holmes, one of which was a G Leaguer all year. The other can't get off the bench.
So, hang on. Here's the other thing. I had Nelly look this up for me. Nelly, what was the number again? What amount of money is out for the Nuggets right now? Was it $113 million?
$113 million out of the lineup right now.
And the cap was something like $168?
They're spending $188 million.
188. But Vic, so that's 113 to 188 is $75 million. Guess what? Jamal Murray's responsible of 50 of that. And Zeke Naji's responsible for 8 of that.
I don't want
That's what you're working
see
with.
Jamal Murray get hurt by trying to overextend himself in a game like this. That's my biggest fear, is that we get another 4 to 6 weeks. As soon as I saw Valanciunas step back down the court, I knew it right away. It is such an easy thing to pinpoint for those who've ever suffered calf strains, and I've done it multiple times playing basketball. It can happen at any point. And I know how that happens. That dude's used to playing 12 to 15 minutes. All of a sudden, he's playing 20 to 30.
Yep.
In his first game back, his body just wasn't ready for it.
Yeah.
Wasn't ready for the extra work. His body had been conditioned for the quick trip, 12 to 15. I'll give you 12 to 15. All of a sudden, you double that?
And so, Vic, for the next month, like, it's going to be really hard for me to look at the Nuggets and have some sort of reasonable evaluation. If they lose a game by 50, I think I'm going to shrug and be like, okay.
Yeah.
And if they win by 5 against a team they shouldn't, I think I'll shrug and be like, that's good for them. That's
Crazy.
weird. But I don't know what I'm going to do for the next month of this team.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to call it a relief because you're going to pile up some L's here, but the expectations are now gone. There are none.
Right.
You go from, it's crazy. You go from championship level expectations where you put every single game under a microscope and you break down every little thing that happens in those games, minutes given, play, fouls, shots, makes, misses, execution down the stretch. Take it all off the tip. There are none.
Right.
Reevaluate it in 4 to 6 weeks. Make shirts. Give me a shirt.
I mean, I think
Shirt makers. Hey, shirt makers. Give me one.
I'd wear it too. I think this is the way I gotta think about it. Like, it has to be. The whole thing with the Nuggets is all of this can be fine if they are healthy entering the postseason. And however they get in, whatever their seed is, whatever their record is at the end of the year, as long as they get in that with a healthy roster, Vic, I think I'll still feel the same way as I did, 3-4 weeks ago. But I don't know how to do this right now. Because it's more of like it's not apathy. It's just I'm watching a team that's broken.
The only value I have for this show is this. I'm older than most, okay? There are a lot of people older than me that listen, perhaps, but I'm older than most. And when you're older, you have a perspective that is a little more refined. You've seen more things. And I'm telling you from the old guy right now that you're listening to, I have never in my life seen anything like this before. I have never in my life, this early in the season, because remember, Jonas, his injury occurred on New Year's Eve, so technically in 2025. I have never in my life seen a team without 5 key players, 4 of which are starters, this early in the season. And that team has championship aspirations? Are you kidding me? This has never happened before, ever. We had Jake Coyne look it up. The closest was the 2018 Clippers. They had 3 starters out. This is the closest. And it's not even close to that. This is unreal.
So, what's weird to think about is you entered this year with this sense of hope and optimism based solely around the fact of this. It's the deepest roster they've ever had with Nikola Jokic on it. And immediately gets cut down in this fashion. Now imagine this, Vic. Imagine if you didn't have Hardaway and Bruce Brown and these guys that you acquired in the offseason. If it was like the roster similar to last year, what the hell? Who would even be playing right now?
I don't know. You know what? One silver lining.
Go ahead.
Because I don't want to make this gloom and doom to start the new year. One silver lining. Did you see the way Nikola Jokic was walking into that Toronto arena the other night?
Yep.
And I got a lot of blowback from that. Oh, big deal. Don't try to push him back too early. Who's trying to push him back early? No one is. But if you don't at least smile upon seeing a guy who 2 days after he hobbled off the court and needed assistance getting to the locker room was striding into arena, he had a minor limp. He sure did. But he was walking without crutches, without a boot, without help. That is impressive. And that tells me one thing that I've already known. The man is superhuman. And if there's anybody, I said it. Remember I told you, I said if there's anybody that will beat the deadline to return, it will be Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to happen, and I'm not saying this should make it happen. But if anybody has the makeup to do it, it's him.
Just quickly, 2 things real fast. Texas says, good morning. The traditional center position is irrelevant in the NBA today during the regular season, and the Nuggets have all those youngsters that can jump to the roof and rebound. It matters a lot when you don't have somebody who's tall enough and big enough to stop points in the paint. It matters when you have Jared Allen or Evan Mobley tonight down low, and you don't have somebody that can really stop them from doing what they want. That's where it matters. Now, I saw people asking this yesterday. There is this rule. It's called the hardship exception in the NBA, and according to Bobby Marks, the 10-day window opens up on January 5th for the Nuggets open roster spot. Denver could also apply for a 10-day hardship once Valanciunas misses 3 games. The exception is granted if Jokic, Brown, and Gordon will be out at least 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
who's out there?
that's the thing. It's like, even if they get it, what's going to come save you? So, Nuggets are dealing with that. Now, to the Broncos this weekend who have, Vic, it's so weird. This game feels like nothing and everything all at once because I don't know if you witnessed what the injury report for the Los Angeles Chargers looks like. The Broncos essentially have this. JFM has a hip. He was limited in practice yesterday, and Greenlaw is dealing with a hamstring injury. He did not practice the last 2 days. My guess is Greenlaw, you just shut him down, right? He doesn't play this week. You win this game this weekend, gets 2 weeks to recover, and then you hopefully find his way back in the playoffs.
That's a hamstring. That could take a month.
But he's not playing this weekend would be my almost guarantee. So that's 2 guys, JFM, Greenlaw, the only 2 guys that didn't practice yesterday. Would you like to hear the Chargers injury report?
I saw it.
Keenan Allen, Bradley Bozeman, Darius Davis, Amarian Hampton, Hassan Haskins, Justin Herbert, Derwin James, Khalil Mack, R.J. Mickens, Elijah Molden, Nico Reed, Jamari Salyer, Benjamin St. Just, Tuli Tuilapuloto, I don't know how to say the name, Kamani Vidal. They have everybody on this injury report.
That is the definition of punting.
Yes. And so this is my reminder, okay? The Broncos need to, and I know this is tough to do, they need to manufacture some motivation. I don't think they'd need it. I think they'd win regardless. But, Vic, this is a playoff game. Yeah. If you win this weekend, you win the wild card round. That's a playoff win. You're in the divisional round. You have to find a way to manufacture that just to make sure that you're on your P's and Q's.
The best thing they could do is get this game over with as fast as they can and allow Jarrett Stidham to get some play time in there. Get your starters off the field.
Yeah.
Get your starters off the field as soon as you possibly can. If you could give me what they gave us against Kansas City in the finale last year, perfect.
That's a 24-0 halftime lead.
Yeah,
the game was over and everybody knew it. That's exactly what you want. But this team is, it's twofold. Number one, you have to win. Number two, Vic, win as quickly as possible so that you aren't risking injury for any key players you head into the postseason. Like, you got a twofold thing going on here. Have a game that looks a lot like the Avs the other night that we'll get to in just a second, where they put up 4 goals in 4.5 minutes. You're like, all right, cool. Game's over? Sweet. But, again, you are in a situation where, as much as this feels like a weird opposing team is waving the white flag thing, go out and stomp them for the first 25 minutes of that game and then throw on some baseball caps and make sure you seal up that 1 seed.
I mean, avoid injury. It's funny. I gave you keys to the game for the Nuggets the other day, and I said, avoid injury. And what happened? Injury.
Yeah.
Avoid injury. That's the key to this finale. I mean, a win is to be expected at this point. A win is assumed. And I know it's dangerous to do that, and nobody wants to hear it. But, I mean, come on. You just read the injury list to me.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's deflating, though. You saw with the Toronto Raptors. They sort of thought they'd waltz right through the Nuggets. Didn't happen. The opposing teams can get overconfident. Happens all the time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Manufacture some motivation here. Do something, whatever you got to do, just to make sure that that's not even a remote possibility.
Well, it's easy if you're Sean Payton. Hey, let's beat Harbaugh for the first time.
Beat Harbaugh for the first time.
Yeah.
Let's, again.
Let's give these hometown fans another home game.
It shouldn't have to be said, but to have home field throughout the entirety of the postseason, to have a bye week in a 3-week playoff, essentially, that heads into the Super Bowl, is such a massive advantage. And I think, Vic, something necessary. I thought this a while ago. I don't know how you guys felt after the Jags game. Part of me loved it because I feel like they needed just a little bit of a reality check that you aren't just going to continue to win football games. and the stretch that they were on wasn't 11 straight heading into that game. Mm-hmm. If they beat them and then finish this regular season on like a 14-game win streak, you're like, all right, there's going to be some weird pressure.
You feel that Moser was talking about that too.
I think there's just a weird pressure that nobody wins that many times in a row in the NFL. It just doesn't happen. And so I think that was nice that they had that, but just do a little reset. And now with this game this weekend, get the dub, get to the divisional round, and then whoever you play could be the Bills, whoever. Doesn't matter.
What's crazy about the NFL schedule this weekend, the Saturday games are the ones that have the biggest impact on the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's the Saturday games that pretty much run the show here. Sunday, yeah, there's positioning, there's seedings, but Sunday's pretty anticlimactic compared to Saturday.
Sunday's a lot of we're shutting it down for the postseason, either the offseason or the postseason, depending on your position. There's one game on Sunday. It's the Ravens and Steelers. That's the Sunday night game that's going to decide who makes the playoffs from that division. But outside of that, it's a whole bunch of who really cares.
What are the two Saturday games?
That is Panthers, Bucks, and Seahawks, Niners.
Both have major implications.
Yeah, the Seahawks, obviously, if they win, they win the West, but I think the Niners would take it if they won. So, yeah, huge for both of those guys. I still, you know what's funny? Where do you even go to pick Coach of the Year this year?
You know, we asked Adam Schefter earlier this week. You've got a list of at least 6 coaches you could choose from. And I don't know how do you evaluate this? Do you evaluate it on, are they new coaches? Are they bad teams that are now good teams? Because if you say bad team, good team, Ben Johnson in Chicago is probably my front runner. If you say,
well, Vrabel could get that argument too,
yeah, that's true.
Or Liam Cohen.
Yeah, that's true. If you say turn a team around, just in, they were a good team already, they just weren't playing that well. Jacksonville and Liam Cohen, they get a nod. If you evaluate it by saying just holding a team together despite all the injuries, Kyle Shanahan.
Like, here's what's messed up, and I think this is true. As good as Sean Payton has done this year with the Broncos at taking them to this probably 1 seed in the entire league, forget the AFC, I think I'd put him behind Shanahan. I'd put him behind Ben Johnson. I'd put him behind Cohen. I'd put him behind Vrabel. I really do.
Why is that? Because he's produced the longest win streak of the season.
I know. I just think Kyle Shanahan has a chance to be a 13-game winner in the toughest division in football, win that division with a backup quarterback that's played like half the games, and everybody else that's been out of that lineup. I don't like, that's remarkable to me. But anyway, we can jump back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
It's finally here, and it's fully assembled. I'm talking about my sauna. That beautiful piece of cedar smells so good, and I sweat so good. Winter training, long work days, cold mornings, they all take a toll on your body. You can recover now. It's all about recovery in a luxury sauna. It's part of the routine. Got mine at Flatirons Fire and Design. Rich and Owen came out, put it together just like that, and I am ready to go. You have to see their showroom. They have more than saunas. They have wonderful fireplaces, outdoor kitchen accessories, located on 53rd and Bannock. That's North I-25. Just drive to North I-25. You will find it. Showroom is big. Showroom is full of great stuff. FlatironsFire.com. That's FlatironsFire.com.
So, Vic, I'm not a big New Year's guy. I don't think I've seen midnight in like 5 years. I went to sleep at about 9:45 on New Year's Eve.
Did you really?
Yeah. Part of that is probably fatigue from some other things too, but here's why I mentioned
That's a great New Year's Eve for you. Wow.
Oh, dude, I woke up the next morning. I was like, that glorious. When I say morning, like 3 o'clock in the morning. Because these children need to be fed. It's ridiculous. It's like just sleep overnight. Sleep over. It's not hard.
You don't have a cow out back that you got from mom and dad that you just pump on that cow and go to
the
work?
HOA wouldn't approve it, so I couldn't do that. But I say that to tell you this. There's nothing that made me happier than the Avs ending a game 4.5 minutes in. And to do that, nothing could have put a bigger smile on my face on New Year's Eve than watching Jordan Bennington give up 4 goals in 4.5 minutes. That, just brings a tear to my eye how happy I was.
It's so funny. That was the source of a lot of frustration for Avalanche fans, and rightfully so. When Team Canada's name was announced before that game, you could tell the Avalanche players were not happy with that because they have 2 goalies who,
have
probably
been better than him.
Yeah,
way
deserve
better
to be on it. And then they throw 4 on him in the first 5 minutes?
It was like 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Both Val and McKinnon were on borderline. Well, not borderline. They were on hat trick watch 4.5 minutes into the game. For this team, and I want to keep like some sort of perspective on this, but I just watched a clip of a podcast that Paul Bissonnette was on. God, do I love Biz. He is just hysterical.
He fought 7 guys on his own.
They asked the podcast host, he asked him, is the most underrated story in all of sports right now how good the Colorado Avalanche are? And his answer was something along the lines of, we knew that the Avs are going to be like a top 3 team in the league. They're very, very talented. But when you get this combination along with the goaltending that they've gotten and the fact that they can throw Blackwood or Wedgwood out there and seemingly not skip a beat, they're the second team in NHL history to have only 2 regulation losses by the turn of the new year. When we're talking about some of the best teams that have ever come across the sport, at this point in the season, the Avs have to be mentioned up there.
Yeah.
They seemingly, outside of a inconsistent power play, don't have a weakness. They do everything at the level of best in the NHL. They are the best at scoring goals by far. Yeah. They are the best at goals allowed. They are one of the best penalty killers. Power play's the only thing that they aren't like top 2 in. It's crazy.
I'm going to give you goal differential as the one marker that shows you how much better they are than the competition. Goal differential, goals for, goals against, all right? So in the Eastern Conference Atlantic Division, Detroit leads that division. Their goal differential is -4.
Yeah.
Think about that, -4. In the Western Conference Pacific Division, Edmonton leads. Their goal differential is -1. Those are division leaders.
Yeah.
I want you to compare that now with the Colorado Avalanche, who lead the Western Conference Central Division.
Can I guess?
Give me a guess of what their goal differential is.
1,654. Am I close?
Close. +71.
I mean, unbelievable.
+71. That is a difference between, these are division leaders, not first and last, division leaders. Between the Avs and the Red Wings, that's a difference of 75 goals.
Oh, good God!
And here's, like, we've discussed this before. The depth of this team is the separator between what they are now and what they've been over the last couple of years. And there's something else in particular, because we got some news this morning about Brock Nelson. He's going to be on Team USA's roster this year. He's been announced on that. Have you noticed what Brock Nelson's been able to do?
He's picked it up.
His spot.
He's picked it up.
Ever since the Avs won the Cup, there's been 2 sort of common refrains for what they're missing. Depth was always a part of that discussion. But as far as specifics, it was the goaltending, because you couldn't trust Georgiev for all those years. And what was the other thing? Your second-line center. And they tried to fix that with Newhook, and they tried to fix that with Johansson. They tried to fix that with Middlestat, and they've tried a million different things. Nothing's worked. They acquired Brock Nelson last year, and he was fine. He was okay. But this last month, Brock Nelson has really started to hit a stride in which he had 8 goals and 14 points in the month of December. And if you're getting that type of production from your second-line center, it's going to be hard for anybody to get to Kadri level, which was, I think, 90 points over the course of that year. But it's more than good enough to back up what Nathan McKinnon's line's doing.
A lot's been made about who's going, this Olympic break now. I'm going to be, can I be honest with you? I don't like the fact that the Avs, who are this wagon right now, are playing so well, and then suddenly everybody goes away for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't think that's me being a doomsayer. I don't like that. It's not the best time for that.
I agree. I just, do you guys remember, Nelly, can you go back and look this up? Remember when it was early in the NFL season, the Jaguars won a few games. And we were kind of doing the Jags won a few games. They'll drop off, and they just never did after that. But they had the owner, Shad Khan, was in the locker room.
Yeah.
And he had that line. He goes, and it's going to go on forever.
Gonna go on forever.
I just feel like that's the
He was
Avs.
right.
I just feel like that's the Avs. Like, I don't know if there's any. Have them take 2 months off the season. But I just feel like they're going to come back. They're so damn good. They're so good.
Hey, the whole Bennington thing on the night that they made the announcement. So I'm trying to rationalize it because clearly the season he's having pales in comparison to what the Avs goalies have. And, Wedgwood, I thought, deserved it. But they're going based on what he did last time for Team Canada and how he shined in the Olympic Games. They're going on what he did for them, not this year, not on recent play with his current team. They're basically in Canada banking on whatever magic he brought to the team last time he played.
Dude, this is going to be, I swear to God, this is my new crusade now. I've had one that I've kept in my hip pocket the entirety of my radio career, which is the rings bro and quarterback wins guy drives me nuts because there's a bigger context to that nobody takes into account. I'm putting together a new crusade. Stop talking about old stuff. Judge things now. I don't care what somebody did 4 years ago in a sport. How are they playing at the current moment? Hey, Vic, quarterbacks in the NFL over the past few years have been dominated by the same ones over and over again. Look at the playoffs now. Those guys aren't there anymore. Doesn't mean they can't be. Doesn't mean they aren't still good. But things change. Just because somebody 4 years ago did a cool thing doesn't mean they do the cool thing now. They might not be the same guy. Okay?
Yeah, I'm not giving you the reasoning. I'm just telling you what they looked at.
No, I'm not.
Obvious to me.
That wasn't directed towards you.
Yeah.
But it's
you
the
can
same
direct
thing with
it
the
towards
college.
me.
It's the college football discussion. It's like, well, Bama's usually been good. Saban ain't there anymore. It's not the same team. Stop talking about them as if they're the same. They aren't. That applies to a whole bunch of different things now.
Well, it's just a little weird that the guy, again, this has CFP corruption written all over it. The guy making the picks for Team Canada happens to be the general manager of the St. Louis Blues.
Oh, yeah, of
Hey,
course.
come on, what are we doing here?
I mean, that's going to be a weird locker room
If
discussion.
if he doesn't pick his guy, then what?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
If he doesn't pick his guy and his guy played well the last time around, then what? So we all know what's going on. If the selection committee doesn't pick 5 SEC teams, then what? Then they got to go back and hear it. I mean, it's pretty obvious what we're doing here.
There's nothing I like more than just throwing things at Bennington like that, though. Over and over and over again. I was telling Nelly, I really think my favorite Avs memory since I've been here was the game that the Avs played the Blues in St. Louis on their way to winning the Cup, and Naz Kadri needed the police escort to get in, and he throws up a hat trick on him. Now, it wasn't on Bennington because he was out. I understand that. But just on St. Louis as they were giving him death threats throughout the course of that series. I can't stand the Blues. And God, do I hate Jordan Bennington with a burning sports hate passion. Speaking of sports hate, we'll get back to that in just a second because there was a lot on the table for you yesterday. Back after this. To Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Chad Brown's going to join us at 8:25 this morning. But to the college football yesterday, for Bama to get beat up like that, first of all, begs this question, Vic. We know the amount of money they have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there a chance that Kalen DeBoer's gone?
You know,
I've always said you never want to be the guy after the guy. You want to be the guy after the guy after the guy. You want to be that second one after that.
Well, Alabama has shown this really horrible trend, this penchant to get blown out.
Yeah.
It's one thing to lose. I mean, take a look at everyone's schedule. When you lose games, how you lose matters. If you lose at the buzzer, if you lose close games, that's when. If you get humbled, that ain't good. They got humbled 3 times this season.
Especially to lose like that in that situation. Like, Bama, their entire existence surrounds like we're going to play. And we're going to play for a championship, and we're going to physically be. And they got wrecked by Indiana. It's one of those things. I couldn't help but just think of it in this sort of context because there's 2 games that just made me think how far off you actually are. When Texas Tech lost the way that they did.
Yeah.
And that is the class of the Big 12.
Yeah. And it was never. If you watch that game and said to yourself, oh, they're close, you have no clue what you're talking about. Their defense is really good. That is an incomplete team if I've ever seen one.
But here's the way I thought about it. Texas Tech playing well was very important for the Big 12 to get taken more seriously. Say what you want about the ACC. They're also little brother syndrome, whatever. The ACC at least has Miami in there fighting for them right now. The Big 12 needs some sort of team that's going to step up and be taken seriously. I thought Texas Tech had the chance, not anymore. So in a CU perspective, if that's how far Texas Tech is from the elites,
how far you are.
How far are you?
Yeah.
And so that's one thing.
By the way, the news from Boulder, DJ McKinney.
Yeah.
The amount of portal losses that they have taken is unreal.
Well, and here's the other thing, just to stick for a second on the CU part of this. How does Dion begin to replicate? Like, how about this? Is Kurt Cignetti a little brash and arrogant? Yes.
You keep calling him
Pretty
Cignetti.
simple. I
Cignetti.
win.
Sorry.
Google me.
Cignetti. Is he a little brash and arrogant? Yeah. But what are you going to say? When he says, I win, Google me, run the Google search. He wins everywhere.
Well, last time he lost, Google that.
Yeah, you're Irish last year, yeah. But the point is, Dion's got that. He's going to need to back some of this up. And I think we recognize where the strengths are. How did Indiana do this quickly? How does Miami beat Ohio State? It's up front. And what's the weakest part of CU over the last, really over Dion's tenure, is up front on both sides. Can't run the ball, can't stop the run.
I want to ask you about Miami, too, because Miami, Ohio State, again, this is an ACC team, and the ACC is considered just a patsy, right?
Mm-hmm.
A patsy. Well, they took a team, the ACC, that didn't even play in its own conference championship game. Did not qualify.
Yeah.
They weren't even in it. And that team, if you watch the game, the entire game, they dominated Ohio State.
Crushed them.
The score was not an indication of the game. They dominated them on the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been a lot worse.
Isn't it funny? People always talk about how much football has changed and like you got the passing game and college football, the transfer stuff. Here's where it's been exactly the same for 100 years. If you're good up front, you're a really good football team.
You got a chance.
Like, that's it.
Yeah.
If you got a good O-line and a good D-line, you're in good shape.
Chance.
Hey, Denver Broncos, why are they good at football? Their defensive line kicks your ass every single week.
Yeah.
Their offensive line, really good. That's why they're good at football. It's all the same thing. You know, by the way, Nelly, I sent you a DM, a video. Can you pull this up on the board behind me? Because in the middle of that great Ole Miss and Georgia game last night, where it's this back and forth, Trinidad Chambliss, Gunnar Stockton just kind of battling back and forth for touchdowns. The hit that Gunnar Stockton took in that game, Vic.
Like 3 of them. This is just one of the hits.
This hit, I haven't seen a quarterback hit like this in years.
Dude, I lost my breath watching it.
So go ahead, run it, hit play. To be decleated like this, I mean, good Lord. And then he does this. Vic, he gets back up and runs the ball in the end zone the very next play.
I know. The dude's tough.
Like, how are you not dead? When's the last time you saw a quarterback hit like this?
And pop back up?
With no flag, pop back up, just good football.
So can I ask you a question? And this is why I like college football. I'm a college football fan first, more than NFL, believe it or not. Always have been, always will be. If that happens in the NFL, if Mahomes gets hits like that, if Josh Allen gets hit like that, if you name a quarterback in the National Football League, if a hit like that takes place, what happens?
There's a flag. But I think also most of the time in college football, it's a flag too. I'm just glad they didn't throw anything. I think that's a credit to the refs. That is a perfectly clean hit. Helmet's outside the shoulder pad. And look, Stockton put himself in the position. He jumped when he threw the ball.
That would be a flag 100 out of 100 times in the NFL. Excessive violence.
Right. Him getting hit like that, and then again, I don't think he's the most talented guy in the world. He's good. He's not. I don't think he's one of the most talented quarterbacks. Good Lord, dude, when you paused it on his way down, you could do the old Duke boys, Dukes of Hazzard. Record scratch. Bet you're wondering how he got in this position. But he's a tough SOB, man.
Someone on the text line says, what's the state of college football today? Where are we? Someone wrote in, Dwayne writes in, fully relying on the transfer portal is a death wish. You can't build a winning team off the portal. No, but you can get better in a hurry. Here's where college football has changed dramatically.
I don't know, bro. I mean, sorry, Vic, just quickly. You go transfer portal. Out of the teams that are left, how many of those teams got their quarterbacks off the transfer portal?
No, certain positions, yes. But I'm talking about the spine of your team, right? Mm-hmm. You have to have a semblance of order there. There have to be players that you can rely on to play that position. There have to be.
Yeah.
If you're reinventing yourself every year, you're battling time. You got to get better in a hurry. But Indiana is a classic example of that. Look at their team.
Yeah.
Everybody, the key players on their team, how many times did they mention yesterday where their center transferred from?
Yeah, a lot.
Throughout the entire game.
Yep. All right, I'm just going to say it. And this is going to be the oldest old man take I can give you. But I think it's true. Because I saw this yesterday. You can do the transfer portal thing. I do think to have a successful college football program, there has to be a sense of pride in the university that you play for. Here's what I'm talking about. Indiana won, and I know this sounds hokey. Again, this is going to sound so old. Indiana won. They all got together and sang the Indiana fight song, celebrated with their fans. There was this semblance of, it's not super individualistic.
But that wasn't always there. Signetti brought that.
This is what I'm saying.
IU football is nil.
Vic, I understand that. I'm just using Indiana as the example because that's the one that I saw. Yes, that's what's changed, but I think there has to be some of that. And I think a lot of times with CU, it's become a lot more about the branding of it than the actual university, if that makes sense.
So what you're saying is the tradition of fight songs matter?
It's just a sense of pride, like you're playing for your university and your fan base, and not just about yourself. And I'm not saying that's what's happening solely at CU or whatever, but there does seem to be like an all-for-one mentality, let's say, with these teams that are left as opposed to some other teams that aren't.
I think what you're saying is what we feared most about this era of college football is too many of these kids, and I'm not going to call them kids, they're business people. They're in it for themselves rather than the sum.
Okay, how about this? And I love Shador and I love Travis Hunter. Can you give me anybody at CU right now that would react the way that Michael Irvin reacted to Miami winning?
Okay.
Now, I know that is
right.
completely over the top.
I'm glad you brought that up. Listen, you know how hard it is for me to pull for Miami, but I was authentically and honestly pulling for Miami. I want Miami to be in the championship game. I do. Mm-hmm. And they are the arch nemesis, the arch enemy of my school. Can't stand it. But they rightfully deserve to be there. So I can overlook it. I said it the day the CFP selection show happened. Miami deserved to be in ahead of Notre Dame because they beat them. I never once disputed that. Never once. They deserve it. But let me tell you something, brother. Somebody has to stop that man. Because I am so tired of seeing a grown man on the sideline. What the hell is he?
Turn your mic on for that, Nelly. Turn your mic on.
What is going on?
Yeah, give me a good one. Good one. Yeah.
So I need to ask you this. And this is a legit question. This is legit. Just, would you classify, if you're a Miami fan, is that embarrassing?
Hey, Vic, let's just say my wife, so she was a college softball player. But
Ray Lewis was on the sideline. Ray Lewis was perfectly calm, and he's an entertaining guy too, but he was just like, yeah, I'm watching the game.
I want to tell you something. My wife was a college softball player, but let's say she was an Olympian, okay? Let's say she ran track. She was, who's the track runner with the really long nails?
Flojo?
No, she's got those, you know what I'm talking about?
Sha'Carri Richardson?
Yes,
Yeah.
that. Let's say that's my wife. And she just won a gold medal in the Olympics, Vic. I would not react with half the enthusiasm of Michael Irvin.
I'm not joking. I am honestly, concerned.
It's so over the top.
It's a circus. It's a show. Can you let the team enjoy a win without you being the show?
All right, well, let's just continue airing these grievances then, because there's two things in college football.
That was the only part of the Miami win. Everything about Miami winning was, to me, beautiful. Good for you.
Two things in college football need to stop immediately. Somebody's got to put some restraints on Michael Irvin. They got to wheel him out like Hannibal Lecter.
You could be the most ardent, loyal Miami fan out there, and I'm with you, man. Go root for your team. That's embarrassing.
Here's the second thing, and I am a dog guy. Enough with Herb Street's dog. So
my God. Oh, my God.
So sick of the dog.
Oh, my God. This show. Turn the channel. Turn the channel if you're not.
Vic,
turn
you know
the channel.
I'm an ultimate dog guy. I know
you're a dog guy.
I love dogs.
I know you're a dog guy, and I'm going to speak loud enough for my dogs to hear this. Because I know they're right outside my door. ESPN is now producing features revolving around Herb Street's dog. I sent you the video. Nelly, you have the video, correct? When the Broncos played in Kansas City on that Thursday night, the dog was on the field and they made a big to-do about it. The reason why it bothers me so much like Michael Irvin, do you think you're the only dude with a dog? What makes your damn dog so special?
You know what's really funny about the dog?
Why is your dog more special than my two beasts who sit out here? Why?
I'm going to say something, and this is not an opinion. This is an objective fact. If it wasn't a golden retriever, and it was a little foo-foo dog, a little like my Josie, a little Shih Tzu Bichon,
Look at this.
You'd be over it.
Look at this. They're shooting a video of the dog getting press credentials arriving at games. You should be, I don't know what's more embarrassing, this or Michael Irvin. Let's do a straw poll. What's more embarrassing? For a network of sports champions, a network to produce that and put it on television.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Enough with your mutt. I'm over it.
But who keeps telling him that, yeah, keep force. You know what it's like? Everybody goes through this. You have 2 small kids. I don't want to kiss your kid, dude. Nice kid. I mean, I don't want to quit bringing your kid.
Hey, you keep your dirty lips nowhere near baby Boval. You understand me?
Force feeding your kid upon us all the time. This is a dog.
You know, it sounds like Vic is going a little Sister Jean on the dog, and you finally know where I'm coming from.
Oh my! Hold on a second. Big difference between Sister Jean and the dog.
What is it?
The dog has no role. The dog is just an innocent bystander. Do you think the dog's brain is saying, "Yeah, market me, put me on, everybody, give me a mic"?
Vic, are you not reading the lower third? It says that Peter Herbstreit is the director of Snuggles. He has an official title.
I mean, the dog is just like, yeah, whatever, give me a treat.
No, this is great.
I'm clueless.
This is exactly how I felt about Sister Jean. It has nothing to do with the dog. It's everybody's decision to keep throwing the dog in your face.
I swear to God right now, if the dog makes an appearance during the Final Four, I'm not watching. I'm turning it off. I'll go back to putting my puzzle of cats together.
It's just because it's a cute dog and everybody loves golden retrievers. That's why. Everybody loves Goldens.
And somebody said, Peter's adorable, leave Peter alone. Nobody is... Listen, all those kind of dogs are adorable. If you gave me a Peter and 18 dogs like it, I wouldn't know the difference. I don't know which one is which.
No, I'll tell you what it is. I think we all have a friend that's like this, or couples that are like this. Maybe they have a dog that they bring like everywhere with them. And like every time you go out, the dog's there. And you're like, oh, hey, buddy, good to see you again. You're like, can you just leave your dog at home every once in a while? Good God. Like, does the dog have to fly on the PJ with them?
All right, so now you guys are getting out. Now you guys are getting to this point where I think that's a low blow. Someone wrote, I hope Vic never needs a service dog. Hey, I'm all about that, man. If you need help, I don't need to see him on television.
A service dog is different than director of Snuggles over here, okay?
I can't put a damn puzzle together. I'm going to get a service rooster.
Still working on that puzzle?
Yeah, it's been 2 weeks.
You said, mark my words, that puzzle would be done.
It's not done.
Was it the colors that got you? What was it?
The color schemes are killing me right now. I told my wife the other day, I go, I got all these white ones assembled. She goes, that's not white, that's blue. I'm like, oh.
So when you said great looking uniforms for Ole Miss, that was just, you're guessing?
It just looks good.
Just guessing.
Yeah. And the other thing about the service dog, unfortunately, and this is the world we live in, the fraudulent world, a lot of people claim they're service dogs, and we all know they're not. And I'm not saying that's the case here.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that's the case here. But let's be real. I want to be real on this show. Let's be real.
Like, what if Vic had his son's cat, Mr. Bill, and he's held him like Mr. Bigglesworth, Dr. Evil, the entire show every day? Wouldn't you be like, Vic, put the cat down. You don't need the cat with you at all times. That's how I feel about director of Snuggles over here.
Oh, my God. You know, and you're the one who introduced these two topics. This is not on my card today. I did not have Michael Irvin and the damn dog on my card. And yet those are the two most, I swear to God, if you gave me 3 hours to talk about those two things, I could fill 3 hours easily.
Chad Brown is going to join us in just a few minutes. Reminder to you guys, Nuggets Cavs tonight, 5:30. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio.
I thought you should have service dogs. The Nuggets, they're missing players left and right.
No, the service dog, they just need Air Bud. They need a dog who can play. Give them some minutes. Chad Brown will join us in just a few minutes here. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So get Chad's thoughts on the college football playoff along with the Broncos heading into this final game. What do you need to do in the locker room to amp yourself up for a team that's waving the white flag? We'll ask Chad Brown next. Chad Brown will join us in just a few minutes. Can I ask something else, Vic? I'm watching Indiana. And
you got me all fired up. Sorry.
The look Kurt Signetti has on the sideline, no matter what the situation is, where he always looks like his daughter's boyfriend is manning his grill. That's all like premeditated, isn't it?
You think that's fake?
Yeah.
That intense, fiery, like, I got to go to the bathroom right now look.
Like that the whole time he's just like that? Because I remember when they won the Big Ten championship, he like didn't react at all. And I was like, dude, it's okay to let out a smile and a fist pump or something like that. You just had a big win. Here's the other thing.
You know what that look is, by the way? That's the Walter White look.
Jesse.
Always
cook.
intense.
I am the danger. Yes. Here's the other thing. He's very, very good. And he's fun.
What do you think he does that's so good, though? You know, everybody's talking
I was going to talk
how,
about something else, but go ahead. Yeah, we can stay on this.
But what makes, like, a college coach so good? Is it his ability to recruit? Is it his ability to recruit and coach? Is it his ability to keep it all together? Is it his ability to make in-game decisions? What is it?
I'll tell you what I think is most impressive about him. And yes, you need to be able to recruit and get talent on campus. We all know that. I think his best asset, Vic, in Indiana's overall, they are the most disciplined football team I've ever seen. They don't make a mistake. Like, that's why I think he gave the look when Bama was doing that. Wasn't the first quarter where they had the punt team out there, and then they brought the offense out, and then the punt team was back. And he's looking at him like, my team's not going to jump off sides, man.
What are you doing?
You're wasting your time
and
here.
it didn't work.
And the two times Bama goes on a fourth down, like they're disciplined enough to not make a mistake and then make the play and get off the field. Like they're just so good at that. They don't ever kill themselves by doing stupid stuff. And I think that's sort of the superpower that they have right now. Secondly, I was going to say this guy is really good and he's fun. Something about Fernando Mendoza when he speaks weirds me out.
I know what you're thinking.
He's an odd
after the game, he was like, this conglomerate came together. I'm like, what? What?
He always sounds like he's on the verge of bursting into tears. Like,
it sounds like
we all put this so much time together, and I love all my teammates. And it's just like, bro, take a breath.
It sounds like he's running for state senator.
Wow, I did a really good impression.
We were never supposed to be in this position.
Honestly, he's going to go really high in this draft, it sounds like, that he's going to be a first-round pick or whatever. I don't know how I'd feel if that's the quarterback of my football team. I really don't.
He's damn good.
No, he's very good.
He was good with his feet yesterday.
Look, and he's a genius. I think he originally committed to play at Princeton, right?
Yeah, I've heard some things about his ability, his study habits, his ability to process film.
Well, they said during the game that when he went to the Heisman ceremony, that he asked for printouts and pictures of every Heisman winner. So he had a bio and he could talk to them about stuff. And I'm like, me? I just introduced myself. Hi, I'm Fernando. That would be my thing, my prep. We're going to go out to the Ramaslaw hotline. Car accident, you need Ramaslaw medical doctor, attorney, Chad Brown joins us. Chad, what'd you think of my Fernando Mendoza impression?
I won't say spot on, but good enough.
Yes.
Good enough, man.
Chad, how did Indiana do it? How did Signetti do it so fast? How does this work? What makes him such a remarkable coach to assemble that roster and coach it the way he has?
That's a great question, and I don't think even he could answer it in a cohesive way. Certainly, he's won everywhere he's been. So there's the personal factor of himself. Unlike so much of college football, he's kept his coordinators together. They've been with him for 9 years plus. So he's not trying to reinvent the wheel or build something new every year. He's got consistency. He's got stability on the coaching staff. So some of those guys have been with him for multiple stops. Some of those players did transfer in with him from JMU, but not all of them. So the ones who are most capable of making that step forward from JMU to big-time college football. But yeah, if it was just that easy, then everyone would do that. There's a certain clear cockiness to him. Google me, I win.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, he's also not a coaching tyrant. Practices are less than 90 minutes. He wants to keep his players mentally and physically fresh. So how he balances the football nerd, how he balances the desire to win and the cockiness with respecting the players and their time and making sure they're fresh. I wish I was inside of that so I could give you a more detailed picture. But I've called their games the last 2 years, and there's a legitimacy to them that's not just a Cinderella, temporary, brief, shining light story.
Yeah.
They're a legit program, and he's built something legitimate that I think everyone in college football is going to try the best to replicate. But just some of the things I just talked about right now, a lot of people can't do that. A lot of coaches don't have the kind of relationships where people are going to stick with you for 9 years, 10 years. They don't have those kind of ties. So again, it just seems like it's a very difficult thing to instantly give the formula and try to replicate someplace else.
Well, maybe part of that consistency can lead to this, because I think their superpower, I mean, they're obviously talented. We all can see that. And they physically, to be able to match up with Bama, not match up, outmatch Bama and Ohio State in back-to-back games is something that's, it's crazy. But I think their superpower, they are extraordinarily disciplined. They don't make mistakes. They don't turn the ball over. They don't commit penalties. Like, I think that's half the reason why he has that sort of like cockeyed stare the whole time when Alabama's trying to get him to jump off sides. He's like, bro, no chance. We're too disciplined. We aren't going to do that stuff. What do you think?
I think there's obviously something to be said for that. But, I mean, think about which team was it before the half? No, it was Ole Miss. Ole Miss ended up winning the game, but before the half, they were trying to execute a 2-minute drive, and they had a receiver cut back in, and instead of going out to stop the clock.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And so you think Pete Golding sucks as a coach? You think their offensive coordinator didn't go over that play so many times with how to execute that situation for Ole Miss? Yet, for some reason, in Indiana, the lessons stick. I mean, Kirk Cignetta's not out there with a whip and whipping guys at practice to make the lessons stick. He's just a football coach with a loud voice who yells like every other football coach does. But for whatever reason, in Indiana, he's able to get through with the coaching and make them stick. And this team operates within that fashion versus other teams with coaches who make $10 million a year. Their players can't do that for some reason. And we're watching the best of the best in college football. Apologies to Notre Dame and Vic. But outside of that, we're watching the best of the best in college football this last weekend or yesterday. And most teams can't play with that level. So that's certainly part of the secret sauce. But I suppose the reasons and how the secret sauce is put into the guys' minds is what we're missing here, because not everyone else can do that.
Yeah.
Listen, we're not going to relitigate the greatest crime ever made in the history of college football, but I'm not going to lead the witness with this question. Whatever. I'm going to ask you this: when I say SEC, what comes to mind, Chad Brown?
Tops of college football. Tops of college football, no doubt.
Best conference of college football.
Big Ten. Interesting, right? I think top to bottom, the SEC plays more physical brand of football. Their line play is more consistent top to bottom of the conference. Mm-hmm. But obviously you can't dismiss what Indiana and Ohio State have done over the last couple of years and suddenly give it to the SEC when the Big Ten has a national champion. And it looks like they're going to have another one here coming up.
Why did the SEC get 5 teams into the CFP?
Part of it's reputation. Part of it is blue bloods. Part of it is recognizing the gauntlet that is the SEC, mm-hmm. and recognizing some of the things I just talked about, particularly the defensive and offensive line play in that conference, which just is better than everyone else.
Better than Miami's?
And that's an interesting one. As a conference, yes, the SEC is incredibly deeper than the ACC. Is Miami replicating SEC football? Yeah, Mario Cristobal learned next to Nick Saban and learned that the bigger, more physical team turned it into a rock fight. That's how you're going to win a national championship. So he's brought SEC-style recruiting and offensive and defensive line play to the ACC.
Let me push back a little bit on this, because this is where I have a problem with what you deem as deep and, oh my gosh, it's a gauntlet. So Oklahoma beats Alabama in Alabama. And all of a sudden, the impression is, oh my God, Oklahoma must be really, watch out. Oklahoma went to Alabama and won. My reaction is, big deal. Alabama's not that good. So now Oklahoma is thrust into this sphere of, they must be really good if they can do that. We've now learned Alabama is not that good. So why is it that if you beat a fellow SEC team, that suddenly makes you a gauntlet schedule? I think the whole schedule thing is paper mache. I think it's fake. So you beat Tennessee. Big deal. They suck. You beat South Carolina. They suck. I think the fact that they beat each other, you're falling prey to that like everybody else. Big deal.
I get what you're saying, and I think it's easier to look back at the end of the season and make such claims. But the reality versus the SEC bias, I think, takes a year or two to catch up. We can't really rate the conferences until the seasons are over, until we have the complete picture. But the perception is always going to be, at least until the SEC has several off years in a row, not just one or two, but several in a row, that, to your point, that we look at Alabama through a proper lens. We look at Tennessee through a proper lens. But I think, like all of football, hell, we see it in the NFL.
Sure.
No one is perfect.
Well, that's why.
Everyone is deeply imperfect. But to go back to your point about Oklahoma started the season 4-0, and John Mateer was the leading Heisman candidate. Then he broke his hand, and then the rest of the country discovered, without him, they don't have a run game. And then Oklahoma got holes poked in them. So it's this constant evaluation process. But yes, is what you're saying true?
Yeah.
Yes, factually. Is what I'm saying true perceptionally?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, next year, the SEC will be perceived slightly differently than it was this year. And maybe we'll get a truer ranking system based off of that. But the ranking system is incredibly unfair because it's not apples to apples. They're not NFL teams. We're different conferences. And we're asking voters to be able to watch all these games and be able to extrapolate a Miami win in the ACC versus an SEC win. And part of this extrapolation has to be past history. We have to go off the past in this ranking system as it's currently constructed.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is, you started this conversation by saying the ACC is not nearly as deep as the Southeast Conference, and I agree with you. But isn't it interesting that an ACC dog this year, Florida State, beat the crap out of Alabama to open the season?
Yes, and of course, that one is excused over that Alabama wasn't ready to go, and we saw the true Alabama as the season went along.
That's what I'm saying. You see, they needed some games against, Mississippi State to get going. See, you see the flaw there? It's just such crap.
I want to ask two.
But here's the thing. I'm not pushing back on you.
Yeah.
I have to, because it's college football, and this is maybe the major sport that is most involved in mythology and ties to the past. I mean, you can't watch a Notre Dame game without seeing a picture, a black and white picture of the Four Horsemen.
I agree.
You just can't.
Hey,
Rocky,
Chad,
that comes up every Notre Dame broadcast.
Chad,
so
there were years.
The mythology of the past is critically important.
Chad, and the reason why I think most Notre Dame folks are upset, Chad, there were years where I didn't want Notre Dame to play in the damn national championship game because I knew they were inferior. There were days, like when they got beat by Clemson in the Final Four a few years, I was like, oh my God, this is not one of those years. Well, they matched up everywhere across the board, and that's where the anger stems.
Can I give you two quick questions here? Because I do want to ask you one about the Broncos in a second. But Ole Miss, who fantastic game last night. I love watching Trinidad Chambliss. I think they're a really fun team. How big to you is the no Lane Kiffin factor? Is that a huge deal, or is that just a big storyline surrounding them?
I think it's huge, and not necessarily from we got rid of chaos and uncertainty in our locker room, as much as they had a defensive guy. And as a former defensive guy, I love seeing defensive guys get the opportunity to head job because they are going to call the game in ways that benefit their defense. And defense wins championships, and defense travels. And defensive-minded coaches find ways to run the ball and be more consistent with the run game because I want to help and benefit my defense. And so I think they would be very good with Lane Kiffin at the helm. But the fact that it's Pete Golding, he's going to view it through that particular lens, I think that gave them enough to win a close game, as opposed to trying to be in a shootout with Georgia where they only got Georgia to punt a couple of times earlier this year. There's something about a defensive-minded coach. Is this going to be the championship year for Ole Miss? I can't say it will be. But in a rematch game with the same two teams going out there and rolling them out, for some reason, I prefer a defensive-minded head coach versus an offensive-minded one.
And then last thing, the Broncos this weekend have a chance to lock up the 1 seed in the AFC, get a bye heading into the divisional round. They're playing against a team that is basically waving the white flag, saying we aren't playing anybody. How do you keep motivated in that weird situation of you're facing a team that's basically telling you we aren't going to play our good guys, we're just trying to get to the postseason healthy, but you're motivated because this is essentially a playoff game for you. You can skip the wild card round if you win. What are you doing in the locker room to keep yourself in that prism, that perspective?
It doesn't take very long to point at the Broncos record against the Chiefs on Christmas and the 2 Raiders games. I know the 1 Raiders game wasn't close to the score, but you managed these 1-score wins against them. You played down to the level opponents. Let's go out and go into the playoffs, play our standard, play our level of football. Don't play down to them. Play to your level of opponent. Someone did a 1-score reversal chart. And if all the Bronco wins by 1 score were reversed into losses, the Broncos would be 4-12. 4-12. So I have to imagine that chart has somehow made it into Sean Payton's conversation this week. And it goes back to what we were talking about, I think, a week ago, last time we got together, and their ability to find close ways to win. This is what Sean Payton is doing. And not to poo-poo that, obviously, they're incredibly successful with what they tried to pull off this year. But there is a football experience, a conventional football wisdom that says you can't continue that. Heck, even the Chiefs did last year, but they got destroyed in the Super Bowl.
Right.
So if this is the Broncos style of play, it didn't work for the Chiefs last year in the ultimate game. If they want to win the ultimate game, well, Sean Payton could say, it starts this week against the Chargers. We've got to find a way to play to our standards and can't play down to their level and find a way just to boat race these dudes, because this is the fifth backup quarterback we faced this year.
Yeah.
And people have doubts about us because we have 1-score games against inferior teams and backup quarterbacks.
Chad, by the way, it was cool to see your former CU teammate Alfred Williams inducted into the Orange Bowl Ring of Fame. Are you in that Ring of Fame? Because you deserve to be.
I was unaware that there was an Orange Bowl Ring of Fame.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Alfred Williams. Obviously, he was a big part of our success in that game. But considering I was the one who forced the fumble from Ricky Waters, which set up the go-ahead touchdown by Charles Johnson, I certainly am expecting
you didn't get that call.
FedEx or an email or a phone call from the Orange Bowl Hall of Fame any day now. You can find me. You can contact me at Altitude Radio. You guys have my contact info.
I'll
you guys
send this
need
tape.
to find me and
We'll send
right
this tape.
wrong.
Right.
Snubbed again, Chad Brown.
Snubbed again, yes.
Always appreciate talking to you, Chad. Thank you, buddy.
Oh, well, thank you. This time, unfortunately, I wasn't just simply overpowered. I've been ignored this time.
You're right.
See you guys.
See you, buddy.
Happy New Year.
You too, man. And, I'm not saying this because Chad's just on the show, but his career, I think he's been ignored at every level. I thought he was a hell of an NFL player, and it's in CU history. They haven't done enough for those teams up there.
I agree.
They haven't done enough.
Yep.
Those teams that they put on the field in the early 90s, they were the best teams in the history of that program, And frankly, they should live forever.
Yeah.
And they need to do more.
Overpowered and ignored. Put it on my tombstone. 303-504-0925. It's Bud Light Football Friday. Back after this. Something about Fernando Mendoza when he speaks weirds me out.
I know what you're thinking.
He's
it's just
he's
like,
an odd
after the game,
duck.
he was like, this conglomerate came together. I'm like, what? What?
He always sounds like he's on the verge of bursting into tears. Like,
it sounds like
we all put this so much time together, and I love all my teammates. And it's just like, bro, take a breath.
It sounds like he's running for state senator.
Wow, I did a really good impression.
We were never supposed to be in this position.
It's the only way I can put it. Something about him weirds me out. I think that's just he's intelligent. And I'm not around intelligent people all that often. And maybe that's how they sound. I have no idea.
Either he's overly mature, or I don't know either how to explain it. He says all the right things. You know, he's talking about when he won the Heisman, it's a team award. It represents 22 players. It's not him. He's almost the antithesis of what we come to learn from some of these dudes, right? Like Diego Pavia. Did you see Diego Pavia, how he embarrassed himself at the Heisman ceremony?
He's okay, you know who Baby Gronk is?
Baby Gronk.
He's that like that 12-year-old kid who's just a bunch of people know what I'm talking about. Nelly, Diego Pavia is Baby Gronk grown up, correct?
He is, and Diego Pavia's like stature and his face and his just whole attitude, they're on different pages. He's just a mishmash of weird stuff.
Yeah, and then you got your ass beat by Iowa.
He was on a podcast. He goes, I know how to beat Iowa. You score 7 points. They lost 34-27 or something.
It worked out for you.
Yeah. No, Pavia is worse. But Mendoza sounds, how about this? It sounds like he does his post-game interview 50 times in the mirror, preparing for that moment. That's what it sounds like. And judging by how much he preps, again, during the broadcast, they said he got bios and pictures of all Heisman winners that were going to be at the ceremony so he could talk to them about something.
You know what that reminds me of? Who it reminds me of? Peyton Manning.
Really?
Yeah. Oh.
Well,
ask anybody who knows Peyton Manning.
Hang on. I know how prepared Manning was, but would Manning have printouts of Heisman winners and little tidbits he'd say to him?
Wouldn't surprise me one bit. I have seen it with my own eyes.
Wait, wasn't there a scene in The Office where Michael Scott has note cards on all the guys he does business with and a little bio about their family? And he goes, hello, John. How was your daughter? That's what Mendoza was doing?
We were never supposed to be in this position.
Somebody said this on the text line. Lance said, I thought the exact same thing. Mendoza looks and acts exactly like Kirk Cousins. Like, I felt like I was watching Kirk Cousins whenever he does an interview.
That's a great comp.
Yes.
It's a great comp.
So, game tonight, 5:30, Nuggets and Cavs. Let's do this.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
I am going to put Vic in the impossible position of Vic. Give me the keys to the game with all of the Nuggets Summer League roster out there tonight.
Again, if you're just tuning in, there's a new theme for the season, a motto. When they won a championship, the motto was "Bring it in." This year, we're going to make T-shirts, and the T-shirt's going to read "Reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks." That's the motto. That's what they're doing. That's what everybody is. I don't know what to say. I should not be taken seriously anymore regarding Nuggets keys, because the key going into that Toronto game that I gave you was punt, and they won.
Yeah.
And they won. So I am not to be taken as a credible source on this. I'm an idiot. They won a game that I thought they had no chance of winning. Tonight they are 13.5-point underdogs. Don't remember the last time the Denver Nuggets were 13.5-point underdogs. Well, can't remember the last time they were missing 5 key players, 4 of them starters, and 1 of them a Hall of Famer. Tonight, in Cleveland, the key to the game is simple. Don't get hurt. I'll say that again. I said it going into the last game. Don't get hurt. I would not play Jamal Murray. That's me.
Well, you said that last time, then they won.
I know.
Yeah.
But you're asking my opinion, not theirs.
You know
You're
what?
asking my opinion.
I like Devin on the text line, his key to the game better. Key to the game. Jamal Murray has to score 87 points tonight.
Because here's what I worry about. I worry about him trying to shoulder too much of the load. And next thing you know, I just worry about – I'm a worrier, and I just don't know how you – listen, I'm looking at injury reports right now. Dan Hyatt, he put them side by side. The Denver Broncos injury report and the Denver Nuggets injury report. In case you haven't heard, the Denver Broncos are a football team. There are 53 players on the roster.
Yeah.
The injury reports are equal. They each have 6 players on that injury report.
Nelly looked it up this morning. $113 million is out of the lineup right now for the Nuggets. $113 mil.
Never in my life have I seen this many key injuries to a basketball team this early in the season. Ever.
Keys to the
Never
game.
happened.
Powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Again, that game 5:30 tonight, right here, Altitude Sports.
There is one silver lining to emerge, with all these injuries. Deron Holmes can play. He's going
to have to.
Well, he's going to play, and I wondered, why is he not playing? And you know what? I think the Nuggets slow played that perfectly and beautifully. They got him ample playing time in the G League instead of spot duty here and there with the big team.
Hang on a second. Here, I do have, we'll get to this in just a minute because I have a fear about the Holmes thing now with both Valanciunas and Jokic out. I get a fear about that we'll get to in a second, but we have a caller. Quickly, caller.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
What,
You
we
called
don't,
in.
Hey, Nelly, we don't take calls. Especially on a jam-packed day like this. We don't take calls from stragglers.
Yeah, so make it quick, Mose. What you got?
I heard Vic call himself an idiot. I wanted to call and agree with him. Number 2, Broncos by 200, and number 3, I'm taking off for Carolina.
Yeah, nobody cares.
And and number 4, with me out of the lineup today, it's about $20 on the shelf today from our show. Yeah.
Hey, caller.
Nuggets have 113 mil out. You got $20 out.
Actually, you're actually borrowing money most of the time you're on the show.
That's true.
Pretty much, yeah.
Caller, what do you think about the goalie situation? Bennington getting in over the Woods.
Dude, isn't that funny? Then they go ahead and put 6 on him. Hey, listen, man, I'm not going to cast aspersions. Bennington is he's a big game goalie, fine, whatever. If I was running the show, Vic, if I was Doug Armstrong of the St. Louis Blues running Team Canada,
do the same thing.
I would take the best. I'd take the best goalies on the planet right now. And two of those reside right here with the Colorado Avalanche. As a selfish fan, I'm glad they're going to get rest. Good. I don't want to, I want them to get rest, but both of them deserve to be there because I think they're both playing awesome hockey.
Caller, a couple more. Brock Nelson made the U.S. team, and then the Finland team, Kiviranta and Lecky made that team. So
also, Landy's on Sweden. They just announced that a little bit ago.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Man, the entire roster's
dude,
playing.
Brett, they had to pick 6 players like 6 months ago. That's how you knew that they already picked Landy. That's how you knew that his knee was fine because Team Sweden wouldn't have picked him 6 months ago as one of the original 6.
Hey, caller, is there any part of you, and again, I don't want to go down this road, maybe this All-Star, this extended Winter Olympic break, the way the Avs are playing, I don't want a break.
Make it quick, caller.
Well, you're right. I mean, hell, I don't want anything to happen. I've seen it before. But I think this team is too focused and too good to pull that crap. This team is too locked in to not come back and kick butt. That's the way I look at it.
Okay, Moshe, have a good flight.
Oh, that's Moshe?
Good talk.
I thought that was a caller.
Okay, see ya. Yes, a caller. Somebody on Twitch says Mark Thonzer is the name. So I do want to get back to Deron Holmes. There is a concern that I have, and it reminds me a little bit of Zeke Naji. We'll get to it next. All right, I want to point out something just real quick. Vic, I was gone for a month. Just call it a month. Did you even?
You were also reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks.
Yes, I was. It was me. It's Gordon. It's Cam Johnson. It's everybody. I was gone for a month. That old 4-week reevaluation. In my defense, I was reevaluated and came back sooner than originally planned. But did you even know if I was alive during that month?
I never once heard from you. I texted you on 2 occasions just to see how the thing went.
How it was going, yeah.
And you texted back, said it's great. And you never really interfered with the show. You never called for any, hey, maybe I should do this. Never.
Moser was off for 2 hours and had to be on the show.
Mm-hmm.
I was off for a month. You guys didn't know if I was living.
Who told you that?
Well, you guys are different people. Moser, if you're listening, you know what kind of person you are.
I never had the urge, Vic, to spit out a hot take in the middle of it. Not once. I was like, you know what, those guys got it. They're doing a great job.
Brett, people would ask me, they go, hey, they'd say, how's Brett doing? Is his new daughter all right? How's mom doing? I go, you think Brett told me anything?
Sure.
Guys, there's one thing you have to know about me. If I had the opportunity to completely disappear, I would do so. Okay? And there'd be about 8 people in this world that would know what I'm doing or how I'm doing. But I have a thought on Deron Holmes real quick, Vic, and it's a concern. Now, doesn't mean I'm super scared of it, but it has to do with Zeke. I don't know what kind of NBA player that Zeke Najee is. They obviously thought highly enough of him to give him an $8 million a year extension, which meant he had some ability, right? I think there's an argument you could make, not knowing really what kind of player he is still, that the forcing Zeke to play out of position did not help his career. You remember when Calvin Booth and Mike Malone were here, they had that press conference around the trade deadline, and Calvin Booth said, one thing is very clear, Zeke Najee is not a 5.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been guarding centers.
And we were all trying to translate that because we knew there was some turmoil between Malone and Calvin Booth, that maybe that was Calvin Booth saying out loud for everybody to hear, stop playing him as a 5, he's a 4, right? Well, you're in a position now where you're kind of forcing somebody who's not a 5 to play a 5.
What choice do you have?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. My concern is Deron Holmes, we all kind of saw his game is not built that way. If he's forced to play that way, I just hope that doesn't hinder some progression, I guess.
You know, it's so funny when I say what choice do they have, it really comes down to no choice. I remember in the closing seconds of that Toronto game in the final minute when Toronto had to foul, right? And they fouled Spencer Jones. And Dempsey and I are talking, and we're like, because Spencer had struggled from the foul line.
Yeah.
Struggled. And we're both saying to ourselves, why is Spencer Jones in the game right now? And then we looked and said, because there's nobody else.
Right. Yeah.
And he made both free throws. Give him credit. He knocked them both down.
I like Spencer.
I love Spencer. You kidding me? But in those situations, right? Oh, by the way, the close of that Toronto game. I love the fact that the Nuggets persevered and won that game. I don't understand why they don't foul when they're up 3. Like, even on that final play, grab the first guy you see and foul.
Yeah, I know there's a battle between different schools of thought on that.
I've never understood that. You almost tied the game and went to overtime with a fluke 3, but I've never... Somebody needs to explain. Next time I see Coach Adelman, I'm going to ask him bluntly, what is the strategy that you employ where because some teams foul, some others do not. Why even give them the opportunity to tie the game?
Are they worried somebody's going to foul somebody in the act of shooting and they don't want to have that be a risk or something?
We've seen twice now. Anthony Edwards tied a game, and they were trying to foul there, and they couldn't. He tied a game at the buzzer with the 3.
Yeah.
And Brandon Ingram, I mean, thank goodness for replay, he tied the game.
Right.
And in both situations, I just, maybe there wasn't enough time left to get that communication across. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It makes sense to me. Seems like the easiest thing. Now, there's got to be I think there's got to be trust that your players know when to foul, how to win.
We'll work on it.
You know, I get it. I get it. Yeah, but I don't understand it either. I'm with you. I would foul.
I'm just saying mathematically, numbers-wise, I mean, I would foul 100 out of 100 times in those situations. Why even give them – these are NBA players. These guys they're superhuman.
Yeah.
They make shots like that.
Mm-hmm. I don't have a good answer for you. I don't know.
Now,
I would do the same thing.
As for Deron Holmes, you have no choice but to play him as a big, and he's going to be facing some serious obstacles tonight because Cleveland plays big.
Yeah. Does my concern make sense to you, though?
Oh, it makes 100% sense, but I think it's different. I don't think you evaluate those guys in this period like you would in a normal circumstance.
Of course, yeah.
And you just tell him to have fun and play the best he can. I mean, Zeke Najee's going to have to play. He's going to remember that there were lineups where the Nuggets played both Jonas and Joker.
Yeah.
Now what?
Well, I'm just from a
Would it surprise you, by the way, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Would it surprise you? And again, I'm not trying to hurry anybody up. You take all the time you need. But it would not surprise me one bit if Joker returned before Jonas.
I agree with that. And I don't see, this is one of those, like, don't rush him back from injury. If it's just a bone bruise, there's not like a risk of coming back too early if it feels right.
Well, he'll tell you when he's ready. The fact that we saw Nikola Jokic, every Nuggets fan, your eyes should light up. When you saw him 2 days after the fact, 2 days after he hobbled off a court, needed help, and he's striding. Now, he's still limping a bit, but he's walking without any help. That's great news.
Just for information for people listening, right now what the Nuggets have on their roster with both Val and Jokic out, the tallest guy on the floor is Zeke Naji. He's listed at 6'10". Sure. I think it's more like 6'9". Deron Holmes is also 6'9". Who is the next tallest player that is available and on the roster right now, outside of Naji and Holmes?
Payne Watson, 6'8".
Yeah, it's him and Hunter Tyson.
Yeah. I looked at the roster. I cheated because
those are the tallest people left.
Yeah.
And Peyton Watson's a 3. He's a 3.
Now, they may be able to get some help from a 10-day contract here. But this is why I think the next few games are very, very important. You can't afford to lose anybody else. You just can't.
Yeah.
They're 13.5-point dogs in Cleveland tonight. You stole one in Toronto. Stole one. Awesome. Taking a look at the Nuggets schedule. Cleveland tonight, which is going to be difficult, and then a back-to-back Sunday, Monday at Brooklyn, at Philly. Okay? When do you want to bring CB and AG back? Because they're close, and we were told by Adelman that they could be available at the end of this road trip. You're not going to play him in the back-to-back, both games. Do you play him in the second game? Do you wait for Philly? Or do you wait till Wednesday against Boston? Or do you say, scrap this whole road trip, let's wait till they get back home Friday against Atlanta?
I mean, you are going to the back-to-back is off. So I think the earliest you'd go is probably Monday against Philly. I mean, here's my thought on this, though, Vic. It's hard to make this assessment when you don't really know what they feel like right now, but assume they feel 100% and they're healthy again. I mean, just bring them back. I don't. Why wouldn't you? What's the point of waiting longer if they're healthy, I guess?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, but if they're not back, because if you get those guys back, you got a fighting chance now, right? You get a fighting chance. But if they're not back, it's just one big experiment. And again, the other silver lining from that game the other night, Deron Holmes is one. The other one, I think, we're not giving enough credit to David Adelman and his staff. You saw how differently they played. They scrapped on defense. They only gave up 103 points.
I know.
When's the last time? I'm looking at it right now. All right, so they gave up 103. That's their best game defensively since. Okay, they won that.
Might
game.
be of the year.
Hold on. Let me look. No, they won a game against Indiana where they gave up 100 points on November 8th.
Now, we've brought this up. If given what you were missing in your lineup, just from a defensive matchup standpoint, if there's any team you'd most want to play in the league with no bigs, it's probably Toronto because they play super tiny too. I'm curious how that looks tonight with both a Mobley and Jared Allen on the floor at once.
That's going to be tough. Toronto reminds me there's a slew of teams, and I don't want to disrespect these teams, but it's just a fact. There are a slew of try-hard teams who have great records. By the way, Toronto is the fourth team in the East. Tells you about the Eastern Conference when the fourth team in the East can't beat an injury-riddled Nuggets team at home.
Yeah.
What does that tell you about the Eastern Conference? There's a slew of teams out there who are just try-hard teams, Brent. Toronto's one. I mean, they guard full court. They're in your face. Phoenix is another.
Yep.
Their record's better than they are. But at the end of the day, these teams aren't going to be there.
Right.
You just know they're not.
Right.
But they're just winning games because they're try-hard teams.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. You're so right about the East, though. The East is just, it's incomparable to what the Western Conference is.
I mean, think about that. The fourth best team in the Eastern Conference could not beat an injury-shackled Nuggets team at home.
Like, for the Pistons to lead that, no disrespect to them, I think they got some talent. You just know if they're matched up in the Western Conference, it's not going to look that way. They aren't going to be 25-9 or whatever the record is right now. So, game tonight, 5:30 against the Cavs. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. We will get back to the football in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Talk about the importance of it feeling like a playoff game, but knowing that you get the bye if you win. How much is that emphasized of how important it is? So you can get time off?
It's time off. It's also a game you don't have to play. So it's time off, but like you skip a weekend, and then it's, hey, 2 home games to get to where you want to go. But the focus is on beating a real good Charger team.
Sean Payton yesterday. Vic, I said it earlier this week, given that the Chargers were going to bench a whole bunch of guys, it's hard to come up with like, hey, what matchups should the Broncos take advantage of, or what are you worried about? Like, there's not too much concern heading into this game because it feels like a game that the Broncos should dominate. Now, just to ask this out loud, I think there's like a 0.001% of chance of this happening. But if the Broncos do somehow have a close game at the end of the fourth quarter or lose this game, how does that, how does it look to get there? Is it just they turn the ball over a lot? It's I'm trying everything in my fiber to think of like how that happens. And I'm like, Trey Lance ends up beating the Broncos defense in a game that they have to win that the Chargers don't care about, and nothing is computing.
I can't imagine that. I just don't understand why or how that would happen. But if that were to happen, oh my goodness. The level of confidence going into the playoffs would be at an all-time low if that were to happen.
Does that still apply even if the game's close? Like if the Broncos the Broncos need to score at the end?
No.
Okay.
I honestly don't think that because we're used to that. It wasn't supposed to be close against the Raiders 2 games. It wasn't supposed to be close against Kansas City. It wasn't supposed to be close against the Giants or the Jets. No, we're used to that.
Right.
That's what they do.
Yeah, this is, again, you have some evidence towards a game like this. And it was a year ago, this exact same week. The Chiefs packed it up, got ready for the postseason. You needed a win to get into the postseason, and the game was over at halftime. It was 24-0, and you just kind of put it on cruise control.
I see that Chargers injury report, though. I wonder how many of those guys will sit on the shelf for the game. Just because they're on their injury report doesn't mean they're going to sit.
Right. Like, you have to play people. We kind of understand that. I would assume that the biggest guns they have are probably sitting. Like, Herbert obviously is. They said that already. I would assume Derwin James is probably going to be on the shelf. I would assume Khalil Mack's probably going to be on the shelf. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you take, let's just call it the top 5-6 players on that team, they're probably going to be out for that game. But you need to lock in this 1 seed, and then it becomes what matchups are you going to get? And by the way, we have all of the games that matter, I'll call it, that really matter, are going to be on 92.5 this weekend. So tomorrow we'll have both the Panthers game against the Bucks. It starts at 2:30. The winner of that wins the NFC South, makes the postseason. And then at night we'll have the Seahawks and Niners at 6 o'clock. The winner of that wins the NFC West. And then on Sunday, the late game between the Ravens and the Steelers, the winner of that makes the postseason with the AFC North crown. So we'll have all of the big games with huge implications over the weekend. But this is just go out and win the damn football game.
What a weird, we have a lot of stuff this sports week, and it's always jam-packed during the holidays. But isn't it weird knowing that the top team in the AFC, your team, playing at home, why does this game feel so anticlimactic? Why does it?
I know.
It's Friday. It's 2 days before. Why am I like, what's wrong?
It's because of what the Chargers did. Like, if the Chargers were playing everybody, Vic, this is huge. This is huge for a number of different reasons. Like, you're now playing an extra game that you didn't have to if you lose to them. But the thought of losing feels so out of the realm of possibility. And maybe this is my fault. Maybe I'm not taking the evidence that they've put in front of you all year, which is they just kind of play up and down a competition. Mm-hmm. So maybe I'm wrong on this, but it does feel different. You're right.
So much of it stems from what the opposition, what kind of desperation the opposition has.
Yeah.
Like, what do they have? What are the Chargers putting on that field that says, we got to make this play? Besides the obvious, trying to keep your job and putting tape out there, as everybody says. But what else? What else is there? Like when the Chiefs came in here last year and basically laid down, right? They were just resting for the postseason run. And it worked. They got all the way to the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
That was a smart move, correct? In hindsight?
Yes. All right, let me ask you this. Would you rather take a loss with all the Broncos healthy or a win, but a key figure gets hurt in this game?
Wait, say that one more time.
The Broncos somehow lose to the Chargers, but everybody stays healthy. Or they beat the Chargers, but a key guy is lost for the postseason.
Oh, that is such an awful scenario you just painted for me.
I know
That's
it
a
is.
lose-lose scenario.
I'm trying to figure out a way to talk about this damn game.
Can you give me one where there's a... you just jump off a cliff or get decapitated. Just give me something I like.
If you had to choose one, though, you get the bye, but you lose. I'm not going to pick a specific guy. It'll be a non-quarterback, but a key factor of your team is lost for the postseason, but you do get the bye in the number 1 seed.
I'll take the bye.
Okay. I would too. I'm trying to figure out how to put stakes on this game. You know what I mean? Like, all right. Broncos get the 1 seed, but Vic, I get your pinky toe. I don't know what to do. That's what's so weird about this. Like, this game has a whole bunch of implication to it because it is like, I've said this before. This is a playoff game for the Broncos. This is getting a win in the wild card. That's what this game means. And it feels, as you said, so anticlimactic that it's hard to discuss.
I don't know what to do with this game.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember the last time the Broncos were in this situation, to be honest with you.
Well, 2015, right?
No, 2015, they had to win, and they had to hope New England lost. No. 2015, every game mattered. And ironically enough, that game ended against the Chargers. A game in which Brock Osweiler started. Was that the game where Brock Osweiler started and Peyton came off the bench? Help me out.
I can't remember.
Listeners, help me out with this. Texters, help me out. Wasn't that the game where it's just blah, and Peyton came off the bench, and then they gritted it out?
Okay, wait a minute.
Remember, the Broncos, so many things happened in that finale. The Broncos not only won, they needed New England to lose to Miami to get home field throughout the playoffs.
Okay, so this shouldn't be that hard, Vic. How did we feel heading into last year?
What do you mean?
The Broncos needed a win to make the postseason. The Chiefs shut it down. Did it feel anticlimactic, or was that because you haven't made the playoffs in so long?
It wasn't anticlimactic because you were still like, come on, let's get there.
And you were still nervous because you're playing Kansas City, and you're like,
exactly.
Even without Mahomes, but
Yeah, so everybody confirms what I thought. That was a tough win against the Chargers team. Yeah. You had to win that game. You had to for a shot at home field and the number 1 seed. And then you got help from New England losing. So there was so much more at stake. You had a quarterback issue. You didn't know if your quarterback was healthy.
Right.
There were so many storylines that year. There are no storylines now. It's just like,
It's just win the game. Just win the game. I do think that they have to. When a team is basically laying down for you, have to be able to put it on them. You know, this is when you play a Raiders team that's just not good. They're giving full effort, though. The guys on the field, they might not be talented, but they're trying.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know for the Chargers how much they're going to be putting that together. I know the guys when you're on the field, you can't not go 100%. You're going to get hurt that way.
Well, I guess that's like saying you should beat a team at home in basketball if that team is missing 4 starters, including 1 future Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah, regular season, though. If that game, how about this, Vic? If Toronto had to win that game in order to make the playoffs, I bet you that game looks a little bit different. I bet they don't take Denver lightly.
Yeah,
in
human
a
nature.
scenario like
but see,
that.
now human nature took over, and I think that's the fear that Sean Payton has, which is why he's making this a playoff game in-house and this and that. You don't want human nature taking over. And maybe it did against Kansas City, too, a little bit, which is why you didn't blow them out. human nature in the back of your mind, you're saying, what is this? If we're thinking it, what do you think they're thinking?
Well, of course, and that's why, I think you just got to keep hammering home a message of we cannot do that. We can't. Think about this. Think about working your ass off all the way until week 18 to be put in a position to where you could be the 1 seed, go straight to the divisional round, do not pass go, do not collect $100.
Mm-hmm.
And then you stumble the last week and kind of blow it against a team that's trying to just, skip over this week and make it straight to the wild card round. It would be awful. And you just got to re-emphasize, I think, if you're Sean Payton, do not take anything lightly about this week. Go hammer them.
It's just the finality, like watching college football last night. It just felt like there's so much more at stake in those games, and it's like taking a step down watching.
But there's a ton at stake.
I know,
for the
but it
Broncos.
doesn't feel the same.
I
because
agree. Well, there are games that have a lot at stake. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. For the games that we do have on the air, let me just ask you something. Who do you want to win in these games that have huge implications this weekend for both of the teams in the matchup? Panthers or Bucks? Who do you want to win?
Panthers.
I do too.
Yeah, I want to see them. You know why? I want to see that great singer that the Panthers put out there on a weekly basis. That dude that we featured on this show many times. It's the best.
$100,000 for a football team.
He's the best.
Yeah.
He's the best. I want to see more of him.
Like, give me a plane and fly to Spain, except I don't even know how to fly a plane. Scratch that, I'ma get me a big old bus. One big enough for all of us, the double Dutch.
I don't care what anybody says. This song annoys some people. I could listen to this all day.
If you had 150,000.
Okay. If I gave you a choice.
Here's what pisses me off about him. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
If I gave you a choice, all day of that or Herb Street's dog or Michael Irvin with his belt, which of the three would you accept?
Him, no doubt.
By far.
One thing that upset me, though, because I thought he was making new lyrics every single week. And what Nelly told me is he makes the same song over and over again. He just changes the beginning to, hey, the Panthers are playing the Falcons this week. Let's keep pounding.
You can't mess with Shakespeare, dude, if it works the first time.
Well, homeboy over that does the Colts song,
not
these
even
are
in the
our
same
Colts, these are
stratosphere.
but he changes the lyrics depending on the opponent. I appreciate doing that every week.
No. You asked the question, who do you want? I told you who I want and why.
The Panthers, I just, you know what? I'm really rooting for Bryce Young. I think if the Panthers make it, they aren't going to do anything, but still, I like to see a little redemption story here from Bryce Young. And if he can win the division, I think that's cool. So I want them to win. The night game tomorrow is Seahawks and Niners. Who you want in that one?
God, that's a great question. I don't think it really matters. But I can tell you this. The Niners have much more incentive. That extra week of rest, as banged up as they've been all year.
I'm torn between two things. I want.
Where is that game?
That's
in
in
San
Francisco.
Francisco.
God, how the hell is San Francisco at this point? How are they How are they here? What's the record?
12-4.
How are they here?
No idea. With no Kittle for a lot of the year, no Ayuk all season, other guys banged up offensive line. They've been playing a backup quarterback for half the year, like insane. I'm torn between this, though. There's people I like on the Niners. I like Kittle. I like Christian McCaffrey. I like Kyle Shanahan. And they've made it so often that I'm almost kind of like, yeah. Niners back in the playoffs again, still really good.
Yeah, but isn't there something about the fact that they're just so persuasive in their ability to reinvent themselves no matter what? They're just
I'll tell you what
there.
it is. It makes me mad. What do you mean nothing affects you? What do you mean you're immune to anything that's supposed to hurt a football
sick.
team? Yes.
Your whole family can have the flu. You're not sick, ever.
They just everything they do is just it's Teflon. Things just bounce off them. They're fine.
All right. So if you're asking me who do I want to win, I love John Lynch. He's a friend of mine. I want the Niners to win.
Yeah. Okay, I'm in on that. And then Ravens and Steelers. I want the Ravens to win. I can't spare me the Steelers in the postseason. I don't want to see.
Man, I'm not a big fan of either team, to be honest.
I'm not either.
Tired of the Ravens, and
I actually think it'd be really interesting if the Ravens sneak in and then it's like,
like what if they find? What if Lamar suddenly?
Yes, exactly. Because one of two things will happen. Either Lamar will be like, "Wow, this is sneak your way in and look out, they're dangerous now," or Lamar gets blasted again for being a failure in the postseason.
That would be the ultimate redemption story for a team that shouldn't have been there to get there and then win there.
Because they started the year 1-5, right? Aren't they like 1-5?
But we all said, even when they were 1-5, we looked at that division and said, wouldn't surprise me one bit if the Ravens win it.
It's because everybody sucked. Yeah. It was just like, what, the Browns going to win the division? No. Yeah. Cincinnati, no Burrow? No.
Yeah. Yeah, so long story short, I think the Ravens could possibly do more damage.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. So, again, we'll have all of those games. Panthers, Bucks, Seahawks, Niners tomorrow. We'll have Ravens, Steelers on Sunday. Got Drunk Takes coming up in just a couple of minutes. Can I say one thing real quick? I've been waiting to do this for a while, but I don't know if you've seen the news that Anthony Rendon, who is the most famous sports example of getting paid to not work, his contract came to an end. They restructured his contract just to get him off the books. And I'm like, I am blown away.
Well, I don't think it came to an end. They just paid him off.
Well, yeah. I mean, but they have agreed to restructure the last year of his contract, and he won't play in 2026.
Sure.
There's nobody signing him, right?
Are you kidding me for what he put down?
There's no, even if he's like, all right, I'll come back and play. I just got paid out. I'll do it for a vet minimum.
Him?
Exactly.
Maybe if, you know what, he could be trusted on a minimum deal where you got a prove it deal. It's the only way.
So he got the Bobby Bonilla treatment. So he signed a 7-year, $245 million contract before the 2020 season. He's owed $38 million this year. It's going to be paid out over several years. So he's going to get that old Bobby Bonilla every year on whatever date, get the check.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a better example of somebody that literally do you know how good he was when the Nationals won the World Series and how important he was?
I know.
And that instant, he was like, my career's over.
Yeah. Well, $38 million to each for them, you can handle. What do the Rockies have to eat with Chris Bryant? And this is a different story because I don't think Chris Bryant is taking the Anthony Rendon method of I don't want to play. I think Chris Bryant wants to play. He just can't.
He's broken.
Yeah, he just can't.
So he signed a 7-year, $182 million contract, but that was in 2022. So his contract lasts until 2028. And it's $27 a year.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
So 3 more years at $27 million.
You're not getting off of that.
No.
How do you restructure that?
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, do you just hope he comes back and plays?
Bionic back.
He's 34 years old. He's going to be 36, and he's got no back right now. I mean,
Chris, hit up QC Kinetics.
Have them help you out. 303-504-0925. Drunk Takes coming away next. All right, before we get to drunk takes, Vic, I just saw something, and it's funny. So there's a player on Miami. His name is Chance Robinson. He's a sophomore wide receiver. He has not caught a pass in his career at Miami, and I believe he's redshirting this year. But he just announced that he is entering the transfer portal. Again, I understand.
Say that one more time. He did not catch a pass?
He is not. He's not playing. He's redshirting. But as Miami has made it to the Final Four, he's announced right now that he's in the transfer portal.
Welcome to 2026. Portal's open today, right?
Yeah.
Today's all the activity.
Just feels weird. Your team is like a game away from playing in the national title, and you're like, by the way, just so everybody's aware, I'm out. See ya. Feels weird.
Well, he's not playing.
Well, yeah, I just still feels weird. It'd be like, Nas Kadri knew that he was not staying with the Avs after that year. But if he said during like Game 3 of the Stanley Cup, he goes to some reporter, he goes, by the way, I'm definitely not staying here after this year, but just wanted you guys to know.
So I got to ask you, because we didn't have a show yesterday, clearly, and a lot has happened over the course of 2 days. And I'm going to steal one from Scott Van Pelt. Best thing I saw. I'll ask you, what's the best thing you saw over the last 2 nights? Was it the Nuggets with one starter going to Toronto and winning that game the way they did? Was it the Avs doing what they always do, and this time humbling Binnington on a day where
it felt good?
What was it? Bama getting humbled?
That felt good.
Or was it Trinidad Chambliss doing what, to me,
great.
What I saw out of that Ole Miss quarterback last night, when he ran backwards a la Russell Wilson on the same drive twice?
It was 3 plays in a row.
And then for him in the final minute to do what he did, that was outright lunacy.
Well, remember the first play that he did, he was under pressure. He tried to turn, and when he turned, there was a guy right in his face, so he turned back around, did the old backhand flip for a first down. Then he ran all the way back into his own end zone. Vic, and I know you were thinking the same thing I was. You're like, you idiot. What are you doing? Because then he ran back.
He did what you're not supposed to do.
Well, then he ran. Here's what really freaked me out. He was running all the way backwards. I was like, okay, he's just throw it out of bounds then. And then he turned back inside the tackle box. And I'm like, it's going to be grounding if you throw it anywhere.
And then you know what else you're thinking as you're watching that? Oh, well, there's going to be a block in the back or some penalty because the linemen are going to freak out. Everybody's going to freak. But they worked.
I don't think this is emphasized enough. And again, the Ole Miss story is about Lane Kiffin not being there, and I understand why. It should be about that kid because he's been remarkable for them
100%.
all year. And
Ferris State.
How many times, exactly right, how many times are you going to see a Division II quarterback the year prior transfer to a blue blood SEC program and is now a win away from a national title, and he's not the main thing you're discussing?
Well, let me tell you about Ferris State. You should know Ferris State if you're from Colorado because they beat Colorado School of Mines in the Division II championship a couple years ago. All right? Ferris State is a Division II powerhouse. Powerhouse.
I did a show there when I was in Grand Rapids.
Did you?
Yep.
Yeah, they win a lot at that level. But to take a quarterback from that level and now put him in the CFP stage and to dominate a game and
Georgia
rescue
of
his
all teams.
team,
Georgia.
That is ridiculous. That's a movie. That's a movie. Make the movie
that way.
Yeah. Let's produce it.
That's what Signetti said after his win, by the way. Did you hear him say that? What do you think of all you've accomplished? He goes, would make a pretty cool movie. I'm like, all right, calm down. Yeah. You ain't getting the movie treatment yet, Jeez. Kurt.
This kid's something else, man. And then watching him afterwards, he says the right things. He does the right things. I love it. Dude, Ole Miss,
I like him.
I wish they weren't. Yeah, the only SEC team I like right now.
Yeah. I like him.
So do I. Can't help it. I like their uniforms. I like the fact they lost their coach. I like the fact that the only SEC team still standing is the one without its coach. I like it.
He can do everything, by the way. Like, he's got legs. He's got a strong arm. He can throw the ball on the run. Like, he's so unbelievably talented.
How do you go from a 0-star recruit to that?
I don't know.
Like, I need people who live and die this recruiting. Like, there are people who follow the portal and update it. What do you do all day? Really? You know what I mean by that? Like, you could be the most loyal fan of your college. I'm a loyal fan of my college, but I'm not sitting there following the portal openings and comings and like, how do you do that?
Vic, I swore off that because you know this. I was doing all those years of radio in Nebraska when signing day was a big deal, when that was a big thing.
Yeah.
If you live in like a college town that loved their football team, your show that day was trying to get recruits, like the commitments on your show.
Oh.
And I got to tell you guys, it made me want to quit.
It makes you want to wash your hands.
I'd get a 17-year-old kid on the phone and be like, hey, man, you committed to the Huskers. How does that feel? Good. I'm like, something, please.
But how do you go from a 0-star, nobody thinks you can play football, nobody even knows you have a pulse, to that?
To dominating Georgia in a winner-go-home game, yeah. By the way, have I ever told you this story? I was so sick of it once that I have Les Miles. I can't remember where he was coaching at the time, but Les Miles, he has his son. His name's Ben, and he was a fullback. He committed to Nebraska that day. We got him on the show. And as a form of protest, Vic, I did not ask him a single question about committing to the Huskers, and it's not fair for me to do to that kid. I asked him for 5 minutes why his dad eats grass on the sideline. That was my interview. I kept going, he eats grass. Why does he do that? What does it taste like? Do you eat grass?
Where's he from?
No, he's Les Miles' son.
Oh.
Yeah. And I was like, your dad just eats grass whenever he's on the sideline. Why does he do that?
Speaking of that, how about Charlie Weiss's son?
Yeah.
Dude, that guy, I remember him when he was on the Notre Dame sidelines. And he was just sort of frumpy-looking kid. Everybody's social media always made fun of him. Look at him now.
Look at Rick Neuhausel's kid. He's 12 years old and he's coaching.
Look at him now. You need to produce a kid that can do that.
Jamal Kale's, she's right around the corner from getting there.
She ready?
Oh, dude, I rewound the Stockton hit. She was in the living room. I go, Jamal Kale, watch this. She had a big smile on her face when she saw the hit. And I was like, good.
She gonna play linebacker?
Yeah. She said, I want to see it again. I rewound it. I'm like, this is violence.
What was next?
Get a hit.
The Jake Paul jaw? Did you show her that?
I should have. What other violence can I show you? Maybe that was my favorite moment. I watched a quarterback get hit like this, Vic, and no flag was thrown. How's that for my favorite moment of the weekend?
I think that's the biggest surprise because I think we all know if that happens in the National Football League. Look at his legs, please. Look at his legs.
Nelly, just play it.
Look
play
at
it
his
through.
legs. Look where his legs are.
He looks like he's in stirrups. Bam!
In the National Football League, that would not only lead to 3 flags. They would have the National Guard. They would have
it looks like he's
the
giving
SWAT team out.
He's giving birth. Look at him.
What a tough kid, though, man.
If you hit a guy hard enough to where all of a sudden he looks like he's giving birth and no flag is thrown, not in my football anymore. 303-504-0925. Yeah.
I hate to bring this up because the kid, when that Ole Miss receiver took his helmet off.
Oh, yeah.
Is that guy 47? I mean, I know we're getting crazy with this portal.
What do they call those extra years that you get? You had the COVID year, and then you have, what is it, the hardship years, what you can get if you're hurt a lot.
There's a lot of years.
Well, that dude in Miami, that tight end, he's like 29 years old. He's been in college for like 10 years. Just keep racking them up. There's a gray shirt. There's a red shirt. Anyway, let's get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk Takes, our favorite time of the week. There are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
Did you see what he just did? He says, I'm getting sick.
And after saying that, he walks toward me and coughs right in my face.
You get a little thing that just like hangs there, like it's like, hey, I live here. It lives here. Then you get him out, and then his brother shows up and rents the same apartment.
So your grand plan was to come like just a few inches from my face and cough it right at me.
I still remember when he did that. Most disrespectful
I've
thing
never
I've
seen
ever
anything like it. That's
Yeah.
Moser in a nutshell. Literally coughing. He moved 5 feet toward me and coughed in my face.
What's next?
I'll give you $5. You tell me that song, where it's from. It's a whole new world.
I know the song, I just don't.
Brand new place I've never been.
Oh yeah, that's hold on a second. Hold on. That's a cartoon.
It's a cartoon.
What
are you gonna say?
I don't know. What am I gonna say?
Why are you doing the sound?
It's
What
not
are you saying?
Annie. It's not Annie.
No, what is that?
No. You say Annie. You say what you were gonna
God,
say.
I thought it was Frozen.
It's Aladdin.
Aladdin. God dang it.
On the magic carpet. Him and Princess Jasmine. What's next?
My wife and I and my daughter played Scrabble last night. 2 games of Scrabble.
Okay.
I've been playing a lot of Scrabble with my wife. 2 games ago, she blew my doors off. Good talk.
He knew that was going
I know,
nowhere.
that's what I agreed. Yeah.
All right.
Sweet.
We just had a spot buster, by the way, that I heard the other day. Made me laugh. Those are little 5-second things from the show. And I said, what were you going to say, Moshe? It was me? Oh, nothing. All right, last one. Go ahead.
Well, you never get anything for
anybody.
That's
I'm
okay,
not
man.
a gift guy. I don't know what it is.
I mean,
You know what he does? Here's what he does. He makes kids
the worst gift
and
giver I've
drinks
ever
beer,
seen.
and that's it. He makes children and he fornicates and drinks beer. This is awful.
Let me ask you, sirs, have you ever given anything to anybody?
Here, take my trash. Take my trash. That's a good description of me.
I'm
That's
going to
all I
start calling
really
you
do.
4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
By the way,
Had
in
to be
4 to 6 weeks,
reevaluated.
what happens that week? Is it, or those 2 weeks? Is it like what? In 4 to 6 weeks, does the world just stop and we sit around and.
Yeah, what if he says after 2 weeks, like, I'm feeling pretty good? They're like, 4 to 6, buddy. You wait. All right, Bud Light Football Friday continues. Broncos with chance to lock up the 1 seed. A whole bunch going on. Nuggets playing at 5:30 tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. See you.
I've been playing a lot of Scrabble with my wife. 2 games ago, she blew my doors off. Good talk.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly when you guys are hanging out this weekend and watching Week 18 of the NFL season. The quarterfinals in college football are here and gone. We finally got a close nail-biter last night with Mississippi and Georgia after a few blowouts earlier on in the day on New Year's Day. We've got so much to talk to. Or so much to talk rather about today, whether it's the college football playoff and the Nuggets somehow finding a way to win in Toronto. Can they do that tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5? Coach called it. I was Debbie Downer.
It's like, don't even roll out a roster.
I mean, honestly,
just call up a bunch of G Leaguers and have them take on the Raptors.
That's basically what I said. Hey, I wasn't alone in that. Vic was the same dude.
Yeah,
Vic said the same. Vic even went a step farther and went, don't even play Jamal Murray. So,
and what did I say? He's going to ball out in front of his hometown crowd, man. He's a Toronto guy.
I cannot believe they found a way to win that game. They improved to 23-10. They beat Toronto 106-103. They'll be on the road in Cleveland tonight at 5:30. You can listen to that pregame show starting at 5 p.m. here on 92.5. We'll have a bunch of NFL starting on Saturday. You get the Avs and the Hurricanes on Saturday, the Panthers and the Bucks, which is the NFC South Championship game. You'll get the NFC West title game at 6 p.m. with the Seahawks and the 49ers. NFL, college football, the Avs continue to win. We've got Team USA, Olympic hockey, and Brock Nelson's going to Italy. So all of that getting into. We'll get into that a little bit later, but we start with college football. Mississippi finding a way not to choke that game away. And they did their very best to lose again to Georgia. That was the Georgia loss that I expected to see 3 or 4 times this year. And they skirted it time in and time out. Mississippi, despite not having an entire coaching staff, gets it done against Kirby Smart.
Yeah, but what I noticed watching that game, Lane Kiffin, right? He certainly is in the news all the time. He certainly is the most Twitter and Instagrammable head football coach of basically our generation in the history of football. You know what? You do might get a little bit tired of some of those antics. His own players, his own roster. Like if you think about it, like if you're a kid that grew up very differently than Lane Kiffin did, son of a NFL head coach for his entirety of his childhood, do you think you really relate to hot yoga videos? Do you think is that something you get down with? Or do you look at Pete Golding, a guy that's, he's made some bad decisions in his life and he's a ball coach and he looks like a guy that's making bad decisions on a regular basis, but a tough, gritty football coach. Ole Miss's roster, they wanted to play for that guy. They wanted to play for Pete Golding. And so here you are, Lane Kiffin being a head coach that left Ole Miss because he wanted to have a shot to compete to win a national championship. And here, guess what? Ole Miss is going to have a chance to compete.
How great is
for
that?
A national championship without that guy. It's pretty awesome, man. Now, on the flip side, Georgia, at what point are we going to start learning that the fourth down decision-making where you trust the book, the air quotes book, some people call it the magic number. What do I need to get to on 3rd and long in order to say I have to go for it on this down and distance on 4th down, wherever the field position may be? Going for it on 4th down on your side of the 50, when you're not particularly converting 3rd and 4th downs, at some point you've got to look at yourself and say, I am not converting this. So you know what? A punt is it's an okay play. We used to say that every drive ends in a kick. Every drive ends in a kick. That means you don't turn the football over, you don't throw picks, you don't fumble, and you don't turn over on down. And if every drive ends in a kick, call it archaic, call it Big Ten West football, call it when I was at Stanford, that really, really conservative brand of football that you saw at Stanford at times. It wins games. It doesn't. You're not going to be in the headline for making bad decisions if you just call the game as the game's going and trust some semblance of feel of the game. And I didn't like what Georgia did at all. Georgia should have won that game. They're the better, more talented football team. Ole Miss played with more inspiration, more belief in their head football coach.
We had a couple of blowouts earlier on in the day, a wet, sloppy Rose Bowl after just a downpour, but Indiana, now the weather got better as the game came on television. 38-3 over Alabama.
Whoa.
Do you lose your job even though you got to the quarterfinal as Kalen DeBoer.
He's not going to lose his job, most likely, but it's hot. Sizzling hot.
That was as eye-opening of like, that's Alabama that just happened to. And I know Indiana has everything going for them right now, and Kurt Cignetti is...
I'm a believer now.
He's in his bag.
I am going to stop second-guessing La Familia that's happening right now in Bloomington, Illinois.
But
excuse me, not Bloomington, Illinois. That would be Illinois State. Bloomington, Indiana.
That was stunning to see Bama get that embarrassed against an Indiana team that you go like, is that really your Heisman Trophy winner? 14 of 16, 192 yards. Well, you didn't really have to throw the ball all that often. You controlled it from the time that the second quarter was over, right? You score 17 points in that second quarter. The game is toast, and that's coming off the heels of a 23-0 shutout for Oregon over Texas Tech.
Can I give you a couple superlatives about Kalen DeBoer and what's happened thus far? Kalen DeBoer right now has 2 seasons of 4 losses in 2 years at Alabama. Nick Saban at Alabama for 17 years had 0 four-loss seasons. Kalen DeBoer, this is his third 3-score loss at Bama. So he's lost 3 times in 2 seasons by at least 3 scores. Nick Saban had 1 in 17 seasons. This was Bama's worst margin of loss, I should say, since 1991.
Rank where Alabama is in the SEC power rankings. Not just this year, right? Not just going into this season. Tell me like who the most exciting or the most important organizations in the SEC are. Because for years it was
that's such a hard
Bama
question,
and then everybody else.
Because it feels like every year it's different. Like, for example, Vanderbilt with Diego Pavia, and I know they lost to Iowa in the bowl game.
Bama over Vandy, though.
Yes. So I would say number 1 right now, consistently. Well, if we're going to talk about right now, it's the only team that's remaining. How many teams are remaining?
Not just this season. I'm not talking about just this season. We're not going to do the NFL thing where we like take the quarterbacks.
That's the world we live in right now with
next
the portal.
Year, going into next year
or
and
just,
the year
just,
after.
Just program, brand, all that.
Program, brand. Power rank the brands right now in the SEC.
All right, I'm going to go number 1, Georgia.
I agree.
I'm going to go number 2, LSU right now. I just think on paper it's Lane Kiffin. We had the big coup d'etat. Like, for dumb SEC fans, and there are a lot of them, I've been around them. I actually was neighbors with them when I was coaching at Western Kentucky. They would say, well, Lane Kiffin was really successful. He's going to be great at LSU. Right, KJ?
That's exactly right. That's
now,
exactly
let me ask you this.
you.
Let me ask you this, KJ. You grew up in the state of Mississippi, right?
Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts right now on Lane Kiffin?
Well, listen, I'd be the first to tell you that Lane Kiffin, he's a good ball coach, but he's a little snake in the grass. You got to be careful. If you don't mess around and cut that grass, he'll slither up and he'll bite
you. Got to cut him at the head, right?
You got to cut him at the
his
head. You got to cut the head off.
And you got to feed him to the dogs.
If you don't cut the head off, this snake's going to
feed him to those hound dogs.
All right, keep it going.
So we got, we said number 1 is Georgia. I'm going to go to LSU.
I think that's a little crazy, but okay.
Who do you have to?
Texas. I'll say it one more time. Texas.
Okay.
Arch Manning looks like he's gotten better and better.
But I thought you didn't say next year. Like it was you.
No, the brand. I'm talking about
Arch Manning's doesn't have to do with the brand.
Yeah, he does.
But
yes, he does.
My point
going into next season, he will be a Heisman Trophy favorite.
You're negating what I'm saying is that I said that every team in college football is different each and every year.
Well, they are.
So like there's going to be a brand new brand for LSU in 2026. Like, so it's a really hard question. We'll say based off the knowns that we have right now, like the known commodities. We know Diego Pavia is gone. That's a known commodity.
Vandy gets dropped down.
Trinidad Chambliss is gone too, correct?
I believe so.
I think this is it. He was a Ferris State transfer. He went somewhere before that. I think this is it for Trinidad. Good player.
How crazy would that be if he wins a D2 national championship and then the very next season
all right,
wins
SEC
Division
brands.
1.
We're going to go number 1 is Georgia today.
Despite the loss, yes.
Despite the loss. Number 2 is, you're going to say Texas. I'm going to say LSU.
That's okay. Number 3.
Let's go. That's number 2 and 3. Number 4, I would say, is A&M.
Over
Bama.
Oklahoma.
Over Oklahoma.
Over Tennessee.
Over Tennessee. Today.
Okay.
Today. Big money. Big money. They got that old money.
Number 5.
Okay, so who do we say? So 2 and 3 was
2 and 3
LSU,
was Texas, LSU.
A&M, I said.
Yep.
Then I'd go Bama.
Over Oklahoma and Mississippi.
Yeah. Just brands.
Still a crazy fall from
And really
Bruce.
what brand is money. They still got it, brother. They still got an insane crew. I mean, how about this, man? Yesterday I sent you guys this text and you probably thought it was nuts. How wild is it to think that of the teams that are not traditional blue bloods like USC, Michigan, Ohio State, or not SEC teams, I thought about the 4 teams that were like still alive as of yesterday. They were playing good football. Think about how these teams were able to propel themselves into a college football playoff. It had to do with one thing, money. Where did that money come from? Oregon, non-traditional, non-blue blood, right? If you talk about the last 50 years of college football. I mean, when my dad played at USC, Oregon was an afterthought. Where's their money from? Shoes. Texas Tech. Where's their money all from? All. Third team. University of Miami. And you could argue that they're a blue blood. I wouldn't say 30 years ago they're a blue blood. They kind of, like, if you watch the documentary The U, they were a bit of an also-ran program, and then it rose to prominence. El Cartel.
Jeez.
And then finally, Indiana University. It's Kurt Signetti. And he's got some relationships in the Eastern Seaboard that go deep into. Hey, you got a lot of vowels in your last name too? You want to be a part owner in this football program here? You can see the Indiana University Hoosiers take it all the way to the college football semifinal and maybe even beyond. I kill for fun. My name is Kurt Signetti. And I'm out.
You went from The Godfather to Scarface. You went from legit, like, yeah, Nike funds Oregon to, like, the cartel and the mafia are the reason why the Hoosiers and the Canes are here.
Hey, man. You know what's crazy? I've been around this game long enough to know that's not all that far-fetched.
We do have Clay Patterson walking around somewhere here in the studio. He's the offensive coordinator for Kent State, coached at Colorado with you, OC tight ends coach at Colorado, coached with you at Minnesota as well. So when we get back into college football, we'll bring Clay in here if he hasn't gotten lost in the office.
Well, you know why he's lost right now is he's doing the college football thing where you get a phone call at like 5:30 in the morning and then another one at 5:38 because guess what happened today?
The portal opened.
It opened.
The portal is here.
We might get a little bit of stay tuned because we might get a little snapshot into the life of college football coaches and just the nature of what the insanity is that is college football.
It is a Bud Light Football Friday. College football playoff moves on into the semifinal. The Broncos massive favorites over the Chargers coming up on Sunday. You've got 2 division championship games on 92.5 tomorrow. Panthers at Bucks at 2 p.m. Seahawks against the 49ers at 6 p.m. Got that. Avs, Nuggets, Olympic hockey roster. So much to get into today on a Friday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint. Alex Ryan Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass, 303-504-0925. You can listen to the Cavs and the Nuggets this evening starting at 5 p.m. Berto's got your pregame there. Nuggets coming off a ridiculous win against the Toronto Raptors where they just find a way to get it done against all odds. Like, I think that's a more impressive win than the 7 freaking dudes W on the road against Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Toronto's a good basketball team. Now, the East is not what the West is, but you find a way to get, 21 points on not a great, efficient night from Jamal Murray. You have to deal with Jonas Valanciunas going out after I think he played like 20 or 21 minutes in that game or something, and he goes out with the right calf strain. He doesn't come back, so you have to play out of nowhere Deron Holmes for half the game. He shows up, goes 2 of 3 from beyond the arc. He's going to have to play your 4. Certainly he's going to have to play 5 minutes coming up in this the rest of this road trip. For them to get a 106-103 win was absolute insanity.
How
They
crazy was
stole
the
a
ending
game.
too, man?
Brandon Ingram hit a circus shot.
Oh my God. Like a runner
circus.
It was like it was a runner, caught it, was contested, was fading away sideways out of bounds and banks it in. I had just tweeted like right before that inbound, favorite Nuggets win of the year. See, and then it goes in, I'm like, oh gosh.
Oh no.
And I said, least favorite tweet of the year. and then it's ruled that his ball was still barely in his fingertips. And then I said, back to being my favorite tweet of the year.
So I was screaming at the television when that happened. Foul him. Don't let him shoot.
I was wondering,
foul him.
Why didn't they foul right on the front court?
I don't know if I yelled at the TV more then or when I did last night during the onside kick for Mississippi.
That was wild.
It's a dead clock if you don't touch the ball. Dead clock and not knowing that as a special teams coordinator.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
Georgia, on the ensuing safety free kick from your 20, which you can take as an onside kick, it's just farther back on the field. The clock does not start until the receiving team touches the football.
Correct.
So if it goes 10 yards and goes out of bounds, yes, a flag gets thrown for
I think it's just kick out of bounds. Or
kick out of bounds or whatever.
Kick procedure or something like that.
Kick procedure,
Yeah.
that's it. Illegal kick procedure. But no time comes off the clock. If it goes 10 yards and the kicking team touches the ball whilst being downed, right? So
Game's
your knee is
over.
on the ground. No, if your knee is on the ground.
The kicking team. Yes.
If your knee is on the ground and you recover an onside kick,
clock doesn't start.
it's a dead clock.
Yep.
Right? If you touch the ball after 10 yards and your knee is not on the ground, the clock starts.
Correct.
Right? The same thing happens with Mississippi. If you recover that ball with your knee on the ground, it's a dead clock. There's still one more second on, but you just take a knee, game's over, you move on to the semifinal.
So what's the play for Ole Miss?
Smack the ball into the middle of the field.
Ooh, but then they can return it.
Okay,
They could have taken it. Smack it
the
out of
ball
bounds.
out of bounds.
Yes, that's it.
I was
Smack it up.
screaming out of the television.
Well, first of all, didn't Ole Miss not even have anybody in the front line? They just played everybody kind of deep, like almost like it was
because they thought they were going to punt it like a free kick. It was what that showed to me is you have a coaching staff that doesn't have a leader right now, and that was the Lane Kiffin experience.
Yet they won.
Screaming at the television.
Yet
I was
they
doing
won.
the same thing at the end of the Nuggets and Toronto game, like, foul Brandon Ingram.
You know what,
What
though?
are we doing?
You can disparage my guy Pete Golding all you would like, but can I just give you a little tip here? Pete Golding has been on the job for less than 1 month.
The Mississippi guy?
Ole Miss head coach. He was the interim, and then they gave him the bump to head coach almost immediately. Has more college football wins in the playoff, college football playoff wins. Then go ahead, listen to this list right here. Lincoln Riley, Brian Kelly, and Urban Meyer.
So he has 2 now?
He has 2. Plus, he has as many as Jim Harbaugh, Kalen DeBoer, and James Franklin.
That's awesome. That's
He
awesome.
showed up.
Just doing what's in front of me, fellas. He was so pissed off that game just wouldn't end.
So I got a little bit of inside information about. Have you noticed there's been a lot of glow ups with coaches? Have you seen pictures of Pete Golding from about a year ago?
No.
Oh man, that guy loves cold beers. Like he and he's self-admittedly drinks 1 beers often. He's like, I'm a football coach and I drink cold beer. I don't do hot yoga. I'm not a hot Bikram yoga guy. You know what everybody does? Remember Liam Cohen? Have you seen the glow up for Liam Cohen?
Yes.
So this is what everybody's doing, man. Season starts. Usually everybody stress eats their face off. The jab, man. The jab is very widespread in college football. And it's not even just to lose weight. They just want to take away that appetite that you get. And I remember it when I was coaching college football. There's food in our building all the time. Like 2 a.m. You're drawing a scout card and you have 6 Crustables. Like that was 2,800 calories right there. Probably not a good life decision. So everybody's taking the jab right now.
Part of the reason why I put on some weight over the past few months is, well, one, just straight up laziness, but we had our nephews stay with us for a handful of days, and we brought boxes, like Costco boxes of Uncrustables, thinking they'll just munch on these the whole time. They had 2 of them. So they've just been in my house, and every time I pass the freezer, I go, yep.
Is Uncrustables going to be the new version of Mike McDaniels or Daniel for me? I called it a Crustable. Like it's all it is, just known for having crust.
Crustable's just a sandwich.
That'd be the peanut butter and jelly sandwich made by Mom on Wonder Bread with Smuckers and Jiffy.
Screaming at the TV for that. Screaming at the TV for the Nuggets, even though they find a way to get a win. I don't think they'll be able to steal another one tonight against Cleveland, considering how big Cleveland plays and how small Denver is right now with all these injuries.
Jonas Valanciunas, what are we doing?
I've been wrong before. Dude, I was Debbie Downer a couple of nights ago.
I'm really mad at myself. Do you remember what I asked Chris Dempsey on the NBA Baseline that we had on Wednesday? I said, how's Jonas Valanciunas health-wise, just in terms of current state? He's been there's been little things, right? Nothing major that he's missed a significant amount of time. But Jonas Valanciunas has had some pop-ups on the injury report as questionable, or you
think they're just like old guy?
Yeah, day to day, and he's really not even that old, right? Isn't he 32, 33 years old? He's not a 39-year-old. It's not crazy, but he has played a lot of minutes in his NBA career.
33
years old. That's not. Would you say
he's a year older than me?
What's Nikola Jokic?
30.
Okay. What?
30.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry. 30. Gosh. New year, man. New year, new me. Is your new year, new me? I'm going to be bigger jerk this year. 30. How old is he?
He's 30. Okay. I try to be right more often than not. So it doesn't always work out.
So I throw that into the universe about Jonas Valanciunas' health and availability. Does he seem like he's going to be a guy that's going to be able to go for the long haul? And is he going to be able to cover Nikola Jokic's shift as a starting center, a starting 5 for this team, for 5 to 6 weeks? Game 1. How many dang times are we going to open up a social media post or a newspaper article or whatever and see the words, Nuggets player will be reevaluated in 4 weeks? What the heck is going on? Like, Christian Brown. Nuggets player will be evaluated in 4 weeks. Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic, Jonas Valanciunas.
Cam Johnson.
It's
a football roster of injuries.
Holy crap. I had better injury luck this year with the high school football team.
Yeah, you did.
Way better. Holy crud. How does this keep happening?
Nugs tonight at 5 p.m. The Avs continue to stay relatively healthy. Now, some upper body injuries have happened. Gavin Brindley had one, but they don't really feel that's going to hurt them, and it's not going to be long-term. Yoel Kiviranta, who, by the way, Kiviranta selected to Team Finland for the Olympics
representing your homeland, huh?
Alongside Arturi Lehkonen. Now, we're rooting against Finland today because they play Team USA in the World Juniors at about 4 p.m. So,
where's it being played?
Minnesota.
Ooh,
is it at Mariucci?
Mariucci, that's where University of Minnesota.
Yeah.
I used to walk by it all the time. Never went to a game. COVID.
That sucks.
It's awful.
That's the one good thing at the University of Minnesota is,
I missed so many things there. First of all, I was working 120 hours of the week, and I was literally just bending over and getting BTA'd by
the paddle of
belt to ass. Just BTA, man.
Well, don't they row with PJ Flex?
Yeah,
so he's taking the boat paddle and just whack.
It was a PTA, not Parent-Teacher Association. It was paddle to ass. I was getting that treatment right there. How about this, man? Michael Irvin. Did you see his BTA celebration at the end of the Miami victory?
Yeah, he's you talk about that cartel money in Miami.
Where are you going? Where are you going with this, Raj?
You were the one who brought up how Miami gets their money.
Do you think he has any good connects in maybe in Dallas area? Maybe do you think he knows anybody?
He's just having a great time.
He loves his team.
He very much enjoys his alma mater winning.
Very loyal.
Very
and
much.
Very energetic.
A lot
really
of coffee.
energetic. He might mix in an energy drink.
I thought you were about to say an enema.
But I will say, when you watch the Michael Irvin BTA video, and he's just a lunatic with that man's abs.
How old is Michael Irvin?
Look at his abs.
That's insanity.
Are those AI?
He's got to be 55, right? He's 59?
50.
That dude's 60?
Dude, that is not healthy, though. Just
gonna hurt yourself, brother.
look at all those Miami Hurricane
Good
fans
for him.
just filming this. You know what I like about Michael Irvin? At least he hasn't made this about him. It's really all been about the 18 to 23-year-old athletes for the Miami Hurricanes. It's not about him whatsoever. During the game, the theatrics, it's not about Michael Irvin. It's about the young men out there in the arena.
Oh, no, it's about Michael Irvin. It's very much about Michael Irvin. He's on his hands and his knees on the sideline. It's the Irvin show.
Did I say Michael Irving?
I don't know. It's easy to make it sound like that. It's okay.
Mike McDaniel.
Names are hard, Coach. I get it.
Uncrustables are now crustables
it's a tough
to me.
go.
AI, right?
Yeah, you had a long New Year's.
Hey,
I'm
speaking of AI, did you listen to Fernando Mendoza's postgame?
No.
He sounds like every single time that Fernando Mendoza is interviewed, whether it be after a Heisman Trophy award, he sounds like he is those videos that are created on AI that just like they're marketing promotional and they're not even a real human.
Sure.
He sounds he's an AI quarterback.
Well, first of all, my team and I want to give all the glory to God. What a historic venue, the Rose Bowl, one of the best venues in all of sports. It's just a great conglomerate of individuals coming together and really forming complementary football. Coach Sig has hit on us, no complacency. And especially when you have a bye, it's tough to get in the rhythm of football. But once we got our feet on the ground, we knew that we're going to stick together and come out with this W.
AI bot. I have the Bobot. That right there is an actual AI marketing video written by ChatGPT. The words written by he threw a conglomerate of individuals in a post-game speech. It's unbelievable.
Is he going to survive in the AFC West next year?
Dude, he's really good. I was a fan. I watched yesterday's game against Bama, and I know this is not a Nick Saban Alabama team. Clearly, I saw some of the throws that he was making to build that lead. I saw how poised he is in the pocket. Him as a runner, he used his legs, extended plays, ran physically, and then he's just a smart cat, man. And I know I just kind of joked about him being an AI bot. I think that this is going to sound crazy, and you guys get mad at me if you want. Fernando Mendoza today is the most NFL-ready, the best prospect, most perfect prospect at the quarterback position in college football going into the draft since Andrew Luck in 2011. And I include Joe Burrow in that. Joe Burrow was a bit of a kind of a flash in the pan in 2019.
Oh, flash in the pan. It was the greatest season in college football history.
He had
by
Jamar
a
Chase he had Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson playing wide receiver for him. He had Clyde Edwards-Helaire playing running back for him. He had on the opposite side Derek Stingley Jr. and Grant Delpit. It was the best compilation of a roster. What you've seen from Fernando Mendoza is the ultimate boat-raising performance of any quarterback.
So Luck was drafted in 2012. He was drafted with Robert Griffin, Brock Osweiler, Russell Wilson, and you're talking about guy comes out of college and is NFL ready stand-in.
Plug and play.
2013 draft, E.J. Manuel, Geno Smith.
Not good.
I agree. Better than those guys. 2014, Blake Bortles.
Not good.
Johnny Manziel.
Not good.
Teddy Bridgewater. 2015.
And just so we're not talking about how they turned out. I'm talking about like instant ability to go be a dog right now.
Jameis Winston.
Whoa.
Coming off a national championship?
I thought there were some aspects of his game that were very raw still.
Marcus Mariota.
I loved him.
There was a lot of hype coming out.
Body type scared me, just like Jaden Daniels. A slender individual that over-relied on his legs in a game that doesn't allow the quarterback at the NFL in a 17-game season at the time, a 16-game season, to tote the rock with that frequency.
2016, Jared Goff, number 1 overall.
Took a while. Took a little bit of time.
No,
it
took a lot of time when he came out as the number 1 pick. Was it that guy starts?
Yeah, it was that guy starts, but was it going to be that guy starts and is ready to be a really, really complete quarterback of the position? Jared Goff's in the conversation.
Other notable quarterbacks in that draft, I'm not going to mention Paxton Lynch all that much, but Dak Prescott.
A little bit of time, right?
Still, yeah, he's a fourth round pick.
He was a unique player.
2017, Mitch Trubisky, Patrick Mahomes.
Did you see Ready Made when he came out though?
No, the only time
I didn't. When he came out, I didn't see it.
No, I remember seeing Patrick Mahomes at the skills competition for the Senior Bowl and going,
"Oh, that's different.
What is that?"
Oh, I like that.
And then he's wearing Texas Tech, so I go, whatever.
Well, plus his film was so unhinged at Texas Tech. He threw the ball with such frequency, but he also made a lot of mistakes. He missed throws.
Also in that draft class, Davis Webb.
Love it. Quarterback coach for your Denver Broncos.
Deshaun Watson went 12 overall that year.
Did he not feel a little bit like college-y?
Yes.
Offense, quarterback-driven run game, needs to learn how to be a pocket passer that's poised. And we could argue that he did that at times, but hasn't really answered that question.
Here's the big draft, 2018. 3 of them.
Josh Allen.
Now, Josh Allen was drafted as a project, and we all knew that.
100%.
So he wasn't NFL ready at that point. Sam Darnold at 3 overall.
Boy, it took some time.
But
I also, at the time, man, like Sam Darnold was not a great quarterback at USC.
No, he underperformed. And most USC quarterbacks since Matt Leinart have underperformed.
Because I do think, like, everybody tells me I'm crazy. You talk to like the Mina Kimes of the world, and they say quarterback win-loss is not a stat. Bullcrap. Because if you are a guy like Andrew Luck, you take a football program like Sanford that hadn't been good in 20 years, and you take it to an Orange Bowl. You take it to a Fiesta Bowl. What Fernando Mendoza has been able to do this year, like I knew that Indiana was pretty dang good all over the place. I didn't know how they would stack up to an SEC roster, and they really stacked up in the offensive line very well. But what I'd say is it was what Fernando Mendoza did in the pocket, outside the pocket, and taking off and running that opened up everything else in the ground game.
Okay, I think you could have removed Fernando Mendoza from what you just said and added this name in. Number 1 overall in 2018 was Baker Mayfield. Heisman Trophy winner?
Interception waiting to happen. Touching the hot stove. Still a bit unhinged.
You look at Mendoza going a more ready NFL quarterback than Baker was coming out of college.
What did Baker do in the playoffs?
He lost.
Yeah, because he was careless. I'm talking about NFL ready-made players.
What about Lamar Jackson, 32 overall that year?
Dude, his college film at Louisville was
Heisman Trophy winner.
Yep, was dynamic, but the question wasn't even answered probably until last season. Can this guy operate from a pocket? Last season he did, and he won the MVP.
All right, so we still haven't
2 years ago.
So we still haven't found a quarterback that is more NFL ready dating back to 2012 than Fernando Mendoza. I'm only at 2019 now.
Yep.
Kyler Murray, no. That's about the only guy in 2019. 2020, Joe Burrow. That's where I disagree with you.
Yep.
I think Joe Burrow is.
I think Andrew Luck, Joe Burrow, and go ahead.
What about Justin Herbert from that same draft year, 6 overall?
All right. I mean, that's a good draft right there, buddy. Yep.
2022 was the Pickett draft year. We're not going into it. 2023, Bryce Young.
No.
And CJ Stroud.
No.
Okay.
CJ proved. I mean, he was a ready-made quarterback starter in the NFL.
2024 draft. Caleb, Jaden, Drake May, Penix, JJ, Bo.
Great draft.
Who
to you when you watch that draft say that guy is going to be a ready-made starter in the NFL? That time.
It should have been Caleb. It wasn't until
I didn't feel like it was Caleb because he felt a little bit Baker Mayfield-y to me.
You said last year
play with your
Michael
food
Penix.
guy.
You said last year the guy to step in if you were to play all games and he stays healthy at this point in his career can walk into a room and be an NFL quarterback as Michael Penix.
That's what I thought.
You didn't think that his ceiling was nearly high as the rest of the dudes.
I thought his arm talent and ability to throw from the pocket was as good as I've ever seen.
That's high praise for Mendoza, man.
Dude,
you have like 3 quarterbacks where you go, those guys were more NFL ready than him.
I think it's a good thing for the Denver Broncos for the Las Vegas Raiders franchise that has not really gotten off its feet. I mean, that franchise is just stuck in not even in mediocrity, in horrible football. It is good for the Broncos, good for the rivalry, good for the AFC West, for Fernando Mendoza to join Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, and the Las Vegas Raiders franchise.
It's Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light's the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy on the Morning Sprint. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy, hanging out with you guys up until noon. PhD noon to 3. Nate and Andy will be 3 to 5 this evening before the Nuggets take on the Cleveland Cavaliers.
You mad at your headphones?
There wasn't sound coming through my headphones, so now they're around my neck.
Can I help you?
You can help me in 10 minutes.
Just trying to be a good friend, man. I'm the reason that you've switched over to these Apple AirPod Max Pros or whatever they are.
I enjoy them. I think they look slick. They feel good on my ears.
Still getting used to the connectivity.
Yes,
because
very much so.
It requires a different USB cord that has to be Apple certified for you to use it.
It requires a different touch.
What I don't
if you
want
touch
you
the
to
wrong
do,
buttons, everything breaks.
Raj, what I don't want you to do, I don't want you to jackknife those in the direction of the studio window.
I'm not going to Gronk spike these things.
You good now?
Yeah, I'm good now.
Okay.
I'm not going to Gronk spike them.
Yeah,
like
well,
I
I've
did
seen you do it before, and they were Beats, and you're like, they're old Beats. They were a gift.
They
They're
were
still Beats.
bad old headphones,
Yeah, but
and
Beats
I felt
by
like
Dr.
I wasn't
Dre,
losing it.
Beats by Dr. Dre have never been less than $300.
Dre's not going to come in here and BTA if I spike his headphones into the ground after 10 years.
And Dre does not have the abs of Michael Irvin.
No, I'm sure he does.
He does not.
We're going to be joined by Clay Patterson coming up at 11. He's the offensive coordinator at Kent State, was the OC at Colorado in 2022. We're going to talk about the college football playoff and what's happening with the portal and how NIL has impacted your Final Four teams in this tournament. He's coming up at 11. We'll talk a bunch of Broncos and Chargers at 11:30 during NFL Notes. We've got a guest coming on there. You guys won't want to miss any of that coming up in hour 2.
Wait, did you just say Chargers? There's not a game this week, is there? Is there a Broncos?
There is a scheduled Broncos game this weekend.
Is it the game that might have to do with locking up the 1 seed for the first time in forever?
They're not playing anybody.
Okay.
And I know I've done this before, and they've played a close game, but they win all of them, and it makes me even more confident that this game will be won regardless of the score.
Trey Lance is going to be Jim Harbaugh's extremely shiny new object that he is so excited to show off and show the world. Not Sean Payton, not Kyle Shanahan, not the guy that I share a stadium with, Sean McVay. No, I'm the real quarterback whisperer. Watch what I do with Trey Lance. And I saw it in the preseason. Trey Lance went nuts in the preseason. And Jim Harbaugh's like, yeah, that's what I do. Trey Lance, great football player. Nobody wanted him. No, nobody wanted that guy. But I saw in him something special. I think Trey Lance is going to be the next guy that Jim Harbaugh is going to make like the Jimmy G, the Matt Castle, the type of player that has a performance for a franchise that has an established starter and all of a sudden gets paid somewhere.
Trey Lance was 32 of 57 in the preseason. He had 2 starts, played all 4 weeks in the preseason. Passed for 334 yards. His completion percentage was 56.1. He did have 2 passing touchdowns, no interceptions. However, the preseason in 2024, the year prior when he was with the Dallas Cowboys, he started 1 game, played 3, was 73 of 113. Now, the completion percentage was nearly 65%. However, 2 touchdowns to a whopping 5 interceptions. He does take a lot of sacks. And we're just going on preseason numbers for the former first-round pick of the San Francisco 49ers.
Tell me about Trey Lance. Do you know where he played college football?
North Dakota State.
Do you know where he is from in high school?
No.
The great state of Minnesota.
Okay.
Didn't know that, did you?
No, I sure didn't.
Mm-hmm. He's from like Marshall, Minnesota. Cool, Carl.
Cool.
Trey Lance, big physical guy. I do think, man, I think that Jim Harbaugh, deep down in his heart of hearts,
in his loins,
does believe that the best path forward for him to get back to the game that he's been wanting to get back to since he left the San Francisco 49ers, which is the Super Bowl, and there was a Har Bowl at the time. Probably not going to be a Har Bowl. There can't be because AFC. It could be an AFC West or an AFC Championship Har Bowl, if you will, but very unlikely. I think that Jim Harbaugh thinks that his best path forward when the week started was go to New England, beat essentially first-year starter Drake May, who has yet to prove himself, has yet to proven that he's got the stones in the biggest of moments to be able to deliver the goods. And then I think he wants to play the Broncos. because it's a team that he himself, since Sean Payton's been here, has not lost to. And he might lose to in this game. But I think as the week has progressed, just knowing Jimmy's not going to be able to help himself. And he's going to make this the us against the world game, the island of misfit toys game. And he's going to come in here and try to win this football game.
I mean, losing the game doesn't really help you. I showed you the path through New England and through Denver is something that historically you can't get through, right? 781 win percentage for those two teams in home playoff games, not including Super Bowls.
Do you think Jim looks at it and say, hey, there's no Brady in New England?
That's true. No Brady. There's no
Manning or Elway.
Of course.
In Denver. Do you think that's maybe the way? Because he looks at his quarterback, his starter, Justin Herbert. At least he verbalizes it. He looks at him in that light.
You are my Elway.
You are my Manning. Yep. That's how I see it.
Sure. That's fine. Still a very difficult road to go on. Winning doesn't kill them, right? You go to Jacksonville.
A little bit more of an established starter.
A little bit more, and that starter has beaten the living crap out of you in a game this season.
And they're the hottest team right now.
Was it 35-6 they smacked LA?
They're the hottest. I think they're the hottest team in football over the last 6 or 7 weeks.
San Francisco?
The two of them. Yeah, the two of them. They're very hot, scorching hot football teams with quarterbacks that, it's like, are they healthy? Are they good? And all of a sudden, they're both. They're both very good.
I just think there's going to be too many players for Los Angeles to actually get it done. Too many players will be out of the lineup this week. No Herbert. Sure. I think that Harbaugh can get something done with a backup quarterback and make Trey Lance look like a first-round pick. I believe that. But like if Marion Hampton isn't playing, who scares you out of the backfield? If Gadsden sits down or Disley sits down, are you sure that Tyler Conklin is going to make your life a living hell in the middle of the field as a tight end? If Ladd McConkey sits and Keenan Allen's only in the game for 5 receptions and 12 yards, whatever it is to get his incentives, who scares you on the outside? Like Quentin Johnson, I'd sit him too. He's your first-round pick from 2 years ago. Yep. There's just not enough Jessies and Joes to make me nervous about this game.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't want to sleep on this game. And I think there's a general malaise over all of Broncos country.
Oh, I'm in
over
that
all
camp.
of the media here. This is a huge football game, man. It's a huge football game. You need to go out and play like this game is going to make or break your season. And I still stand by it. My key to a successful Denver Broncos season was to not get swept by the Chargers. That's all I cared about. And now it matters. And I don't care who the heck's playing for the Chargers. Sean Payton needs to go beat Jim Harbaugh, period, in a fist fight at the 50-yard line in a power field. You like the chances?
Yeah, they're gonna handle him. Don't worry about it, Coach. It'll be fine.
Whoa.
No one's playing. They're
Whoa.
going to be fine.
But a book
maybe they win by 3. They'll be fine. It'll be okay. They will win this game. And I'm feeling better and better about it being a close game that doesn't look like a blowout because that's who they are, right? It was on me when they played Vegas. It was on me when they played the Giants. It was on me when they played the Jets in Kansas City with no one in that game. That's on me. I should have known who they were. They showed us the entire season. They play down to competition. They play up to competition. Wins are the only thing that matters. And you know what? They're going to get the only thing that matters on Sunday. They're going to beat the Chargers. They're the 1 seed in the AFC. The path to the Super Bowl goes through Denver this year.
Do I need to light the Sean Payton
Sure,
St.
be
Sean
my
candle?
guest. Be my guest.
All right.
Speaking of guests, Clay Patterson, offensive coordinator at Kent State, former OC at Colorado, will join us on the other side to talk about the college football playoff and not National Signing Day, but the portal opening up today in college football. It's a Bud Light Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, getting you guys ready for the Broncos and the Chargers coming up on Sunday as Sean Payton looks for the number 1 seed in the AFC. Last night we got, one close football game in the quarterfinal, a couple of beatdowns earlier on in the day. Oregon shuts out Texas Tech 23-0. Indiana hammers Kalen DeBoer and the Alabama Crimson Tide 38-3, and Mississippi escapes at the buzzer 39-34 over Georgia. Sets up your semifinal matchups coming up on Thursday and Friday of next week. Miami against Ole Miss in the Fiesta Bowl. Oregon against the Hoosiers in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. But we are joined by offensive coordinator of Kent State, former OC here in Colorado. He's Clay Patterson.
Thanks for having me, guys. Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year. I got to ask the question. It is Portal Day, which feels chaotic. You've been running around with your hand to your ear the entire day. Walk me through 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on the opening day of the portal.
Yeah, it's madness. You start everything with your own roster, and trying to see who's going in from yours. And but then it goes crazy. We had another guy go in today, and there'll be 100 more, and the portal is just straight madness right now. But it's good to actually be able to talk to kids. There's people been announcing the portal intentions for months now. But you get to actually go get it, and you get a chance to rebuild your roster, which is fun. It's not easy, but it gives you a chance to go out and improve. But there's mad chaos today, man.
Clay, you've been everywhere from the Big Ten Conference, Pac-12 in its last years, and then now in the Mid-America Conference, and watching what happened yesterday from a college football playoff standpoint. 2 teams of note, Texas Tech, and even Miami, that maybe don't fit into that SEC Big Ten rev share model. What did you see in terms of those 2 programs in Indiana? That's another one we mentioned, that did something uniquely to give themselves a chance to be competitive at the highest of levels.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing is, and we played Texas Tech this year, and what you're seeing is the teams that are really good, and they're finding a way. They're starting it up front on the D-line, and both those teams and all 3 of those teams went out and made extremely, extremely good evaluations, and they paid the right money for the right guys, but they're evaluating at a high level. And, you go into this portal thing, and there's so many guys out there, but those teams, their evaluation of the players and the guys that they put together up front on the D-line is changing things because they're taking quarterbacks out of the game. And I think that's the model that now they're catching up to the SEC. The SEC's always had the best D-linemen. Now those 3 teams have done a great job and done it. I mean, Indiana took one of our D-linemen who wasn't even an all-conference player for us, ended up being a starter and being one of their best guys up front, and I think ended up being an all-Big Ten guy. But it's all about evaluation, and there's a lot of money spent now on the player development and the GMs, and that's their job. And there's a lot of technology involved, and the guys that are evaluating at a high level and spending their money wisely, you're seeing it.
Has this new era of NIL and portal, has it made it harder for teams that are in the MAC?
Oh, absolutely, because we're basically, it's a junior college league.
Okay.
Now. You're bringing guys in, the philosophy of recruiting high school and high numbers of it and developing guys. And our goal is to get them to the point where they can go. And if we're good, they're going to go. And they deserve that.
Because it used to be you grabbed guys that you would expect to be on your roster for 3 or 4 years, and you expect to compete with older players against bigger programs with more money. And now it's, we just have them for 2 years, and if they end up getting better, we expect to lose these players.
That's right. Well, we're still a developmental programs, and if we develop them at a high level and we have enough guys behind them, that's our best shot to be successful. I think that where a lot of it is when you see the group of 4 versus the group of 5 now, you saw it in the playoffs. Like, there's some good teams, but our roster and our depth is taken away from us, and they're the depth for the higher level. So the days of people shocking the Power 5 guys, even in regular season, you're going to see that go away because we're playing with younger players, and they have our best players on their roster now, and that's where the MAC has changed. That's where the Mountain West has changed, and the model is going to that.
Clay, there's somebody driving around their car right now that has a high school-aged athlete, could be a football player, could be another sport, and this portal is affecting every sport, but at least in the game of football, you mentioned the MAC feeling a little bit like a traditional junior college. What would you say to high school parent and high school athlete that doesn't necessarily see that same level of recruitment that they would have anticipated maybe, say, 5-10 years ago? What's a good path forward for that athlete?
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to be proactive in today's world. There's so many more players available because there's more high schools, there's more people on earth. They got to go be proactive. The day of waiting, sitting around for people to come to you, those days are over. And if you got something, you got to take it. If you get to the point where somebody wants you, it's not always look for the better thing. It's like what the thing is that fits you right now, and go do that. And the opportunity, like right now, game film and playing time that's where the market is. That's the gold standard right now. So take what you got and go get an education, go play the game that you love, whatever that sport that is, and get on the field.
With that being said, you just mentioned this is going to be opening up the month of January, which historically has been all college coaches going to 7 to 10 high schools a day for the month of January into early February, where the signing period is, the traditional late signing period. What's Kent State's plan in terms of high school recruitment this month of January? Is this something that's been different for you than maybe years past?
Yeah, I think with the portal window opening right now, it makes it, and then also you can go out to high schools. It makes it very difficult to get out because you have a gap in your roster that you have to fill right now to be able to field a team. And you can't do that with what's left in high school. And then moving to the next class, you have to fill your roster because there's no other portal window. So right now you have to, if you got to get a visit, we'll take a visit anytime. If somebody wants to show up tomorrow, you go get it done.
So you're off the road, basically. If you're the offense coordinator and quarterback or a tight end or a wide receiver that needs to meet with you, you're going to say, okay, I might be at a high school in southeast Ohio. Nope, I got to get back up to campus.
That's right. Yeah, that's the priorities because you have to field your roster for next year. And the high school recruiting is always a priority for us because we have to. That's where we start. But right now, this month is going to be crazy for guys that are in the 27 class and it's going to be very different. It's a very different model than it's been in years past.
Has anything over the past couple of weeks in the college football playoff surprised you? You said you played against Texas Tech. You guys played against Oklahoma as well, who were a first-round exit to Alabama. Has this played out kind of the way that you've expected it to with the expanded playoff?
It has, I thought Texas Tech was going to make a little bit of a run. They struggled a little bit offensively in that game.
A lot of turnovers. Yeah, put the ball on the ground 3 times. Two interceptions. You're not going to win a game that way.
No. And they're built differently because they're a defensive team. I really thought they were going to have a chance to make a little bit of run. Oklahoma is the same way offensively. Those are 2 teams that have been juggernauts on offense in the last 20 years, and now they have really great defenses, but it's just the matchup of it. I thought last night's game was, Coach and I were watching that game.
What a football game.
What a football game. I mean, it was, to see Ole Miss do what they did and to get it done. I think Oregon is surprising. I kind of had this theory coming into it that the teams that lost coordinators to head jobs were going to struggle. Ohio State, he decided to change it and not call it. He called it. Ryan Day did. Because I think that's an interesting dynamic of you're talking about trying to win a national championship and your coaches are recruiting for another team. They're having to fly out. They're doing all this stuff. And I think that's why Indiana's in a great place. They kept all their people are there. But I thought Oregon, what they did was tremendous. I thought Texas Tech was going to get them. And
speaking of that Georgia game last night, you ended up seeing Georgia go for 3 4th downs and one of them on their own 30-something yard line. Yep. Analytics has taken over a lot of college football. You've been a part of that at University of South Florida. You were I believe the tight end coach there at South Florida with Alex Golish, who's the new head football coach at Auburn and a very, very disciplined follower of analytics. What do you see with some of the games that people are now watching and they see somebody going for it on fourth down on their own 32-yard line, backed up? Where do you kind of fall on that? And do you think there's an over-reliance on analytics right now in college football?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much data available that it's unprecedented how much data is available to people, even like the common fan. But what I think it all comes back down to is each game, there's still an emotion of the game. There's the flow of the game. And you go into the game, the book doesn't change. It's a piece of paper. So it's already set before the game.
It's like you're walking into a blackjack table.
Correct.
Like that type of,
100%.
4th and 2 from X position on the field, I do this.
That's right. Absolutely. And then it doesn't change based on the game. There is some pages you can turn. Then, okay, this is the score. This is the scenario. But at the end of the day, it's how good your defense playing, how good your offense playing. Like we played, being the underdog at a lower school, you go into a game and it says go for every one of them. Like that's the only way you're going to win the game is to go for every 4th down. Well, you may get in the game and then all of a sudden you're playing University of Alabama, you're playing Oklahoma, and then your defense is playing lights out. They're struggling on offense, so the game's got to change during that time. And I think that there's still a thing as a head coach who's, Mike's done it, and he's been in the game and the flow of the game. You got to decide based on what your kids are doing, what you're able to do at that time. And I've been a part of guys that do it, analytics, they're doing exactly what it says, no matter what. They never change. Then I've been a part of guys that still do it, would say the old-fashioned way, based on the flow of the game and what their players are doing. And I believe you still got to be in the flow of a game, and how well are you playing? Can you run the ball effectively? If it's short yardage, is that something you're good at? But it is different, but it's interesting because basically, Vegas is setting those. It's all based on Vegas analytics, and it's a tricky slope for sure.
College football, the schedule's out of whack. Everybody's agreeing with that, especially with this college football playoffs is going to go well into the third week, I believe, of January. Would that be the championship game? I think they're playing Thursday coming up.
So you'll be it's like the 18th, right? 18th.
That'll be during NFL divisional week, right? Because there's a week in between semifinal and final.
Dan Lanning recently, I think it was his press conference ahead of his round 2, talked about his plan that he proposed for college football, and here it is. Season should start 1 week earlier. Games every Saturday in the month of December for the playoff. National championship on January 1. Transfer portal opens after January 1st. Agreed.
I think that's 100% spot on. I think the only thing that keeps it, everything driven in college football is driven on money. We went back to COVID. Like, we played in COVID just so we can make money. That's it. Like, that was the deal. But everything's based on the money. Well, the thing in college football is bowls are still big money. And I think the thing that's slowing it down is the bowl games. It's, can we keep the Cotton Bowl? Can we keep the Rose Bowl? Can we keep those things in line, which are traditional, what we all love about college football?
December 31st, January 1st, every year.
Every year. Yep. But they're going to have to adjust that because college football is not what it's always been. And if they adjust it, that's the only way we can get this done, because there's this thing called higher education, and these kids still go to school. And believe it or not.
Well, Carson Beck had something different to say the other day. He went, "We are in the facility from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. every single day." And people were like, "When you in the classroom, brother?"
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But you got to get them in school. And these schools, they still have a deadline of enrollment. Most of it's middle of January. And we're trying to get guys in. Our school's starting, January 15th. And everybody in the country is in the same deal. And that's where it's just the academic piece of it is what's the alignment. But he's dead on. That's the way to do it. We got to get this thing done in January because coaches can't leave their teams during the season. This is broken. It's not what you want.
What is the proper way to have a true college football playoff?
Yeah, I think watching it, I think you're going to see in the next 5 years where the group of 4 goes to its own playoff.
Okay.
I think that's probably going to happen.
Own playoff and get in, or own playoff and I think just win the group of 4?
I think it's going to be FCS, group of 4, Power 5.
Okay.
I think in 5 years, that's what you're going to see. I think it's because with this model, the way it is, our money's never going to match their money. And that's what it's all about now, is how much you pay your roster and the level of players. So I think that would be great for college football. I think we'll still play them in crossover games. I think we'll still play the money games. But I think that's the best thing for college football. And underdogs now are Texas Tech, not JMU.
Mm-hmm.
Like those
Indiana.
In Indiana. Those are the stories of college football now. The days of, those teams, Tulane, those guys getting in. And
Mike's Boise State teams.
Yeah.
They haven't beaten a Power 4 team in 7 years.
No. And
that was the team that used to beat Power 4 teams annually. Right. Multiple.
I guess I got to get that out of my head as a college football watcher. Is like I still have the Fiesta Bowl burned into my mind. I still have the Hook and Ladder, the Statue of Liberty burned into my mind.
3 Fiesta Bowls for that team. 3 Fiesta Bowl victories against Power 4 teams. Not to mention beating Oregon and LeGarrette Blount socking one of my former teammates, Byron Hout, after Boise State beat Oregon. That's not happening anymore. It's just not happening.
And we were talking about last night, you look back at Tulane beat USC. Was it 2 years ago? I guess
in a bowl game.
In a bowl game, they killed them. Everybody's like, "Oh, this is." But the difference is, in a bowl game, those kids, the kids at USC, are they want to be in the playoff. They're not worried about that bowl game, and so you can't compare the bowl game wins to the playoff wins. And I think there's going to be a major shift, and we're going to get it. They're going to get it sorted out eventually. It's a mess right now, but somehow, some way, they're going to figure it out, and it's going to equal out to what we all love about college football. But the other day, it's not traditional football anymore. It's not traditional college football.
Clay, you're born and raised Oklahoma guy, recruited Texas, coached in Division II football and even junior college in the state of Texas. The Big 12 Conference.
Yep.
in the ACC, but we'll talk about it from a Big 12 perspective. CU now obviously a Big 12 member back to its roots. Does the Big 12 conference survive, or is there going to be a succession for SEC and Big 10 from Big 12 and ACC?
It's hard to say because you look at the guys that left the Big 12 with Texas and OU, and they've done some things, but they haven't done it to the higher level yet. I think the Big 12 and the ACC have to catch up financially, and that's where Texas Tech has done it, but the rest of the Big 12 hasn't. The traditional teams, like Houston's a good team this year, but like in TCU, a couple years ago, TCU made their run. There's a lot of ground they got to make up financially, and they got to figure it out to compete. And the biggest difference, and I said it earlier, is the D-line, O-line. SEC's always had everybody's got skill guys. Everybody's got quarterbacks. It's the O-line, D-line, and being able to pay those guys and get those guys in where the Big 12 and the ACC are behind. So it's going to be they got a work to do for sure. But I say that they might come win. The SEC may not win it again this year. So
That's Clay Patterson, the former OC at CU, offensive coordinator currently at Kent State. We appreciate your time, brother.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks
I appreciate
for hopping
it, man.
on.
It's fun.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Don't go anywhere. KJ's NFL Notes are next. Every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Today's Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Make sure you guys remember to enjoy responsibly. KJ, what's first?
Well, first off, we want to start by saying, obviously, Happy New Year to everyone. I know some people listening right now are still recovering from their New Year's festivities, but one person who could care less about New Year's festivities is Sean Payton. He, quote unquote, is dialed in right now. Sean, he got into whether he had to remind this version of the Broncos to be careful about their New Year's Eve and New Year's Day plans. And let's just say that was not top of mind.
I didn't know it was New Year's Eve. The most overrated holiday, honestly.
We said that today.
Like, seriously. I didn't know it was New Year's Eve, and
Is that something you had to tell your guys in New Orleans because it is party central?
not the good teams. Not the good teams. And I do find what's interesting as we get older and you're coaching younger players, these guys are much more in tune to their bodies. Today's generation doesn't drink as much. They're in tune to their sleep. This time, here we are finishing I can think of maybe one player fine, late to a meeting maybe, where normally, 8 years ago there'd be 15 and so, but I'm glad you reminded me. I don't know that I'm going to call an emergency team meeting, but they've handled all this stuff, tremendously.
Overrated holiday?
Oh, I agree.
New Year's is a blast.
I agree. I think it's an overrated holiday. Always has been.
You get so much good football. You always get the college football. Back in the day, it was all the
New Year's Six bowls,
BCS bowl games, the New Year's Six. Now it's the college football playoffs. I mean, my wife and I, we're getting a little deep into our 40s now. We observe the East Coast dropping of the ball on CNN.
Yeah, you do the East Coast thing.
That was weird, by the way. Anderson Cooper couldn't even spit a word out. He was so intoxicated on live airwaves.
You do the East Coast thing, and then when you get older, you do like the Irish New Year's thing, and then you're done by whatever that is, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the way to do it.
Yeah. It felt like just a normal.
Have one Guinness at noon.
One Guinness.
One Guinness.
So good.
No, they should be skipping New Year's. Yeah, you got a big game.
Sean also doesn't believe that anybody drinks anymore, huh? I mean, the numbers back it
tell
up.
You that they don't.
You know why? Because these little tracking devices that we wear that show you that you're in the red
after one beers. They really do.
Man,
but it's okay. You can still get up and go to the gym. You can still find a way to mix in one waters.
Yeah, I got my hydration here.
I'm very proud of you.
Yeah,
75 squishy. KJ, what's next?
Look, at this rate, 2.
According to Jordan Rannon of ESPN.com, he all but confirmed earlier today that the New York Giants are looking to give Vance Joseph a serious look for their head coaching job. And with Black Monday, no pun intended, coming upon us in the NFL in a few days.
Wait, what? Keep going.
All right, let's try that again. As Black Monday, no pun intended, is upon us in the NFL, what other head coaching job do you think VJ would be great for if or when they come open on Monday?
You didn't get that, did you?
Yeah, I get it now.
Okay, it's good. Yeah, I think that Vance Joseph has the opportunity these next, let's call it the next 5 weeks, to coach for an NFL head coaching job. I think that Vance Joseph, why not the Titans? Why not Tennessee?
I could see Tennessee working out.
Bring Davis Webb as your offensive coordinator?
Sure.
To be able to work with Cam Ward?
I just hope that Vance is in his era of I thrive as a coordinator and I may just live here forever.
He'd be smart to do that, in my opinion.
Do the Vic Fangio, and I know Wade Phillips had his dabbles in as head coaches a couple places in the league, but do the Vic Fangio, Wade Phillips thing. Just be the best D coordinator in the game and have a job for the next 30 years. And you're never the guy on the chopping block, ever.
KJ, what did you mean by pun intended?
No pun intended.
No pun intended.
Oh, what? So what were you implying by no pun intended?
Well, I was trying to make sure people understood that, Vance Joseph, he's a black defensive coordinator.
Oh, I didn't.
Who's getting ready to
KJ?
go out on the, limb.
You know what's great about KJ
try to
is
become a head coach.
KJ's able to have those types of moments of humor. Me and my pasty friggin' white booty, I got no ability to say those things, nor should I.
KJ, one more.
Look, at this rate, 2.
Let's take a quick look at the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. The Broncos are looking pretty good. Nate Atkins, Pat Bryant, Ben Powers, and Karen A. Reed, they all practiced in full on yesterday. Limited was John Franklin Myers with the hip, and obviously Dre Greenlaw is still dealing with the hamstring. He's a DNP. For the LA Chargers, we have Nico Reed, we have Justin Herbert, and we have Omarion Hampton, who were DNPs, combined with the fact that Keenan Allen was a full, so we'll see about that. Vidal, their running back, he was a full yesterday. Another guy to kind of keep your eye on is Derwin James. He was limited yesterday. So there's just a lot to kind of factor through in regards to what the Chargers are thinking. Beyond that, we don't believe that the Broncos will lose. So here's Jim Harbaugh giving us a reason to kind of laugh a little bit.
Which current head coach has more regular season rushing yards than Bo Jackson?
Current regular head coach has more, you mean in the NFL or in the NFL?
I don't know. Who is it?
No, I don't want you to tell me. Somebody, what division is West? The West. Jim, oh my God, that's terrible. That is so bad. Because I'm going to tell you what, most underrated quarterback in NFL history, Jim Harbaugh.
That's John Harbaugh talking about his brother Jim.
Jim Harbaugh had that many rushing yards?
Oh, that's incredible. That is awesome.
No way. Are you serious? Jim Harbaugh does. Come on. I watched him growing up a ton when he was with the Colts. I had a ton of respect for watching him play. Man, he could scramble, man.
Maybe there's some helter-skelter in there now.
Harbaugh, he's gonna run. Try to cut to the outside.
Were you more like a Lamar Jackson or like a Tom Brady in the pocket?
I was probably right in between the two of those.
Lamar and Tom?
Yeah, couldn't throw as good as Lamar or Tom, and couldn't run as good as Lamar.
Yeah.
I was a pretty mobile quarterback.
Bunch of coaches in NFL films talking about how Jim Harbaugh has more rushing yards than Bo Jackson.
It's like, what was it, 2,700 some odd yards?
That's awesome.
It's pretty cool, man. Jim played a long time. Unfortunately, Bo's hip didn't hold up because he was phenomenal.
He's not playing this weekend. No one on his team is playing this weekend. The Broncos are going to I'm not going to say they're going to kill the Chargers because I thought they were going to kill all of the bad teams they've played, and they don't really do that this year, but they are going to beat L.A.
Would it do anything for you if they obliterate the Chargers?
No, it wouldn't do it wouldn't do anything for me if they win by 40. It wouldn't do anything against if they win by 3. The only thing that would make me panic is if they somehow find a way to lose. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline where we are joined by Isaac Lowenkron. Isaac, what's up, man?
Hey, Happy New Year. How you guys doing?
Happy New Year. We're doing great, getting ready for the Broncos and the Chargers coming up on Sunday. I guess we'll just hear it from the horse's mouth. Is anybody playing for L.A., and who is playing that we should be nervous about?
Legally, they do have to have 46 guys playing, but aside from that, I don't think Broncos fans need to be too super concerned, but I think from a Chargers standpoint, look, the 46 active players are all going to be trying to win the game, that's for sure. But from a Chargers standpoint, it is way, way, way more important for them to come out of this game healthy and not banged up and with no new injuries than it is to win.
When you look at Jim Harbaugh as the, I'd say, confident quarterback whisperer that he is, and the preseason saw Trey Lance find some success, looked like a rhythmic quarterback, and Jim Harbaugh loved to glaze Trey Lance during the preseason. Do you think that Jim Harbaugh is going to be tempted to put Trey Lance on full display as a guy that is proof of concept for quarterback whisperer Jim Harbaugh?
Oh, absolutely. I think it was a really astute signing when they brought him in April, and he had to win the number 2 quarterback job during the preseason. And, I think he's gotten in 3 only really been in a game in a meaningful situation once, and that was about a month ago against the Raiders. That was actually the game where Justin Herbert actually broke his left hand on a seemingly innocuous play, and he eventually came back in, but I think Lance had to be in for about 8 plays. He ran the offense just fine. Obviously, no mistakes, no turnovers, and he converted a pass on a third down. So it's certainly an opportunity for Harbaugh to showcase Trey Lance, but it's also an enormous opportunity for Trey Lance to showcase himself as a potential starter somewhere else in the future, because here's a guy who, as you know, was the number 2 overall pick in the draft by the 49ers back in whatever it was, 2021, but for a variety of circumstances has only started 5 or 6 games since then in his NFL career. So it's an enormous opportunity for him against as good a defense as there is in the NFL right now, and there's going to be a lot of eyes on Trey Lance on Sunday for sure.
Isaac Lowenkron is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline, getting ready for Broncos and Chargers on Sunday. Now, if this all pans out the way we expect it to, the Chargers become the 7th seed in the AFC. That means they choose to go to New England and then to Denver if chalk ends up playing out for them. They beat New England. The number 1 seed in Denver will be awaiting them here in the Mile High City. Is that the proper path, the easier path for the Chargers? I know it's obviously all about health and making sure that Herbert is ready for the playoffs, but is that the easier path than maybe going through Jacksonville and Houston?
That's a great question. I wouldn't say it's the easier path, but it might be the slightly less worst path, because the Chargers they match up terribly against the Houston Texans. I mean, the Houston Texans have had their number, not just this year, not just last year in the playoffs, but all the way dating back to 2021 that might have cost the Chargers a division championship even that year. And you know what? As we found out earlier this year, the Chargers don't seem to match up that great with Jacksonville. So I just think no matter how you slice it, it's going to be an extremely difficult road to advance in the NFL playoffs unless you're the team that has the home field advantage all the way through, or at the very least is hosting a home playoff game in the first round. If you're going to open up on the road, it doesn't really matter which path you take. It's going to be a difficult path. But I just think, for whatever reason, the Chargers – I thought to myself earlier today, if the Chargers had to play Houston every week of the season, they might go 0-17. For whatever reason, they just match up horribly with the Houston Texans.
Bo Nix now in his second year as a starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos, 23 wins going into this game on Sunday, none of which have come against the AFC West rival Los Angeles Chargers. Styles do make fights. This game right here will be an outlier because of Justin Herbert's lack of availability and many other players. But if you look forward and you have a crystal ball towards a postseason matchup of the Chargers coming to Empower Field, what would be the confidence level of the Styles make fights matchup between the Chargers and the Broncos for Chargers faithful?
Oh, that's a delicious question. And just, let alone my perspective from a Chargers standpoint, I just think that would be a phenomenal matchup. I think if that happens at some point during the playoffs, you've got 2 spectacular and elite defenses. Then you look at the special teams. The Chargers special teams has been phenomenal all season long, except last week against Houston, where every phase of their special teams had a bad game. The only time this year, Cameron Dicker, who's literally the most accurate place kicker in NFL history, he missed a field goal and an extra point on the same day, which is unheard of. J.K. Scott, who's having the best year of his career punting, had 3 punts under 40 yards. But generally, it's been a huge strength for the Chargers. I know Marvin Mims, I'm a huge fan of him as a special teams returner from the Broncos. That being said, all those factors from a Chargers standpoint against the Broncos or whoever, it all comes down to, can they protect Justin Herbert enough? That's the bottom line for whoever the Chargers play during the postseason. They have 2 absolutely elite young tackles, as we know, in Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt, who are out for the season. If the patchwork group that they've got in there can protect Justin Herbert enough, not necessarily protect him all the time, but just enough, they can beat anybody. However, if they can't, like we saw against Houston, they're not going to be able to compete with anybody. And one other thing, I would couple that with the ability to have a consistent running game. Their number one running back is Omarion Hampton, but their number two running back, Kamani Vidal, was out with a neck injury against the Texans, and they really missed him because with Hampton and Vidal healthy, they have a good 1-2 running back punch, but last week without Vidal, their running backs average only 2 yards a carry. So if they can have some semblance of a consistent running game, and if they can consistently protect Justin Herbert, I give them an excellent chance. But if they can't protect Justin Herbert enough, they're toast, and there's no way around that.
That is Isaac Lowenkron, the network host of the Los Angeles Chargers. You can also hear him daily on our sister station, Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950, as he is on Fox Sports. Isaac, Happy New Year. Thank you so much for your time, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, my pleasure, guys. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you.
Bud Light Football Friday rolls along. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. Raj hanging out with you guys until noon. PhD from noon to 3. Nate and Andy from 3 to 5 today. Nuggets will be on 92.5.
Take it easy on those papers, man.
You're
smacking those things around.
The Cleveland Cavaliers, 5:30 tip and a 5 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. Wrapping up a Friday edition here of the Morning Sprint. Raj and Coach Mike Sanford. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. Broncos and Chargers coming up Sunday at 2:25. Denver overwhelming favorites in this game.
Does today feel like a Friday to you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The whole week, the last 2 weeks, it felt like a Friday.
I feel like tomorrow's a Monday.
No.
Today feels like a Monday.
No, it's because you have one day off.
I'm telling you, it's reset my whole clock.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I don't know what today feels like. I just feel like there's a impending doom I have to deal with post New Year's on a Monday, and it's not tomorrow, which is great news. So we get to as we always do on a Friday, we get to pop some tops.
Yeah, we sure will pop tops here in about 7-8 minutes.
I need to pop tops to let me know that it is indeed a Friday, and I need to hear Glow get her Rilla on to let me know it is indeed a Friday.
12.5 point spread over under set at 37.5 in the Denver and LA game. Before we get back into that and give our predictions for that game, some news around hockey and the Colorado Avalanche. Brock Nelson has been selected to Team USA's Olympic roster. So congratulations to Brock. Other Avs players who are traveling to Milan Cortina in the middle of February. Gabriel Landeskog makes Team Sweden. Arturi Lehkonen and Joel Kiviranta are part of the Finnish squad.
So that's 4.
That's 4 alongside Devon Taves.
5.
Nathan McKinnon.
6.
Cale Makar.
7.
And Marty Necas.
Czechia.
The Czechs.
Is it Czechia or Czechia?
Czechia.
Yeah.
Czechia.
When did they go away from being Czech Republic?
4 or 5 years ago, something like that.
Is there a reason?
I don't.
Is the Republic a little too intimidating?
I have no idea why. I have a Czech friend who's like very heavily Czech. I could ask my buddy Pierce what's going on with the Czechs next time I see him.
You've been to Prague?
No,
I've heard it's awesome.
Always wanted to go to Prague.
What like when people talk about Prague, they act like it's. I mean, it's a combination of Hawaii and New York City, and like it's got everything.
Doesn't feel very tropical to me.
Is it just for people that love one beers? They talk about Prague because it's a big party town.
I would love to go to Prague. But one day I expect to be there in my lifetime. I hope to go.
I bet you. I can see you. I can see you coaching a hockey tournament in Prague.
Nah, that's too far. Okay, that's too far. I just want to go to Prague and like be on vacation. I don't want to have to watch after Rugrats.
Can the Army Navy game be in? Can the Army Navy game be in Prague next year?
Probably not. I would expect
then you and I could go
be.
to the.
I think the Army Navy game is Manhattan next year.
It is. Well,
or East Rutherford, New Jersey. No one wants to go to East Rutherford. Let's be honest about that.
It'll be at the prison venue, aka MetLife Stadium.
That place sucks.
Stinks.
Oh, it's so bad. Saw Kenny Chesney there a couple of summers ago. Still had a great time, but a horrible venue.
Oh, there's nothing that like a Kenny Chesney concert doesn't fit with MetLife.
No, it doesn't.
Gosh. I mean, it is as corporate and drab and concrete and grayscale as you can find in a venue. But we're going to love Army Navy there because we're going to get all the media stuff's going to be in Manhattan.
Yeah, that'll be a great time. So yeah, 7, right? Was that the total number? 7 Olympians for the Colorado Avalanche, or was it 8?
Right. I think it was 7.
Both goaltenders getting snubbed. Team USA leaves Jason Robertson, winger for the Dallas Stars, off, which is an insane move from Bill Guerin.
Dumb, but punchable face from a punchable franchise.
More goals than any American-born player in the calendar year of 2025. He's the only guy to hit the 50-goal mark there. He gets left off the roster. Vinny Trocheck somehow makes the team, which is insanity to me.
Daddy ball there or something?
No, Vinny Trocheck's he's a New York Ranger, formerly a Florida Panther. So Bill Guerin is the GM for Team USA. He's also the GM for the Minnesota Wild. A little bit odd leaving Robertson off, odd leaving young and dynamic scorer, although diminutive Cole Caulfield off the roster. And people are going, oh, look at how the Four Nations tournament played. You have to be big and physical to play against Team Canada. And to that I say, I get it. I understand for that tournament. But what's the difference between the Four Nations tournament and the Olympic hockey tournament?
Longer?
No. Well, longer, sure.
Olympics there's more to it, more teams in it.
It's also refereed by the IIHF, which is a far less physical hockey federation. Like, you'll get penalized for being too physical in the IIHF.
Which
hockey.
probably bodes well for the Avalanche. Like, if you're, because you have
for Avs players.
You have so many players playing in it.
Yeah.
That it's better that than have it officiated by
NHL refs.
NHL refs or some other that just lets you go bananas. Well, I was going to ask you this, Raj. Is there a country or a international league like the K or various leagues that is notorious for letting them just go nuts and be physical as all get out?
No, it's the NHL.
Really?
That's your league.
Interesting.
It's the most physical league in the world. It is the hardest hitting league in the world. And IIHF competition it's less physical. That's why I kind of would have liked to see Cole Caulfield on that team. But you know what? They go very heavy
skating.
Four Nations.
Figure skating with a stick in your hand.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far. I think that's a little hyperbolic. But yeah, bunch of Avs on that team.
Hyperbolic? Me?
Couple of Colorado players, Seth Jones and Jacob Slavin, named to Team USA as well. So congratulations to both Seth and Jacob. Jacob was on the Four Nations team. Seth has represented Team USA like 6 or 7 times going back to his teenage years, and he gets back onto this roster after not being on the Four Nations Cup. He's been very good for Florida. He leads the Panthers in all defensive points, and he's also big and rangy, and I liked it. I thought they were good selections. I'm really happy for, man, Gabe.
Yeah.
Happy
for him
Gabe
to be able to.
Landeskog.
Do you think he'll wear the C for Sweden?
I put him as their captain. There's a bunch of players on that team that could wear the C. So Barkov's not going to be on the team. He's injured. The captain for the Panthers will not be on Team Sweden. He has the ACL injury. The forwards who could wear the C for Team Sweden are Landeskog, Philip Forsberg. The defensemen are really where he has to beat these guys out. The D-men are Oliver Ekman-Larsson, Victor Hedman, Erik Karlsson. So it might come from that group. But I think most of those dudes on Sweden would look at Gabe and go,
I know
he's the captain.
I know he's further down in terms of the lines, but Victor Olofsson, consideration for the Swedish team, do you think? Or too?
He hasn't made it, won't make it.
Okay.
So maybe if there's an injury or two, there's a chance. I thought he and Kiviranta were in similar situations, like bubble players might get there. So Kivi gets in for the Finns and Olofsson gets left at home for the Swedes. But I think that's probably the right play. Bunch of Avs, man. That'll be fun to watch. And, unfortunately, the goaltenders don't make it. But how great was that to watch? St. Louis's general manager is the GM of Team Canada. He leaves both Avs goalies at home for Italy. And they come out and they score 4 goals in 4 minutes and 32 seconds against the dude that he's taking as their starter in Jordan Binnington. It was so painfully clear that the Avs took that personally and went, we're going to show you.
We were on a heater on our show leading up to that game. I was on a heater because I predicted Miami winning in the first night of the college football playoff. And then I also called the Nuggets finding a way.
Yeah, you crushed
with
it,
a pretty good roster. And then yesterday, I picked Alabama to win multiple scores over Indiana. Not good.
I think I looked at Ohio State and I went, the Buckeyes always get it done.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
And then I also picked Oregon was going to beat Texas Tech in an absolute stunner, thriller, classic. That game was so boring. Oh, my gosh, was it bad? But I did pick Oregon to win that one. And then last night I thought Georgia was going to mollywop Ole Miss, but they didn't.
All right, huge weekend of football,
Massive.
And basketball, and hockey coming up on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and 950. Saturday at 4:30 p.m., the Avs and the Hurricanes will be on 92.5. That'll be Nordiques versus Whalers in that game. At 2 p.m. on AM 950, you'll have the NFC South Championship game. Whoever wins this game gets into the playoffs. That's the Panthers visiting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then followed up by that 6 p.m. Seahawks at 49ers. Both of these teams currently in the playoffs. However, whoever wins that game wins the NFC West and the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Then we follow that up on Sunday. Nuggets and Nets on AM 950 at 1 p.m. Avs at the Panthers, who are coming off of playing in tonight's Winter Classic at Lone Depot Park in Miami. That'll be at 2:30 on 92.5. And then following the Avs and the Panthers at 6 p.m., you'll get the Ravens at the Steelers, AFC North Championship. Whoever wins that gets in. It's Friday, means it's time to pop some tops.
Like, just go over.
Without a doubt, the most exciting football game. It's not going to be the best football game, but the most exciting game of this weekend is Sunday night Ravens at Steelers. Those two teams hate each other. I cannot wait because, again, it's going to be our final days, Coach, that we get to pop tops going into our body reformations this year.
Oh, man, you're right
because
about that.
75 Squishy starts on Monday for both of us.
No, I'm starting actually. So September. I'm gonna go into September to start it. I'm gonna go the 12th.
Oh, okay.
January 12th.
I'll be starting on Monday.
Okay.
So
good for you.
Sunday night will be my last time to pop tops.
You got to take a self-portrait every morning. How's that going to feel?
I don't love that.
First day, bag of milk.
Raven Steelers, I'm drinking beers.
All right, man. I'm going to go with the most exciting football game, the battle for the state of Ohio. Browns-Bengals. The 4-12 Cleveland Browns taking on the 6-10 Cincinnati Bengals with absolutely nothing
you sicko
at stake. But I love football. It's going to be Sunday morning at 11 a.m., and I love watching Shedeur Sanders. I got Shedeur Sanders getting the Cleveland Browns to 5 wins.
All right, fellas. 12.5 points, Broncos and the LA Chargers. Coach, we ask you every single week, do the Broncos cover? Does the over or the under hit? And what is your final score Sunday at 2:25 on CBS?
Denver Broncos 17, Los Angeles Chargers 16, and the Broncos
Shut up.
win the game.
I hate you.
I don't know what to think anymore in these spots. I'm done predicting them.
17-16. For the love of God, make sure that doesn't happen. KJ?
Mine only gets worse. 13-10 Broncos.
No! What are we doing? No! All right, I'm not putting double nickels on the board here. That was a nice little homage to our friend Mark Bertinoli. But 13-10 and 17-16 is absolute insanity. Denver 31, Los Angeles 10. Denver covers, the over hits, the Broncos the number 1 seed. That's it.
Trey Lance not going to have a heater.
No.
Jim Harbaugh not going to get a little caught up in his own sauce.
No.
Okay.
31-10, that's your final. All right, it's going to do it for us this week. For Coach Mike Sanford and KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. Don't go anywhere. PhD is coming up next. Glorilla, take us out.
All right, well, welcome to the show. January 2nd, my guy Scott Hastings, live from Cleveland, I'm guessing, right?
Beautiful,
Cleveland?
snowing, nasty.
Was that right?
Cold.
Is that
we,
right?
we got off, in Toronto was cold, but we got off the airplane.
Yeah.
And so I checked the, what's your guy's name? I didn't check him. I checked the Weather Channel guy.
Yeah, you didn't check. Check what's his face? Chris Bianchi. You didn't trust Chris.
I didn't think Mr. Bianchi would be updating me on Cleveland weather.
No, you probably wouldn't.
But it said I get out the plane. It said 23 degrees feels like 6.
Oh my God! Oh my Lord.
I was like about 48. 50 hours ago, I was in Miami where it was 78 and sunny. This is a little bit different right here.
Hey, let me start the show. I think you would appreciate this. Just came from a service for Brian Beard. Literally, it's just 2 miles down the road, and it's actually going on right now. So there might be some folks who are actually listening while they go. Some of our radio brethren, TV brethren, maybe Nuggets and Avs. And Brian was such a sweet guy. Loved him. Worked with him for years over at The Fan. Myself and Alfred did. But his love of the Nuggets, Scott, you really sometimes take for granted what being a fan means and what these teams mean to people. And during the service, he had there's a Nuggets hat with them, and he's got basketball cards with them, and they're doing a montage of photos, and like every other one's something with basketball and the Nuggets. He was a Nuggets ball boy. He was a member of the Average Joes, which is the dudes that are the dance team there with the Nuggets. And of course is brutally sad because he's just way too young, and he worked over at GQ Barbecue, which are pals of ours right over here at Park Meadows. And a beautiful service where you can see the mountains, and I don't know, it was just really touching and really beautiful. So first of all, I want to say I loved Brian. I loved working with him, and he is part of the Nuggets family, though, Scott. That touches. There's a lot of branches off that Nuggets tree, aren't there? There's a lot of people that are touched by that team.
Well, yeah, I think more than you realize, and even more than you realize when they weren't any good, because Brian became a fan when they weren't any good, if we're going to be real honest with you.
That's right.
Yeah. I was talking to his mother the day that he passed.
Shelley, yeah.
And remembered, and we were just reminiscing and talking, and I didn't know the particulars from their situation. But she was talking about how I'd come over and I took a picture with Brian and signed something, and I do remember this for like, I don't know how many years in a row, I would always give him, we get a press guide. Remember when they used to do those press guides?
Mm-hmm.
And I would always get him a press guide and hand it to him. At the beginning of every year, I'd always try to find an extra press guide, and I'd always hand him, it had all this bios of all the players and coaches and past and history and stuff like that. And would do that. And we were talking, we were trying to figure it out. And we think it was like around 91, which would have put him like at 6 years old.
Wow, that's crazy.
Think about that, 6 years old. And I talked to Brian earlier this year when he was, down at the place he said he was with the Average Joes. Had talked to him early in the season. Hadn't talked to him since then, but talked to him early in the season. But, yeah, that's from 91 to 25.
He was 40, yeah, so that's
just 40.
That is a long time as a Nuggets guy. And by the way, I know, and this is really sweet too, I know the Nuggets reached out, as did the Avs, as did the Broncos. And he had a big Broncos jacket on today, and he had a Nuggets hat with them and basketball cards. I'm getting a little choked up just thinking about it. But his love of Colorado, Denver sports was pretty special. So... it's a bummer. It sucks, man. I loved him, and but just I just want to let these pro teams out there know, and being a fan, Scott, loving a team, there ain't nothing like it, right? Like that's what sports is all about, and we go through the ins and outs of things and here and there, But at the end of the day, isn't it just great to be a fan? Sometimes I wish I didn't know how the sausage was always made, right? Like,
right.
You know, it kind of makes you a little bit more cynical sometimes, and we'll talk.
Well,
about
there's a because we kind of get, and listen, we don't even get behind the scenes, but we know the Tin Cup adversaries, right? We know the guys that say the right things on the camera, but you know, hate dogs and old people and little kids, right? We've hooked up and said, wait a minute, you just did UNICEF. What do you know?
Yeah.
But nah, listen, Brian's a good guy. Became a Christian a few years back, so I'll miss him. I'm excited for that. My faith says he's going to be okay and in a healthier and in a new body, and so I'm happy from that standpoint. So we shall see, and I shall see him again someday.
My man, thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. Big Sexy, who was also kind of he was a competitive food eater. You know, he competed in the Nathan's hot dog thing right there next to Joey Chestnut, which was kind of a fun little deal, right? Like, you know, being part of that. He touched a lot of people in this community, and I appreciate you giving us a little time just to pay our remembrances on him on this particular day. So we'll let that go. I will say this in terms of just being a fan, if we just stay on this theme for a little bit. I took my wife, who's I've told you a million times, is such a big Avs fan, and my younger son, who really, you know, sports for him, like he played college sports, but he wasn't necessarily a huge sports fan. And his buddy Harry, who ended up getting drafted by the Padres, how about that one? And is in the minor league system now. He'll be AA with the Padres in San Antonio. Why would the Rockies, Scott, look at a 6'1", you know, lefty who's draftable, who was a big time performer at the local kid? Why would they bother with him? You know, why would they want to take a peek at him? I tease him all the time. I'm like, ooh, when are you getting traded to the Rockies? And he shakes his head and goes, I'm happy being a Padre.
The Padres starting to hurt financially a little bit. I read somewhere recently.
Oh, well, that's perfect for Harry. And listen, being a bargain basement guy, he'll be fine. It was pretty funny because he went out. He's a pro player. This will be funny in his story. He's a pro athlete. Okay, he's a pro athlete, but he's a minor league pro athlete. And he goes and he buys a Martin Necas hockey sweater. Like, he just comes back and he's got a bag from Altitude Authentics, which is great. And he comes in and is like, I go, a Necas? Wow, all right, that's different. A little Marty Nachos. And then I look at him, I go, oh, man, I got an employee discount here. He goes, you do? I go, yeah, let's go. So we go back down there, and they were very, very nice. We go back, and we, like, turn it in, and we, like, rebuy it. They were wonderful at Altitude Authentics, and I saved them a couple bucks. And I laughed to myself, and I go, how many times am I going to try to save a couple of bucks for a pro athlete? This might be the only time ever in my life that I get to do this. And I joked with him about, you know, well, listen, man, when you make it to the big time, I expect a free Gustin Padres jersey at some point. But when I'm watching the game through their eyes, and Scott, I don't know how much of the Avs game you caught. You guys were working, obviously, in maybe the most unbelievable Nuggets game I've ever seen in my life, by the way, and we'll certainly dig into that.
For a long time anyway, yeah.
Dude, that was bananas. But while you guys were slogging through the third quarter, the Avs in 4.5 minutes really scored 5 goals. One of them was disallowed. And I'm watching the game through the eyes of my wife and my son and Harry and blah, 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 right? And I'm just like, man, I forget this. I forget sometimes what it's just like. And everybody's so excited and freaking out and whatever. But I sit in not that anybody needs to feel sorry for me, but you're in the broadcast booth. I'm in the press box. You know, it ain't the same, bud. You know what I'm saying? It's just not.
Right.
And it's just a nice reminder every once in a while for us who do this, and we're so lucky to do this, what it's really like to be a fan. Like, I maybe I'll just throw it your way. Like, when was the last time you were just, like, either around people who were just fans? Like, we're just fans of what's going on.
Well, that's a good question. back during the Avs playoff run when they won the Stanley Cup, I got a chance to go down to 3 or 4 games during that run just as fans. And once was standing room only. I stood up the whole game and watching. Got yelled at some lady because I was standing and I was in front of her.
That's terrible for
and
that
I'm like, lady, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, I am who I am.
I mean, she came down to an usher and said, he's standing for, and I paid for and the usher went, what so I'm trying to bend over. And that's why I don't like to stand up at Red Rocks, by the way. That's a reminder for me. But you get around it. And then the cool thing that happened to me, because it feels like all the games I watched during the year, all the Broncos games, even Sunday, and I've told you I do this with the Broncos games. I'll try to watch the game on Sunday as a fan.
Absolutely. I agree.
And I'm
Yes.
the throwing the things at the couch or at the TV, and I'm that guy. And then I'll go back down during the week and rewatch it as kind of more of an analyst to try to break it down. If I watch it as an analyst there, in fact, I've tried that before. I had people over, and I was back in my drinking days. And I'm going, hold on. And I'm stopping and pausing and rewinding.
Yeah, that's not fun.
While the game's on live, and I'm rewinding, go back. Watch the guard right here. That's a terrible block. Watch this. And so I try to watch that as a fan. But being down there for that Stanley Cup run,
yeah.
When I went to the Nuggets game, I'm you're in the work mode. You're in the work mode. Don't miss anything. What are you seeing? Here we go. What's this? Boom, 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 boom. But it was kind of cool. So really, for me, it'd be the Avalanche Stanley Cup run the last time I got to go in there and really experience, because you
was a while
all
ago,
of a sudden you start feeling but you start feeling yourself, right? You start getting into it. You're like, all of a sudden you're jumping up, you're throwing your arms up when they win or when they score a goal, and it's trying to sing. Trying to sing the songs there and everything, and a song from my ear that I don't even know all the words to. And
that's a riot.
Anyway, that was probably the 2020. What was that? 21-22 season?
20. Yeah.
Wasn't that the year they won the Stanley Cup?
Nuggets were 23. Yeah.
Nuggets were 22-23. So that was the last time I watched it as a fan.
Oh, wow.
And then the following year, when the Nuggets clinched, when Kaz and I were doing it, I stood up and pulled my headsets off just so I could kind of catch that moment when they won it.
Right.
And just kind of absorb what 50 years of defeat felt like slipping out the door.
I
know what I'm saying?
I think everyone's
probably those are the last two times.
To stay really positive as we enter 2026, I think it's good to be around people, love sports, and throw high fives around when something good happens. I think that is an amazing experience collectively that we have in common with sports. So I root for more moments like that, for literal high fives and for metaphorical high fives for everybody here as we kick off 2026. And on that note, I'm dying to talk to you about what's going on with the Nuggets and what's happening. We also know more and more about how the Chargers are handling things, Scott, for this game against the Broncos. And it should dramatically influence everybody's perception of what should happen. That's for sure. Details coming up. Welcome to PhD here on 92.5.
Bruce Brown with 2.7 seconds left needs a free throw to win this game. Missed it again. Rebound down to Barnes. Outlet pass over to Ingram for the tie. Got it! Unbelievable. They're going to review it here.
The play is under review.
But in my basketball eye, he hit that with 0.1 to go. I think, anyway, it was really, really quick. This might be a Nuggets win now that I've seen this thing 3 times. Here we go.
After review, it's been deemed that the ball was on Ingram's fingertips at the time of zeros of the expiration of the clock. Therefore, the ruling on the floor is overturned to no basket.
Denver wins the basketball game at the Horn. They finished this thing with no Joker, no Christian Brown, no Aaron Gordon, no Valanciunas, no Cam Johnson, and they claw their way to a victory in Toronto.
Scott, we were myself and my pals Todd and Amy Graham and my wife and Sean Brennan, and we had like big Rob. There was like 10 of us in the Avs in the suite for the Avs game, but the last 2 minutes, which went forever, of the Nuggets Raptors game was between the first and second period. So but you know the way they had the sound down, and I don't know where the remote is there or whatever. So we were watching you guys and not hearing anything, you know, and we were freaking out because we couldn't believe it. It seemed like neither team could score. Like it was brutal. And then with Brucey B up there, we were like, well, all right, you know, he just has to hit one, right? One. And he misses them both. And still we're like, well, that's it was like a nightmare. Like, because we were saying, because the game was so close as it was going, the comments were, I can't believe they're this close. I can't believe they could win this. And then it got to the point where, oh my God, this would be devastating if they lost this game. Like, I didn't expect them to win. I didn't expect it to be close. But you can't go that far in such an improbable win and then throw it away at the end. So when Ingram put that shot up, and I mean, what are we doing here? We're calling glass, hucking it up, goes in. I mean, you gotta be kidding me. But it did seem that, man, that shot felt like it was a little late. And sure enough, it goes the Nuggets' way. How did you experience that on the broadcast side of things?
Well, I'll take it through. You said the last 2 minutes felt like it lasted forever. And I called that to Chris because it was so close. Both teams had 2 timeouts left at 20 seconds. And I said, Chris, you're going to see how 20 seconds of NBA clock is going to feel like 15 minutes. There was 6 timeouts in the last 20 seconds of the game.
That's insane.
20 point something, right?
That's crazy.
20.01 or whatever it was. There were 6 timeouts. They had the challenge there, obviously. I was lucky because we're on the air, and then, you know, Marlowe's, which is a great night, he goes, oh, no, you know. And somebody, I don't know if it was their TV or if it was the Jumbotron people or whatever, had a replay, and you could see, and that's what you do in those situations. Look for the light. Look for the light on the backboard. And I was able to see a replay before we even put it up on altitude. I said, wait a minute. They may look at this. They may look at this right here. That he may have had it in his hand.
Right.
And sure enough, I mean, we did earlier in the game, you know, great moments of 2025. And one of them was a shot very similar. It wasn't a bank shot and it wasn't a lucky shot, but go back to the postseason when Aaron Gordon dunked that one.
Yeah.
And they didn't know, was it out of his hand? And I mean, it literally took them 4 minutes to get all the angles to figure out, no, basket good. So, yeah, it was a little bit like that. That was an improbable win. I think they're going to have, you know, not only this road trip, but maybe until guys start clawing their way back, probably more improbable wins. Tonight's going to be tough. They've struggled against the way Cleveland plays anyway. Here your starters are going to be at least two guys that have spent G League time in the last 2 years, significant time in the G League.
You think Holmes will start, not Zeke?
I'm thinking because of the way Holmes played in that game that he's probably going to get a look at starting.
Okay. Now
But,
Zeke
listen,
Zeke did not play. Zeke did not play, which surprised me a little bit. And Adelman went with a very short bench rotation. But he has to play now at some point, right?
Yeah. I thought they might start Zeke in this game.
I did
too. They still might.
Okay.
But I think they really truly have been impressed in two short outings of what Deron Holmes has done.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they may give him the chance, but it'll be an upset of all upsets if Zeke doesn't play. He will play. But I talked to somebody who went to shoot around there today. I said, how'd it go? And he goes, he said, welcome to Grand Rapids Gold.
I tell you what.
Because I think they brought more bodies in. I think they've had to bring even more bodies in. So you definitely need a program, I think, here for these next handful of games of who the Nuggets are playing. I don't know if I've ever heard of a team losing 5 of their top 6 guys
unbelievable
for significant time.
Unbelievable. Talk to us about.
I believe. Real fast. Christian Brown's missed 22 games.
Yeah.
AG's missed 18. 4 now, I think, for Cam. Second one coming up for Joker.
Right.
Val, they just said the same thing as Joker, right? They'll reevaluate it in 4 weeks. So add another 15 games right there.
Jeez.
That's significant.
Dude, I'm to the point, any win to me now,
yes,
treasure it. And just we'll see. Okay, talk to us about Jonas. What do you know about the Jonas stuff?
Well, I know this. As he was walking through the Toronto airport, he was in a boot yesterday.
Boy. Okay.
So as soon as I saw that, you figured, okay, pretty pretty significant. They want to isolate it completely and have no stretching, strain, or whatever on the thing. That being said, the watching Nikola Jokic walk through the airport yesterday was significantly different than I saw him getting on an airplane in Miami.
How so?
So they and I was like, the limp was noticeably diminished.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
All right, good.
Wouldn't say there's no limp, but I would say it went from, it looked like me trying to climb the stairs after I get up in the morning to take a pee, right?
Okay.
To where you wouldn't, if you didn't know, you would say, oh, okay, look, there's Joker. Oh, there's a Joker. So I know they've worked hard on those cats, and then I'll also say this: Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown, the last 3 games we played on the road, they have excuse me, they have significantly ramped up their workouts before the game. I'm still holding out that we'll see Christian before this trip's over.
Okay,
but who knows? Who knows?
Now I'll tell you this:
it is what it is. I agree with you 100%. Though any win right now is going to be spectacular.
Yeah, I don't want to hear, like, I heard some people, oh, they're not good, that's not good. I'm like, stop. They're all NBA players, okay? I don't care who they are. It does not matter. But I will also say this about the Nuggets. They are also all NBA players. All of them. So it's there's something to that, despite how crazy these injuries are. And that they are literally insane. What's happening? Never seen anything like it. Literally on any team. Don't recall. But that being said, when Minyama has some sort of hyperextended knee, other players get hurt. I mean, It does happen. And at this point of the year, you're going to run into teams 3 and 4 nights or back-to-backs or, I don't know, whatever, man. Like, everybody's got their own problems. I don't know if anybody has the same problems as the Nuggets, but that doesn't mean these teams are problem-free. So, although any win would be amazing, I'm not waving a white flag. Look how they competed the other night against Toronto. I am worried about this, though. I am worried about this, that the way the Nuggets are in their state is just going to put so much more stress on those who are playing. And let's just keep it real. The number one guy that we'd be concerned about is Jamal Murray, who is suffering with a dinged-up ankle, Scott. So, geez, how do you manage that?
And I don't know. Well, when I interviewed David the other day, I think you guys played it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember if he said it in the interview or he and I were talking a little bit after that. He said, listen, I just got to make sure that I protect Jamal.
Yeah, he said that.
And that I don't go out there and play him 42, 45. Did he say it on the interview?
He did,
And
yes.
so they understand that. I mean, he's already played more games to start a season than I think he ever has. You know, he's missed one game, I think, so far. So, yeah, they're going to keep an eye on it. And that's why. But listen, let me give you the glasses way half full.
Sure, why not?
I'm going to give you from a player's perspective. I'm going to give you from a team's perspective. From a player's perspective, Zeke Naji, for example, or Deron Holmes, or some of these other guys, Jalen Pickett. You got a real chance right now to prove to not only your team but the league that you belong in this league.
Right.
And this is a golden opportunity to go out there and show some of your abilities.
Right.
I thought Jalen Pickett was outstanding that first half. Here's an opportunity for you guys to go out there and show you belong in this league. Change minds on your own team and so on and so forth. So this is awesome from the standpoint you're going to get a chance. It's awesome from the team's perspective because say these guys come out there and you go, well, wait a minute, maybe Zeke Naji should have been getting a few more minutes, or maybe there's no reason to send Deron Holmes ever back to the G League. I mean, he's right there. Hey, Pickett could be a great solid backup.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's on this team or not, now all of a sudden everybody else has film on you. All of a sudden, come trade deadline, guess what? Yeah, we saw Zeke in that 6, 7, 8 game stretch. He was pretty good. Yeah, we'll take him. How about? And so it can open a lot of doors for the team if these guys play good, not only for themselves but for possible roster changes and moves.
Well, it will be one fascinating game that you're on the call with tonight with the Nuggets and Cavs. Pregame starts at 5 o'clock here on 92.5. Powered by our great friends at Ramos Law. Okay, we'll see how it goes. The Cavs, I mean, they're okay. They're a big team. They're a long team. They take a lot of threes, but what are they, Scott? They're 12-8 at home. They're all right. They're 19-16 on the year. They're okay. I mean, I think they're actually
they're having
less than last year.
They're having a hangover from dominated the East last year. Remember, they weren't they the number one seed last year, and then got knocked out in the second round by Indiana, or the first round by Indiana.
They couldn't lose. They were hitting 10 million threes.
Yep, and then I think it was Indiana beat them in that first round, and I feel like they're having a bit of a hangover from so high to where they are now, but they're a dangerous team. I think they swept Denver last year. That's that game you always use, right? When it was 142, 138,
right.
But there was like 63s
right.
Between each team shot or something like that.
Yeah, the most boring game ever, 146 to 138, something like. But it was, to me, it was boring because it was just the same, 73s, and that to me is boring. Hey, by the way, and we have Adam Schefter coming up here in about 10 minutes, so we'll get to the. Wait till you see what the Chargers are doing. Oh, my God. Spencer Jones, this is a riot, Scott. You want a dose of some crazy reality. Spencer Jones is turning out to be one of the more fascinating dudes on the team. First of all, you got to understand Spencer Jones on a weekly basis updates his LinkedIn profile. He went to Stanford. This guy is, without a doubt, getting ready if he's not a pro basketball player. He's on a two-way contract. However, that being said, how many games has Spencer Jones started this year in the NBA? I mean, a dozen more, something like that. I mean,
I think he's up to like 15 in a row.
Okay, Crazy, right? Well, check out this interaction. Dan, maybe you can look up what Spencer Jones actually makes. But I know Cam Johnson, who's he's being interviewed with, makes $18 million a year. So check out this interaction.
It's a little bit easier here because they take care of my apartment, and then my apartment's right next to the arena, so I still don't have a car. I'm borrowing a teammate's of mine's right now.
Car share. Car share.
It's a nice little range, man. I'm enjoying it. Like that's the thing I've always tried to do. Like I know I'm on a two-way. I'm still on a two-way, and like part of the reason a lot of guys have financial issues, is like two main reasons. Like, look, they have that lifestyle creep and want to try to maintain the lifestyle that guys with bigger contracts have and anything like that, and then the people around them.
Why are you pointing to me?
Because you got a bigger contract than me. That's why. I'm just saying because you got a bigger contract.
No, we're talking about the bigger. We're talking about the bigger.
That's all I meant. So I like deliberately look, I'm only going to creep it up as my money creeps up. So I had things in route. And like, I didn't plan on not buying a car. It's just like, look, it's a 5-minute walk to the gym and everything like that. Security hates it now that I'm starting more and everything like that. But, I'll get it eventually.
On Spot Rack, it says he's making $85,000 a year, Scott. And listen, you probably have enough money. Dan Tanner looks at $85,000 like, oh my God, I'd be a millionaire. But that being said, hey, listen, I do too. Wow. Like, you got a starter in the NBA who's just being a little particular with his money because he doesn't want to waste it on a car. And that's one of your core starters for the Nuggets now. Good for him, but my goodness, what does that say about how the year's going?
The funny thing is, though, I think he was borrowing Deron Holmes' vehicle. And now Deron Holmes.
That is fantastic.
Deron Holmes.
That is fantastic.
Deron Holmes may have to live with Spencer Jones, maybe. Maybe they share a 2-bedroom apartment now. I think that'd be cool if they did.
We'll take a quick break. We'll take a quick.
I think in fact.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, go ahead. I saw Spencer drive up in this really nice car. I said, dude, we're making too much money in the NBA if a two-way player is driving that, and then one of the coaches says, nah. And that was when Deron was in Grand Rapids. He goes, no, he's driving Deron's car while he's in the G League.
That is fantastic. We'll take that is awesome. That's a nice little cherry on the top of that story. Adam Schefter will join us, and the Chargers. Hey, we'll get into it coming up next. Adam Schefter joins us. He's brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC. All at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Adam Scott is in Cleveland with the depleted Nuggets, trying to hang on the best that they can as we enter the new year. We welcome you to it, and hopefully you're doing well. Speaking of depleted...
Hold on.
Yeah.
Before we start.
Yeah.
Is there any chance that Scooty's going to be playing center tonight for the Nuggets or what?
Yeah, not tonight. I went to take a physical for my 10-day, and they had to unretire files that were still in black and white Rolodex film. And so it's until they get those back and they can reconfirm some of the injuries I've had, they don't feel safe.
Can I tell you something, though, Adam and Scott? If you just wanted to consider the Nuggets as a collective whole, at 6'10", Scott would be the tallest member of the Nuggets team in Cleveland tonight. That is true.
By the way, and if Phillip Rivers can come back, there's no reason Scott can't come back. And they need him, and he's there. Like, what's the difference? Jokic is out. Valanciunas is out. Next man up. And that's Scott.
Yep. The only difference between me and Phillip Rivers is just 2 decades. Would be one of the biggest differences.
But aside from that,
yeah. I got a difference between me and Phillip Rivers is like you and one of your children, children's ages, Adam.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Like it's, I think you can help out tonight, Scott. I really do.
That's so funny. Okay. Speaking of injuries,
well, I'd hit somebody. Hey, you know what? I got 6 fouls. I could take the 6 fouls.
The Chargers, Adam.
Yeah.
Listen, man, I laughed when I saw their injury report yesterday. There were 13 dudes on the injury report who were either limited or didn't practice. The Broncos had 2. Right. So, I always thought the Broncos were going to win this game. But when I saw, and we'll see more later today, but my goodness, Adam. I mean, I'm not saying they're trying to lose whatsoever, but wowzers when you're playing a team like that. How do you think Harbaugh is managing this situation?
Well, I think, in all honesty, he's going to have his team fighting and competing, but it's his B-plus team. It just is. If you're starting Trey Lance at quarterback over Justin Herbert, there's a big difference there. Now, here's the thing you have to remember. This is the opportunity of a lifetime for Trey Lance, and he's going to be going out there to get a W on his resume and to look great. I don't know if his contract's up after this year, but if it is, it's a huge game for him and his chance to prove he can be a starter in this league. And look, there's no reason for Denver not to win this game.
No.
And the Chargers are not going to lay down, but they have certain advantages here because of the time of the year and because of the position the Chargers are in that they wouldn't have had a few weeks ago.
And there's still an opportunity these two teams meet anyway, right? I mean, and not that. Listen, here's the biggest misnomer. There's no secrets between anybody in the NFL right now, right? Week 18, there's no secrets.
No, you know what they're doing, especially division rivals. You've been studying it, but it's such a huge game to Denver. Now, DMac, I don't mean to go all DMac on you here, but I'd be really surprised and shocked if Denver, came out and didn't find a way to win this game. That would be what is the point spread right now?
It was 12.5 this morning. And you know what? I am going to, so Adam, just real quick how this happened. We're on the air the other day and we're like, oh, is Herbert going to play? Is he not? It was 7.5. During our segment, it was announced that he wasn't going to play. During our segment, it jumped from 7.5 to 11.5. And then later this week, it went up another point. And I'm scrambling for it right now. So I know it was at 12.5 this morning, and it stays at 12.5. So 12.5 Denver, yeah.
And that's about what I would expect. Denver should win this game by 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and as I look at things, actually, The Jags are a 13.5-point favorite over the Titans. So aside from that, it's the biggest point differential by Vegas odds in the entire league. So
again, it should be. I mean, they're gift wrapping it for Denver.
Correct.
They still got to go take it, open the box, and get it home safely. Like they just got to do that, and they're not there yet. And you don't know what could happen in one game, but boy, like they're trying to give Denver the number 1 seed. They're trying to do it, and Denver needs to take advantage of it.
So I was going to say, don't forget Super Bowl 32. I believe the winner of that game were 12.5-point dogs going into Super Bowl 32, if I'm not mistaken. That being said, how do you see who's dangerous to you in the playoffs right now?
Houston stands out to me, which probably means they'll be one and done. But that defense is so good that by the way, like, I mean, they have so many good defensive players, and I think they're very impressive, and I also think that Buffalo with Josh Allen is still dangerous. That would scare me. Buffalo with Josh Allen. But those would be. I mean, I think anybody is scary in the playoffs. Did we not learn that in 1997 when Jacksonville came into Denver? Did we not learn when Baltimore came into Denver in whatever year it was, 2014, 13, 12? What year was that Jacoby Jones caught the pass against the Broncos?
2013, but 2012 season, yeah.
There have been enough lessons. There are no easy games in the playoffs. None. Zero.
No, and that's why getting the number 1 seed for there's nothing to think about here. Sean Payton didn't even know it was New Year's Eve. Let me see if I can play this for you. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. I didn't know it was New Year's Eve. The most overrated holiday, honestly.
That's how focused. And I don't think he's lying there. I don't think he knew it was New Year's Eve on Wednesday, Adam. Seriously.
Let me tell you something. I remember the year. Let me see. I'm gonna. The year that Brokeback Mountain came out.
Hey now.
What year did Brokeback Mountain come out and won the Oscar?
I don't.
You look at it right now, DMac?
Sure. Go ahead. Give me a second. Go
okay.
ahead.
And there's a reason I'm telling this story, but you got to give me the answer.
All right. Hold on. December 9, 2005.
Yeah, 2005. I remember talking to Mike Shanahan. I'm like, how about this? We're saying Brokeback. He goes, what's that? I go, it's a movie, like the best movie of the year. Like that movie that he's talking about. Never heard of it. Like these guys, they're in their own bubbles. Okay. They don't know New Year's Eve. They don't know what the best year is. They don't know any of that. Okay. All they care about is their first 15 play calls on Sunday and how they're shutting down the opponent.
That's too funny, man. So did Mike ever see Brokeback Mountain?
I'm just telling you, he had no idea.
Too funny. All right. What else is going on in terms of story? I mean, I'm laughing at the biggest game. Well, I mean, the Steelers Ravens has to be the biggest game, but the Bucks Panthers game is important, as is what's our Sunday night game there? I'm fading on it. Seahawks Niners. So what's your favorite storyline going into this weekend there, Adam?
I think that to me the Ravens Steelers is dripping with storylines.
It is, yeah.
It's dripping with storylines. So I mean, Aaron Rodgers' last game. What about the coaching futures there? That to me is really intriguing. And then, the Niners Seahawks for the NFC's number 1 seed that Saturday night on our network is an outstanding matchup. Yeah. Two great football teams. There's some games that don't mean a lot, but there are some games that mean an awful lot.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen enough, and speaking of games that don't matter, I think it's Cleveland-Cincinnati on the last weekend, which is usually a great rivalry game. That being said, Have you seen enough from Shedeur? Is Shedeur an NFL quarterback in your opinion?
Enough of what? I think he's played himself into the conversation, and I think people like him, and I think he's played well at times. But have I seen enough that they could just say, okay, we're not using a pick on a quarterback that I don't know how it'll go. I got to see their draft position. Got to see who's there available. Do I think they're ready to just hand them the job for next year? I don't think that right now, but I don't know what they do. By the way, who's going to be the coach of the team? We don't know that. It's hard to figure out some of these things on January 2nd when there are a lot of questions that we have to answer first.
How do teams lose without losing? You know what I'm saying? How does that work? Because
it's very hard. You talk about the Raiders, right?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I don't think it's a layup that they're going to lose because the Chiefs are no great shakes.
Yeah.
And beyond that, while ownership or front office might want them to lose privately, the players, their contracts are largely not guaranteed. The coaches' contracts, they're coaching, so they're going out to win the game. They're going out to win. So there are really conflicting agendas here between coaches, players, and front offices. It's just how it is. And so how that's going to turn out, we'll see.
All right, Adam. We're getting into the meat of it, which is awesome. And it's great to have the Broncos so significant. Last year at this time, they were getting ready to playing the JV Chiefs. And, they had to win that game to get into the playoffs. But nobody really thought much of the Broncos. What do you think is the perception of the Broncos now going in the preseason? And we can do this because we do what we do. Let's just assume they do have that number one seed. What do you expect the tone about the Broncos to be going in the playoffs?
I still think even as the one seed, it's kind of go prove it. I still think there's an element of that. Yes, they've accomplished a lot, but there's still a lot more to go. And I think that's really the way to say it right now.
Adam, do you care about this college football stuff that's going on right now?
Not all that much.
Yeah, me neither. I'm trying to get into it, Adam. You know what I mean?
Yep.
When I tune it in, I become disinterested in 5 seconds.
I know it means an awful lot to a lot of people.
Yes. Yeah.
But I am just focused on my professional world. I got coaches to worry about. I got playoffs to worry. That's what I got a pregame show Saturday. I got pregame show.
Right.
I'm not. I don't have my red and white pom poms out for the Indiana Hoosiers with all due respect.
Well, I mean that's funny because.
But hold on now, hold on. They are a Big Ten school, man. I mean, you had to be a little happy that Ohio State got kind of embarrassed, aren't you?
I don't like that. I'm not like. I think the people who get like that, I think it's very sophomoric. I don't take other people's misery. It's just not what I do.
All right, well, that's funny because it's about to get us into our next story about Michael Irvin after we say goodbye to you. But we love you. Happy New Year. This is the best time of the year, sort of. I mean, there's all sorts of great times of the NFL year, but we're on the cusp of it here in Denver that we haven't seen in a long time, which is freaking awesome. So we love you, Adam. We'll talk to you next week, okay?
Guys, Happy New Year. Appreciate it.
Yep, it's Adam Schefter, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. CCU, helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Time for Sports, Not Sports. Let's go, Dan.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
Scott, Michael Irvin first of all, the abs on Michael Irvin are freaking unbelievable. The dude's 60 years old and has abs of steel. He obviously does, 6-minute abs. There ain't no doubt about it. So he looks great, except that he also looks like he belongs in a loony bin. with the belts and the smacking of this, that, the other thing, and nothing screams "look at me" than the antics of Michael Irvin on the sideline. What is your impression, or what are your thoughts about Michael Irvin and all the stuff?
Well, first of all, I'll just say this to you. Michael Irvin and "look at me" and your surprised how?
I don't know, man. What? I don't know. You just, because he's like the same age as me. I mean, he's a little bit older, actually. And the thought of, like, being that enthusiastic about anything is mind-blowing to me. I mean, I don't even know what to say.
Well, you started the segment off about fans being a fan, and the only thing that's weird for me is he was kind of he was kind of doing the same thing at CU a couple years ago, wasn't he? I mean, might not have been taking his shirt off or anything, but and I know he went to the U, so yeah, I don't know. I don't. They had a cornucopia of ex-alum / Hall of Fame type players on that sideline at that game, though, didn't they?
Listen,
it wasn't just Michael Irvin.
Scott, I get it. I'm fine with that. On the sidelines, you went there. You're a big. Dude, it's the pulling the shirt up, the taking the belt off, the bap, all that. All right, listen, I do love fans, and I think you should high five. And yeah, we went off on that at the beginning of the show. But Scott, come on, bro. There's a difference between that and looking at what a fool, in my opinion, he's making himself look like these days. What are you, a cheerleader? I mean, what is going on here? And listen, I do love big fans. I do, okay? I do. But as soon as you start pulling out the makeup and, the over-the-top costumes, that guy that dresses up like the Joker freaks me out at Ball Arena, all right? You know how Bo Nix is freaked out about dogs? That's how I feel about that dude who dresses up as the evil Joker at Nuggets games. I'm just like, my God, there's got to be some sort of line to draw. Or am I wrong on this? And if I'm wrong on this, then fine.
I don't know. Again, 2 weeks in a row, I did it leaving 25, and I'll do it entering 26. One of my favorite quotes from Robert S. Forrest Gump, stupid is as stupid does.
Well, yeah.
So, I mean, listen, I don't think it's any different than he always acts. And now, guess what? He's sitting on one of the 4 best teams in college football, isn't he?
Yeah, well, and granted, if I had abs like that, I might not own a shirt. Vic Lombardi on the hotline wants to jump in. Yes, Vic, what's your 2 cents on Irvin?
I am so sorry. This is just such a fascinating topic to me. I am so sorry. But the ads are unbelievable. The guy looks like a fool on the sidelines. But I had to stop and pull over when DMac said, I would never imagine getting excited over something like that. Dan Tanner, can you please pull up the audio of DMac after the Broncos drafted Bo Nix? Yeah, can you, if you don't mind
Thank you, Vic.
finding that. Yeah, if you don't mind
Thank
finding
you, Vic.
that audio. So when DMac said to the world, I would never get that excited over anything, I want to remind everybody what DMac did on that day in April, please.
Yes!
You got your Justin Fields, baby.
Yes!
We'll
Yes! Yeah, but I didn't have a belt.
Holy crap!
Yeah, no.
You had a baby.
You didn't have a belt, and like Michael, and unlike Michael Irvin, also you didn't have
abs,
ab with an S. You didn't have abs.
No, two things I was
wanted to say.
All right,
DMac, the reason why you don't get excited about college football like the NFL is because you didn't go to a college football school. I don't know if you even had a team.
Oh, I'll let Jim Brown and Floyd Little know, and Ernie Davis. Yeah. I'll tell Donovan McNabb about that. I'll let him know.
Have a happy New Year, 70-7. Have a happy New Year. Bye bye.
Right, see you. I'm sorry. What bowl is Notre Dame playing in, Scott? I forgot. Which one is it?
They refused to bowl.
Oh,
they refused to bowl, and then the next week they turned down the biggest rivalry in college football with them and USC.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Let's go, Dan. Scott, it is a Bud Light Football Friday, and we're excited for the Broncos, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We'll get to that to a second. So there's Vic. He's yelling at me. Mark Kiszla was yelling at me earlier today on the old Twitter machine.
Really?
Yeah, which was kind of came out. I love Mark Kiszla.
What was he?
I mean, Mark's one of my kids. I kick it with Kiz. He's one of my favorite guys, and he's a big fan of the show. But all right. What do you think that this is a stretch? But what do you think Mark Kiszla would be mad at me about? Now you really got to know Mark Kiszla to know this.
Golly,
it's a stretch, but
that list has to be a little bit big. But
what does Mark Kiszla care about more than?
What does he manage
what?
you
Hold
about?
on, let me go this way. What does he care about more than anything?
Besides himself?
Yes.
I do not know.
The Olympics. Mark Kiszla, and what I love about Kiz is he's a winter sport enthusiast, as am I. So we share that in common. And Kiz and I have had a bunch of great conversations over the years, and he loves the Olympics. Loves it. So today, I tweet out, because Brock Nelson, who may join us, Scott, by the way, in about an hour or so. The Avs are landing, and they're getting settled in Carolina. But I talked to the great Brendan McNicholas, and he's going to effort us to get on Brock a little bit later. And Brock Nelson's grandfather played for Team USA at Squaw Valley in 1960. His uncle, Dave Christensen, played for the Miracle on Ice team. And now Brock Nelson is a third-generation hockey Team USA participant. How about that?
Wow.
How's that?
That is
kind of cool. So hopefully we have Brock on.
And especially at an age where he can really appreciate it too, can he?
It probably was a little now or never on that one for Brock. So pretty damn cool. And he's been playing fantastic. So I put out hey, congrats to Brock Nelson, whatever. Kiz comes off the top rope at me and was like, hey, you shouldn't talk about that. You don't care about this, blah, blah, blah. You've ripped hockey. And I'm like, whoa. And I'm looking at it oh, Kiz, my guy, I love you, Kiz. You're killing me on this. And I was like, what are you talking about? And I did not remember what I had said that kind of set him off, but he does love the Olympics. Now, let me say, Scott, you can have two opinions about two different things. Am I pumped for Brock Nelson to be on Team USA, and can I acknowledge that Olympic hockey with all the pros is really cool? Yeah, I could say that. But, Scott, am I thrilled that 9 Avalanche, and depending on Olofsson, and I think we dodged a bullet with the Lumberyard, Wedgwood, and Blackwood not going? Am I thrilled that there's 9 dudes from the hottest Avs team of forever about to go out there for 2 weeks of irrelevant competition to the goal of winning the Stanley Cup? No, I'm not thrilled by that, Scott. I am not. And I do wonder, is Olympic competition better if, especially in hockey, if you went U23 or U19 or something like that, so you can include college kids, but we just leave well enough alone, like U23. How about that? So all the top-level college kids or maybe some top minor league guys can go, and we just sort of see that at the Olympics. That is my opinion on it, and I think that would be better. But I'm not going to sit here and say watching Team Canada with McDavid and McKinnon going against the Kachucks and Team USA and Brock Nelson isn't going to be awesome. Obviously it is. Scott, the Four Nations Cup, they wanted to beat the crap out of each other, which was amazing.
Yeah, that was cool.
It was cool, but it was meaningless, and I'm glad none of our guys were involved with that. And I just think, my opinion, that there's more on the line, and I think it's more exciting to win the Stanley Cup. I think it's more exciting for the Avs to win the Stanley Cup than Team USA to win an Olympic gold. Your take?
Wow, a lot to unfold there. Yes, on the surface, I'd rather the Avs win the Stanley Cup, but that I'm more directly affected. That I will say this: the greatest quote-unquote amateur hockey memory most people have, especially my age, older and a little bit younger, was the 1980 team that won in Lake Placid, which, oh, by the way, do we know any of their names when that thing started? Or where they really came from or anything?
When it's,
as a general USA hockey public, no.
No,
you guys back east probably, yeah. You had the back east, the Boston colleges, and people from Minnesota probably knew. I mean, I knew Herb Brooks as a pro coach. I didn't know anything about doing anything else. And that was memorable. And we didn't know any of them kids. So put a good hockey team that's U19 or U20 or whatever it is, non NHL playing yet. I'm fabulous with that. And I'm not big into, because I'm with you also, and I think this is why you're even more like it this year. This Av teams has a legit, more so since they won the last Stanley Cup, a legit chance to win this cup this year. They're that good. You don't want to take 2 weeks away from that. And is there an injury? Is there this? Or let's keep this thing rolling. So I'm a little like you on that. I wish they didn't. I wish other countries wouldn't have cheated and actually kept amateur athletics amateur. I wish this was still a display of young people, fighting him. How many great stories did we used to read about? This guy had to work at a grocery during the day so he could, power skate at night and lift weights early in the morning. And Eddie the Eagle, who had to, England didn't even have a jumping team and he wanted to jump. And we ain't getting none of them stories now.
No,
these Olympians, not just the hockey, but these Olympians are richer than the NIL guys in college football now.
Right, and my point is you would still have pros if it was U23, Scott, but it would be guys like Gavin Brindley, who's 21, that would play, I assume he's from Canada, but, it would be guys like that. Well, he's still a pro. He's still an up-and-comer. And frankly, one of the issues, and this is a common issue with the NHL, and Nick Saban brought it up, by the way, because Nick Saban's right about college football. The calendar sucks.
Right on. The calendar sucks.
The calendar, and so does the hockey calendar. We'll get into Nick Saban in a little bit. But the NHL hockey calendar blows. Why in the world are we ending the season when it's 100 degrees in Tampa instead of starting the season like that? I tell you what, Scott, if we had some hockey games in August and we got a little relief from 100 degrees and we can go into Ball Arena, wouldn't that be cool? And then we wrap the season up in March. We don't go head-to-head with the NBA. Also, NBA, start a month later and finish in July, for crying out loud, right? Like, basketball is arguably as much, if not more, of a summer sport than a winter sport. And the fact that the NHL is so dumb, and this is on the NHL, because the NBA is more powerful than the NHL, but the NHL is so dumb, great sport, amazing sport, but so dumb that they compete with the NBA heads up when it's 100 degrees out. What are you doing? Play your sport when it matters the most, when there's a little chill in the air, and you'd have March to yourself. I understand there's March Madness, but it would be the least competitive time, Scott, for you to have your season. Like, there would be more eyeballs on it. And if you were to do that, and the Olympics comes along in February, all right, well, you don't have to change a damn thing. But if you're in the playoffs, your guy's not going. And you know what? That just is the way it goes. That's the way it goes. So if your team's out of it,
help me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, help me here, right here. Other than Denver, won the last 4, 5, 6 champions, Florida, Tampa,
yeah, right.
and Vegas.
Right.
I mean, are there 5 hotter places in the world than Orlando, Tampa, Vegas, and we're playing hockey in late June?
Scott, I was down there. I was down there in Tampa. I was very lucky to be in Tampa for the Stanley Cup final, okay? Very lucky. The memory of trying to survive walking outside sweating my cojones off, and then you go into the rink and all the sweat just freezes up on you. It was and all the issues they had with the ice and all that stuff. It felt dumb. It felt just flat out dumb. Now, when the Nuggets were in the NBA Finals and it's June, guess what it feels like? Basketball.
Yeah.
It feels like basketball. Listen, I love you. I do love Kiz. But you can be enthusiastic about what's happening now while advocating for something better. And that's what I think I'm doing with the hockey. We'll be into the Olympics, Scott. Remember, we were like, poo-poo in the Olympics, and then
we absolutely felt crazy on the Paris Olympics.
Dude, it was one of our most fun shows of the year, watching Serbia, Team USA, live on the air. That was a riot.
Yep.
That was a blast. So we'll be into this, too. And the Avalanche story, oh, my God. Did you catch everything going on with the Avs and the Blues and the goalies and all that stuff?
I did not.
Oh, I got a doozy for you. We'll give you details coming up next.
Centering feed, found Lechushkin, down low, he lost the rebound, throws it in front, he scores! Manson available, Manson lets it go, thrown in front, tucked in by McKinnon. Revenge is a dish best served cold, ice cold for Nathan McKinnon. To his left in Landeskog, across the red line, he'll head right up the middle of the ice. Natchez, McKinnon, one-timer, he scores! Number 2 of the period, number 401 of his career for Nathan McKinnon. It's there for Nelson, tries it again, he scores! Can you smell what the Brock is cooking? A one-time wonder. Walensky backdoor, found Lechushkin, he scores! Throw the chapeau! It's the third career hat trick for Val Lechushkin. The choo-choo train pulls into the station for the third time tonight. And it's snowing hats inside Ball Arena.
Scott, it was electric, man. I'm glad I was there, and I'm glad we were seated and in our seats, because if you showed up to this game late, well, you missed the game. And it wasn't just the 4 goals in a little more than 4.5 minutes. There was another goal that was disallowed. So it was really 5 goals. Now, we all hate Jordan Binnington, and this goes back to the cadre and the water bottle and, all sorts of stuff with Binnington, right? So we've disliked sports hate Jordan Binnington for a long time here. Well, welcome a new villain. Doug Armstrong is the GM of the Blues and the GM of Team Canada. So the U.S. general manager is Bill Guerin, who's with the Wild. All right, so that's perhaps his bias there. Well, Canada's GM is Armstrong with the Blues. Okay, this was unreal, because if you look at any analytics whatsoever, both Blackwood and Wedgwood are dominating the NHL. Both of them, all right? The Avs are doing something historically, not just scoring goals, Scott, but they've only allowed 88 goals. They're the only team in the NHL under 100 goals allowed, and they're under 90. Their point differential is psychotic right now compared to everybody else in the NHL. It is a staggering plus 71. The second best goal differential is the second best team in the league, Dallas, which is plus 30. The Avs have 2 games in hand to Dallas, Scott, and they have a 10-point lead, okay? And nobody's even close, really, to Dallas. The Avalanche have basically wrapped up the number 1 seed in the NHL before the halfway point of their season. And this guy, Armstrong, from the Blues, talk about daddy ball, naming Jordan Binnington, who has been an international star for them in the past. But you gotta be kidding me that you overlooked Blackwood and Wedgwood for the best team in hockey, who are both Canadian, who are statistically on fire like nobody else. And it's not just because the Avs are scoring a lot of goals. They are. But they're also stopping the most amount of goals and playing the best. It was such an incredible insult, Scott. You could feel it before the game. You could feel it. And I know McKinnon and Binnington are about to be teammates again, and Makar and the whole thing. But they weren't teammates that night, Scott. And the energy the Avs put out was really freaking cool. First of all, you got to humiliate Binnington, but you also got to stick up for your 2 teammates in Blackwood and Wedgwood. And that was the juice in Ball Arena on New Year's Eve. How about that?
Did anybody ask any of those questions?
Absolutely. It was
after in the post game and say, "Hey,
yes,
was there
sir.
a little message that you guys picked the wrong goalie?" What was said there?
McKinnon said, because I asked McKinnon that question, he said, "Well, you should go talk to Blackwood about it." So I asked Blackwood about it.
Like today, because I'm sure there was some disappointment with the Team Canada stuff, and then it's Binnington of all guys there. What was that jump like or juice like for you today?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll speak for me and Wedgie. You know, I think we both felt like we had a good chance to go. So I think we were both a little bit disappointed, but, you know, it's the way things go, and we're focused on playing here.
Were you aware just of the drama, though? I mean, it was something that is Binnington and the Blues GM and all of that and the way you guys started.
Can't really worry about that too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the nature of hockey, Scott. However, let me tell you, Scott, off mic.
They knew about it.
I'm telling you, Scott, in the locker room, afterwards, off mic, off camera, you know. I mean, I think that's about as much as I can say. Bednar was asked about it too, and Bednar sort of downplayed it as well, saying, hey, there's a lot that goes into it. It's more than one guy that makes that decision. You know, I root for my guys. So I asked Bedsy, I was like, well, is it kind of a silver lining? I mean, yeah, okay, it's a bummer, right? But like, hey, man, your two goalies aren't going to be going to Italy and be stressed out and could get hurt. And you got 9 other guys that are going. And Bednar gave a really Jared Bednar answer saying, I want what the guys want, which was pretty cool. Like, you know, if the guys really wanted, I want it for them. Now, but come on, Scott, keep it real. As a coach, seriously, would you want any of your guys going over there and playing, you know, when your number one goal is just winning the Stanley Cup and you're playing historically well? Scott, seriously, why would Bednar want any of his guys over there?
Because he's Canadian, and I think that's into their blood. That's the only reason. If this were an American coach and his guy were American guys, you know, would they be excited? Would David Adelman be excited to stop the NBA season and say,
no way,
hey, our guys are a little banged up, but we're going to send you away for 2 weeks to go play basketball?
There's no way he'd be excited about it. I mean, he wouldn't have a choice.
He would say it publicly. I don't know. I think for Bednar, I think it's bred that way through the Canada thing. To be honest with you, I just think they're different, right? I mean, you know, it is. Listen,
I guess
I got a chance to wear a USA jersey for a World Championship, and it is fantastic, and it's fantastic when you do it, you know, in another country even, and it's really cool. And I'm sure that stands whether you got a Canadian jersey on or a Serbian jersey on or a Russian jersey on or whatever it is. You know, you're representing, you know, all that 400 million people, whatever it is. So it's cool. I think it's weird that they always do it in the middle of the season. They shut down a $1 billion industry just to go play the Olympics. But, you know, it is what it is.
Well, okay. On another note, though, Blackwood and Wedgwood both got screwed on this. Both of them. And they both should. You know who's going? Well, Logan Thompson, okay, fine. Darcy Kemper's going, as well as Jordan Binnington. And Scott, you want to talk about just karma. And Jim Montgomery, the old DU coach, he's coaching the Blues. So most goalies, if they give up that many goals, it's not even their fault necessarily. Most goalies get pulled because, hey, man, it's just not your night. We don't need you to get embarrassed. The game's over. You know what I'm saying? We'll rest you up and start our starter. We'll start you the next game and get you going. But you realize Montgomery couldn't do that night. There's no way he could have pulled Binnington because it would have been more humiliating based on the news of earlier that day if you pulled him. You know, it was bad enough the starting goalie for Canada was getting absolutely shelled in a historic fashion, but to pull him would have even been worse. So they just prayed, I think, that the barrage would sort of stop. And it kind of did, Scott. The Avs would score 2 more goals, including Brock Nelson on a power play goal, which was awesome. But that being said, the tone of the game, which was so insane in the first 5 minutes, you realize everything just, you know, it all, you know, sort of settled down.
No,
to the degree it was kind of boring in the last period.
I've seen it before. We've all seen that before when it's when there's a slight and you hate playing in that game. The biggest one kind of like this that stood out to me, and you probably will remember it. San Antonio and Houston is playing in a playoff game, and Houston, it was one of the years Houston ended up winning the whole thing. Hakeem had an unbelievable year, but the Slugs voted David Robinson MVP of the season. They passed out the trophy right before the game. Go back and look at that game and what Olajuwon did. Olajuwon embarrassed David Robinson on national TV in a playoff game. And I think when they're on whatever the thing, they did a documentary on Houston winning the championships, and he talked about it. He goes, "Oh yeah, I saw him get that trophy before the game started." Man, you don't do that. You don't do that. You should have given Bennington the night off. To be real honest with you.
Wow, that's really oh man.
It's a regular season game.
Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting.
It's a regular season game, and you're looking over there, and you got one of the hottest offensive teams in hockey.
Yeah.
You've got two guys in goal that were slided.
Yeah.
Do we want to put Bennington now? I'll say this too. Their
That's
analytics may say no. Bennington's the best goalie in hockey, but I don't care what these people say. Well. Okay. Hey, let me just add one more thing that's off this topic.
Sure.
Do you remember a couple weeks ago we were like, man, they're playing great, and Nichushkin really hasn't done anything yet. How about that now?
Hat trick. It was pretty funny, too, because, oh, shoot, Dan, I'll send it to you. But they interviewed Val like he was the number one star. And God bless Rachel Toss. She's terrific. She is great, our altitude brethren. And she's like, hey, Val, this, that, the other thing, blah, 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 blah. Really good question. And Val's just like, hey, Happy New Year, and then left. Oh, do you got it, Dan? All right, go ahead, Dan. Play it. Go ahead.
You know, I want to say only one thing. Happy New Year, everybody.
You know, it'd be great, and I don't have it, Dan, and I'm not sure how you'd find it, but it'd be amazing to find Rachel's question to him. You know, maybe I can dig that up later. But, Scott, you know what I'm saying? And you've been in that position 10 million times, right? So and I feel bad for her because, like, she kind of knew, you know, Val doesn't really talk. But it was hysterical to hear, Dan, one more time, just Val wishing everybody, you know, oh, he's going to dig it up. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was pretty funny. So we did get a little bit of bad news, though, Scott. We did in that game. And there's not a lot of bad news for the Avs, but Jared Bednar admitted actually on the morning show with Vic and Moj and Brett, he said Logan O'Connor isn't really coming around, and he was asked about Logan O'Connor after the game, and he was like, yeah, we don't know what's up. So he's had some sort of setback, unfortunately. So slightly bad news there. Bad news for Logan.
But
it's
it's January 3rd, right?
Yeah. Well,
January 3rd. You know, and the Stanley Cup's not going to be going on until May and June. Here we go.
That's true. I just feel bad for Logan as a person. He had that hip injury, I believe, that knocked him out for the vast majority of the year. And now he's had this other injury that's kept him out for the vast majority of the year. So he's a great dude. We love him. That must be something too, Scott. If you're out with an injury, but your team is like killing it without you, I kind of suck a little bit, right? Just a little bit, sort of.
Yeah, I could see Joker after that last game in Toronto really trying to bust his hump to come back now. Got Deron Holmes breathing down his neck.
It's a chip on the shoulder.
Yeah, chip on the shoulder. Hey, I got to get back. I can't lose my spot to Deron Holmes.
We're trying to get Brock Nelson on with us, and we might. But we'll have John Michael Lyles on with us for sure coming up in about 40 minutes about the experience of Team USA. You know, John's from Indiana, and you know what it means. By the way, with a name like John Michael Lyles, doesn't that sound like French Canadian? Can you believe a guy like John?
That or he should be acting in a movie called Soldier in Blue or something.
Something like that. Something would make more sense. So that we'll get back into the hockey and all that. But it was an awesome experience, and at the same time that's going on, then we turn our eyes to the Nuggets and the Raptors. And my God, Scott, I don't know, man. That was such a gutsy performance, bro. That was awesome.
You said something earlier that We all knew the news. Joker's out, 4 weeks, they'll reevaluate it. You still got Cam Johnson was 4 weeks, we'll reevaluate it. You've lost the other two guys that have been right around 4 and 5 weeks. They both or 5 and 6 weeks, they've both been out. And you're like, oh my gosh, are you serious? Let's see if they can just compete. Let's watch, play hard.
Yeah.
And you said this a while ago. It got to the point where all of a sudden they're kind of winning this game all game long, and you're like, now you're almost going to be PO'd if they lose,
right?
And did you see who's closing the game? I mean,
Scott,
Jamal Murray
yes.
and people, right?
Yes, and just to be honest with you, we were at the Avs game, and we weren't sure why Jonas wasn't there. Because everything's happening at the same time. So Jonas got hurt with 4 minutes or so to go in the third, something like that.
Was it? I think it was early in the third.
It was earlier than that. Okay,
yeah, I think so.
But we're just sort of, I don't know, man. Can you imagine? You're not paying attention, not really, until the last 5 minutes of that game, and we're like, where the hell is Jonas? We were and I'm like, that's Deron Holmes.
Yep.
What is going on here? But they still had the lead. Now, I'm going to tell you, Scott, that was not a thing of beauty. We're not putting that in the Basketball Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts, the last 4 minutes of that game. Okay, we ain't doing that. But you did figure it out. How many more wins do you think the Nuggets have in them like that?
Well, I believe it's the lowest total you scored to win a game. Everybody's been crying about their defense. Why their defense? They got to get their defense. By the way, you allowed the number one team in the league in fast break points to just 103 points. One of the teams that's top in turning people over, guess what? You only had 11, and that includes 6 of them were in the third quarter when you kind of allowed Toronto to get back in it. How many more? I think if you're going to win games, you're going to see a lot more. If you see a whole bunch of 124s, 128s, might be a little skeptical.
If you see 120 points for the Nuggets, is there 135 plus for the other team?
Ooh, that's a good question. It's either going to be 138 for the other team or 102.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's either going to be.
There's no in between.
Yeah, because listen, with that group in there, the good thing about it is you can switch everything and just keep everything in front of you.
Right.
And if a team, like that, you can do it to Cleveland night. Now all of a sudden, guys aren't getting wide open threes, and all of a sudden they're having to play and that's one of the things when you build your offense to shoot 50 threes a game, and a team holds you down to 30. Yeah, that changes who you are as a team a little bit. So we'll see with that. Now that also means you got to keep people out of the lane better. But I don't know, man. I said this during the broadcast. I know you guys were at the game, so you couldn't hear it. But I said in the game, sometime in the second or third quarter, I said, you know what? But this game is fun.
Yeah,
because I had zero expectations they would even be in the game by midway third quarter, and another guy hurt. And I said, you know what? These cats are playing. They're playing.
All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back with no dumb questions. 303-504-0925 on Twitch. We see you at Twitch, on YouTube. Like and subscribe. And we'll get to some of your questions too. And I do have a no dumb question about Jamal as well. That's coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic 2026. Here we go. Let's go now here. New Year's resolution, making some positive real change. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, okay, well, that's something to move on from, right? Let's go. It's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get rid of that frustration and embarrassment. There may be no better resolution than taking control of your ED. So here we go. It's a new year. Make the resolution to change your life. Consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. It's simple. Your initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 5 tremendous locations up and down I-25. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place. I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, let's start off, Scott, with a couple of ones surrounding the Nuggets, and then we can get into whatever foolishness that we want to. But I see this one, Scott from Ron. Is there an available player or two you'd like to see the Nuggets consider signing to a 10-day contract? Let me piggyback that dumb question with Ron. With my dumb question, are there games here you should actually rest Jamal Murray to take some pressure off of him? So should you rest Jamal to take a load off? And are there 10-day guys, and I don't even know when that starts, but are there guys that you could pick up to sort of be okay here for the next month in terms of big guys?
Well, I'll look on that right there. As far as resting
Jamal,
I think you might. I don't know when. Maybe that back-to-back because you go Brooklyn Sunday, Philly Monday. But it's a national televised game Monday, so you probably can't rest him on that Monday. And Brooklyn is at least a 3 o'clock game, so it's a little earlier. I don't know. Maybe if you can. It just depends what you got to do. I do know for a fact that Dave and his staff are really going to be just keep an eye on him. In fact, when he played the entire first quarter in Toronto and then didn't come back in till like six minutes, kind of the Joker minutes, right? You know, where he's going to play now 35, 36. So it's not just the minutes for Jamal right now. In the NBA's eyes, the NBA scouting eyes, he's the only thing they got that's considered a quote-unquote big-time threat. And so they are putting bodies on him all the time, 94 feet. Even, they're double-teaming him out of bounds so he can't get the ball. So it's not just the minutes. It's the minutes carrying an extra 200 pounds around the entire game is basically what he's having to do.
Okay.
Well, let's see. Dennis Smith Jr., and I don't know if any of these people have signed. Malik Beasley's still out there. But
you need somebody who's at least 6'10" here, don't you?
Well, you'd think, but
yeah,
26 NBA free trackers. I don't know when these things go in. I will say this: the Nuggets do have an extra roster spot. The key also might not just be a free agent on the field. Listen, if you can play, you probably ain't a free agent. If you're not signed right now in January of 26 in the NBA, it's either because they don't think you can play or you've got some sort of legal wranglings hanging over your head.
Well,
it's one of those two.
Are there some dog butt teams that have a 6'10", 7'1" dude and they ain't going anywhere, and you're just like, you know what? We didn't want to do this, but I don't know.
Well, that's the bigger question, isn't it? That right there becomes a bigger question. Why, what we said earlier, if these next 2 or 3 games, guys like Zeke Naji or Jalen Pickett or, whomever, Julian Strawther can really up their trade value, then maybe you can go in there and slip in and get somebody, a Sabonis or, another big guy.
Oh, my God, Sabonis. Holy cow, could you imagine that? But I mean, Sacramento's not going anywhere. I mean, it'd be nice to have Jay Huff on the team right now, a guy like that. But all right, another no dumb question here, Scott. Does Sean Payton get a Gatorade shower this Sunday? I don't think there is anything for wrapping up the number 1 seed. Is there? I mean, there's not that I recall.
Why? So you can be like the Avalanche and get beat in the first round?
Wow, that is rough. Do you use the smoke machine and music machine a little bit more? Do you do something to? I don't think there's no T-shirts or hats for being the number 1 seed, right? Nothing.
No.
Well, they've already given the hats out for winning the AFC West. So there you go. You got that. Be happy. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh.
Because let me just tell you this. So you're going on the assumption they win this game, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Win this game, get a bye in the first week, and then fall flat on your face in week 2. Ain't nobody celebrating.
Oh God!
It almost becomes a failure. All you've done by getting the number 1 seed is set yourself up that anything other than probably getting to the Super Bowl is going to seem failure-wise.
No dumb question. What about Boogie Cousins? Is he still beating up refs in the Puerto Rican League, or is he?
I see him on a podcast all the time.
I've seen that too. Is that ridiculous?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that ridiculous?
Well, it's like if you ask Terrell Davis, "Hey, Terrell,
yeah,
would you mind waking up every day with a migraine?"
Wait a second. Are you calling Boogie the migraine? Is that what the Nuggets would be waking up with a migraine every day?
I think they've got a nice balance in their locker room where the team gets together and likes each other, and they're nice, they're playing well, and they have it's even with all the injuries they're having right now. There's no drama in the locker room. Why would you bring a drama guy?
I don't know, Scott. I'm trying to scramble up during the busiest time of the year when you're both big guys, that you scramble up something, and I don't know. How do you operate a basketball team when you're really missing 3 centers? Because I'm going to throw AG in there as well, who's played center quite a bit. How do you win when you don't have a center on your team? Just curious.
Well, I mean, we can see if the past regime was correct in drafting Zeke Naji, and
he ain't a center,
now you have to play him. So,
but he ain't a center.
But neither is AG, and you said you can play AG at 5 and go small ball 5. He can be a stretch 5 and small ball though, can he?
Well, you tell me, man. You tell me.
I can't be honest with you.
All right. No dumb question.
You know how I feel.
I know how you feel.
Just don't don't throw it to me. I might not be able to catch it.
No dumb question. Why do people even care about college football at this point?
God, that's a great question. Was it Adam we had on earlier, and you said this? I'm trying to get into what's going on.
Yeah.
I've tried. I got my buddy who went to IU back in the day.
Yeah.
Sent me pictures yesterday from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. He was down there, and I'm like, oh, now you're a football fan now. Okay, I got you. And there are some good stories. I'm sure the Indiana's a great story. You know what I read? And Saban said it. And I think that's what the one I sent you. The schedule's wrong. They got to change this entire schedule.
The calendar. Yeah.
And if they would do that and had the portal, okay, he's absolutely right. You know what I read today, and I don't know if this is wrong or right. Maybe Dan can look it up. You know how many names are already hitting the portal before it's even legal to hit the portal? They're estimating right now 3,300 college football players have already got their names heading for the portal.
Insane. Listen, I'm listening to the morning show, and Brett, boy, you can't get the Nebraska out of Brett. He loves college football. And then, of course, Sanford, who worked for, I don't know, every college team, which is code for got fired by every college team. And I'm listening to these guys go on and on and on. I'm like, I didn't watch like 30 seconds of any of this crap. Like, oh, Ole Miss. And then I go for the Ole Miss Georgia highlights. It took them like 20 minutes. They brought the stage onto the field twice when they shouldn't have. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Why? And then, yeah, I like the Mendoza kid. Like, he looks weird and talks odd. And that's a good story.
Well, you got the Ole Miss story. Your coach leaves after a fantastic year, just leaves for your competitor.
Yeah.
And yet here you are in the Final Four.
Yeah. So to me, the whole thing is, and maybe I'm just too much of a pro sports guy, and if CU was in this mix, or Syracuse, which does have a football team up yours, Vic Lombardi, then maybe I'd be different. But as soon as my dogs are out of the hunt, Scott, with college football, God, man, well, I find myself not caring whatsoever.
But here's the thing. I think with all the NIL and all the open portals and everything else, even the people that have the dogs are going to start getting tired of the dogs. That's what I see. Listen, the Ole Miss Georgia game was a fantastic game, but I don't care.
You don't care, right? You don't care.
No. The Indiana story just blasting Oklahoma.
It's cool.
That's great.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
And I like the intensity of the OU coach.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, Miami's trying to bring back the thug life days, right? Now, I will say this. Did you see the video? The head coach of Miami was on Saban's staff.
Okay.
And he said, and Saban asked the question, how you doing it? Your lines just dominated. Well, I took a playbook or a line read out of your playbook. I can't basically get as much weight as you can and kick their ass or something like that. I mean, it was a great quote, great line. I went, oh, so he's doing what Saban did at Alabama and Miami, just getting beasts down there on the lines.
Hey, whatever, man. If you're into it, cool. We have plenty of college football here, right here on Altitude. So, but I get more excited about our team, Scott. I do, and the Broncos. And we'll get to the Broncos and the Chargers with the news about the Chargers, which is just insane. And, well, stick around. Details on that next. Scott has got his duds on. You look fantastic. Pretty in pink, my friend, as Molly Ringwald would say. You look gorgeous. The big question of the day. How long do I have you for, by the way? When are you catching a bus?
Bus leaves at 5. Little time to get down there. I'll probably go after our segment after that. I can't let football go.
Okay. Because that's not why I appreciate that. But John Michael Lyles is coming up. And also, we may have Brock Nelson on as well. But you got to go when you got to go, So, I love you. We know whenever.
They ain't paying me.
Oh, well, that's fair. Yeah. Give us a score, Scott. What's it going to be, man, against the Chargers? What do you think? How do you think this one's going to go?
24-13.
24-13. Okay, explain. Yeah. Why?
Well, I think the Chargers get out a couple quick touchdowns and never look back. Oh, no, I mean the Broncos.
Scott.
No, listen, I don't believe in this offense at all. It hasn't shown anything that they're going to do. I know that the Chargers probably ain't going to play anybody, and so it should be a pew, 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 laser show. But I don't believe in the – I think Bo Nix shoots 45s and not lasers.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they'll still win. I think they'll still win easily. But, I mean, we thought it should have just killed the Chiefs. You win just kind of what you did. Should have killed the Raiders. You kind of just win. I think it's going to be similar to what that Chiefs and Raiders game looked like.
I do, too, because I think first of all, I do think the Chargers will try to win with whoever they do play. So I don't think they're just going to lay down. Okay, fine. But when I saw, and Dan, again, I don't know when the injury report's coming out for the Chargers or the Broncos, but your injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. The Broncos had John Franklin Myers limited, and Dre Greenlaw did not participate. 2 people, Scott. 13 dudes. 13, Scott, from the Chargers were limited or did not participate.
Yeah.
And
that's CYOA though, right? That's
sure.
In case we decide not to play anybody, the league can't find us.
Now, I don't know what other incentives like Keenan Allen has, or who knows. I mean, I'm sure there's some sort of player bonuses that Jim Harbaugh is happy to get his guys if that's what they need. They are going to try to win, Scott. However, they're going to try to win a game in the National Football League on the road with a bunch of backups. And the Broncos have won 13 games. Do you realize that the Broncos could win 8 games at home this year with this win, which, of course, sets a record? They could have 14 wins on the season. They have everything to play for. Scott, what it would take for the Chargers, and by the way, the Chargers may face the Broncos again in the playoffs. Do you think the Chargers are going to give away any kind of game plan that they may use against the Broncos in a couple of weeks?
With a healthy contingent and their starting quarterback, no. That's why I said to Adam, I think from that standpoint alone, and they may be feeling fortunate to score a touchdown and 2 field goals. Maybe they feel good about that. I always when you play at Denver, I always feel that one of the two, the visiting teams got to have their kicker going, come on, I want to kick it from 59. I want to kick it, because of the altitude and stuff. So, and what's the temperature supposed to be like down there?
56, 60 degrees, and gorgeous. What do I got?
So
62, 62 and sunny.
First year that the Broncos have not had a bad weather home game.
Correct. How about that?
Wow.
Right.
Wow, that's awesome.
Right. It's it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. So
6 degrees here.
But by the way, hey Buffalo, geniuses there. Let's build a brand new stadium and not put a roof on it. The Buffalo Bills are sending out the bat light for citizens of Western New York to come with their shovel. You can make $20 an hour and shovel out their stadium for this weekend because they got the lake effect and it killed them. Now I know the new stadium, the top, the somewhat of the cover, because it does not have a retractable roof. but it'll be sort of like over the seats. And so I guess it just snows on the fields? I don't know. They're morons in Western New York. It breaks my Buffalo Bills loving hearts.
You don't know if they're morons there? Or you've already asked for money to pay for our stadium, so I don't want to. We don't want to ask for another $350 million more.
I don't know. Whatever it is, I'm just telling you. I've done that before. By the way, when I was in Buffalo, there was a whole "Yay, Bills! We're in the playoffs." I was going to go out there to be like the man of the people, Scott, and shovel out seats with a bunch of great, excited Bills fans. You know what I found? It's just a bunch of desperate people that needed $5 an hour back in the day and a free sandwich. They didn't give a crap if the Bills won or lost.
No. There are a bunch of people that are saying, "You mean I don't have to sell my blood today?"
Right.
This is awesome.
So I'm out there with my little shovel, and the whole concept is, I go out there and I interview excited Bills fans and the whole thing. And, nobody wanted to talk. Nobody cared. It was just how do I get my $5 and a free sandwich? And to top everything off, I got T-boned by a truck in the parking lot because nobody could stop. That is a true story. And the broadcast gear was on. You could hear me in my SL1 Saturn get T-boned by a truck in the Orchard Park parking lot of Buffalo.
Did it total it?
Yeah, of course. I got
really? What'd you do with the $900?
The $900. Yeah, I invested it in a brand new SL1 Saturn. It was incredible. I was killing it.
Hey, by the way, here it's 24. Feels like 10.
Yeah, it's Cleveland, bro. Nobody wants to live there. Yeah. It sucks.
So how would you like? But my point in telling you that is, how would you like to be playing here and you got a meaningless game 18 with Cincinnati? Or if it's in Cincinnati, the weather's going to be the same thing. I don't even know if it's in Cincinnati or Cleveland. It's the same thing.
I know what you're saying. However, listen, and you're not wrong with these games that literally mean nothing. But I will say, when it's like that, guys are fighting for jobs. And it's Cleveland, it's Shedeur Sanders. There's still a value. I don't know, man. It's weird.
Listen, I'm talking fans, because you started this whole program off with fans. And I'm like, if I'm going to go to a meaningless game between two teams going nowhere, let me make sure I'm living in Miami and go watch the Dolphins, or even Arizona and Tempe and go see the Cardinals. Then let's go watch Cleveland, Cincinnati in 12-degree weather.
All right, but I know these fans in the Rust Belt shizzle city, Scott, because I lived there, and the amount of pride they take is so stupid, but they do it, and their attitude is it's us Detroit against the world, Cleveland against the world, Buffalo against the world. It's how many crappy cities can be against the world? I don't know what to say about that. My parents back in Boston are complaining about the bad weather. I rode my bike in shorts today, Scott, and the last time I checked, the Broncos are about to be the number 1 seed. So who says you can't have it all, friend? That's all I got to say.
And as you're telling me what's going on in Buffalo, by the way, over the next 5 days, I'll be in New York, Philadelphia, and Boston.
Well, at least they're cool cities. At least you're not still in Cleveland, Buffalo, and Erie or some crap hole like that. I mean,
that is true.
I mean, at least.
Hey, I got to tell you funny. You want to hear a funny story? And you know how certain cities get kind of stereotyped?
Yes.
Bad city. You've been killing Cleveland right here.
Yeah.
So our plane was, according to the agent with Delta, our plane was 2 hours late leaving Detroit yesterday.
Okay. All right.
Because no one showed up to work on New Year's Day. They had
what?
They had nobody that could drive one of the trucks and even back the plane out, because the guys, a handful of people that could do that job, called in sick that day.
Wow.
Right? And
I'm thinking, wow. How did that make you feel about getting on the plane?
That just means somebody made merry on New Year's Eve in Detroit, right?
Oh, that's a riot. Hey, by the way, let me ask you on that tip. And John Michael Lyles is scheduled to join us here in a little bit. And we just got word Brock Nelson will join us around 2:30, which is cool. Why is Joker even on the trip? Like, why wouldn't he just come home?
They have all the facilities to do what they need to do with him. They have the it's not fair to call Jason Miller his personal trainer. He's one of the trainers on the team.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also, guess what he is? He travels with the Serbian national team and has been one of the Serbian trainers when they were in the Olympics and when they were in Euro basketball and all that stuff. Probably knows Joker as well as anybody. In fact, I went and lifted weights yesterday, and by the time I finished, Joker and the conditioning coaches and Jason Miller were in the weight room already working on Joker, him doing stuff. So I think they're thinking that they can do everything you need to do, which is work on mobility, ice, and they probably got tons of Advil.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that's just why, and I think to be honest with you, Joker's comfortable with Jason Miller.
Okay, good enough. Hey, by the way, another no dumb question. So when you guys go on the road, you just like Joker, just work out at the hotel gym?
Yeah.
So like anybody, like just any rando staying at the hotel would just, hey, Joker, when you're done with that set, can I have the bench? Like that. I mean, it goes like it's like that.
Probably, yeah. If you're in the hotel, I saw a
funny,
dad.
Don't you think?
A little bit. I saw a dad and a son. This kind of has like a lounge area. In fact, I went out and had a coffee this morning just because I like to get out of the room.
Yeah.
And was sitting out there drinking coffee, reading. But there's a little lounge right in front of where you walk into the gym.
Yeah.
I noticed there was a dad and a son there, and the son had a pad of paper and a pen. And I'm like, oh, they're waiting on Joker.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a little obnoxious.
So you still got those guys, too.
Let's go with John Michael Lyles from Altitude TV and wearing spectacular gear on New Year's, JML. Bringing you on for a couple of different reasons. First of all, as an American, and Riker, why even bother becoming an American citizen if you're not going to root for Team USA, but, whatever. Can you put it in some perspective for us what it must mean for Brock Nelson to be named to Team USA today?
Yeah, I think it's an amazing thing for Brock Nelson. Having gone through that experience myself, it's really cool. I think we can all agree that Riker's got some shady motives for becoming an American citizen, so we'll just leave that at that. But yeah, Brock Nelson, so pumped for him. A little bit of a slow start to the year, which, he and I talked about quite a bit, but he's been rolling lately, and he's such a good, responsible 200-foot centerman. And, he's been a huge benefit to the Avs and going to really, I think, be somebody that Team USA leans on quite a bit throughout the tournament.
And everybody's worried about his age and once he can do this. You said a little slow, but it's really not – in an 82-game season, just like it is in the NBA, really ain't how you start. It's kind of how you finish, man. We need you in the middle and a push out towards the end. Has anything surprised him or surprised you about how he plays and who that guy is in the locker room?
No, not really. Listen, he's 34 years old, but he's also what I would say is he's not slow by any means. I think he's extremely smooth in the way that he skates and the way that he's able to get around the ice. And he's just so smart. And there's a reason why Jared Bednar gets him out on the ice in a lot of different situations. And I think he's kind of I think he's grown into, being a player that Jared Bednar really leans on in some key situations, especially when it comes to face-offs or, if they're looking for a goal at some point, second, third period. Bedsy has not been afraid to throw Brock Nelson out, taking a face-off in the offensive zone with McKinnon on one wing and a Landeskog or a Natchez on the other wing. I think that he realizes just how valuable he is, and he's such a smart player that he can play with Nathan McKinnon and not just be, kind of in that two center role. So I think Brock Nelson's going to thrive over in Italy. I know that, the coaching staff and the management staff of Team USA appreciate everything that he can bring. And, age is just a number when you're playing really great hockey, and Brock Nelson's playing some of the best hockey that I've seen him play.
Okay. In the locker room afterwards, everybody was downplaying, of course they were, the whole, snub for the Lumberyard with Wedgwood and Blackwood. Everybody's playing it down.
Mm-hmm.
But John, dude, you could feel it in the building, couldn't you, with Binnington in net? And I'm just curious from your perspective, what kind of impact and focus that had in the beginning of that game, which was unreal.
Yeah, listen, I think what it did more than anything was kind of give a little bit of extra incentive to the guys, right? You've got Mackenzie Blackwood's got a little bit of extra incentive. He basically said Team Canada has never even talked to me, and you're facing off against the guy that has a sub 870 save percentage at the other end, and he's been named to Team Canada due to his track record. And I talked to Gabe Landeskog about it that morning at morning skate, and just kind of, we were going back and forth, and I get Doug Armstrong's argument of, well, the Blues haven't played well in front of them, but my counter to that would be, okay, so you're punishing Blackwood and Wedgwood for having a good team in front of them, which kind of makes no sense. And Gabe Landeskog said it perfectly. Is save percentage not a stat then? Because they're both over 920. And regardless of if you have a great team in front of you or not, that translates more to wins. What I would say is when you look at the way that these guys have played, especially in the last month or two, I think both of them were deserving to, at the very least, be in the conversation and more than likely be in serious consideration. So I don't know. I think the way the team performed, the way they came out of the gate against St. Louis, I definitely feel there was probably a little bit of extra incentive to maybe not run up the score, but to show that, hey, like we want to let it be known that our guys should have probably been in that conversation a little more than they necessarily were.
What's the
a little bit of up yours on that one? A little bit. Hey, what does Joe Sakic say of all this stuff? I mean, that is Mr. Canada.
Yeah, listen, Joe is, I think Joe is extremely respectful of Team Canada, having, been who he was for his country and obviously the Avalanche organization. You kind of you got to walk a fine line. And I'm sure that, there was conversations. He was probably asked his opinion in one way, shape or form. But I think for Joe's always kind of been very respectful of everybody else's roles and not, necessarily stepping on anybody's toes.
Best thing about having USA on the front of your chest?
Man, it's unbelievable. I was very fortunate to wear it a number of times. World Cup, World Championships, Olympics. Listen, you're an Olympian. Nobody can ever take that away from you. It's a really cool thing just to be able to be a part of it. And you hope you come home with some hardware and just have an amazing time. It's not easy going to Europe in the middle of the season for the Olympics. It's a grind. It's a lot of travel, and it is definitely it's not the smoothest thing, but man, is it an amazing event to be a part of.
All right, and we should actually congratulate too Seth Jones and Jacob Slavin. By the way, we'll see Jacob tomorrow. He plays for the Hurricanes, and he grew up playing Thunderbirds in Erie, and Seth obviously down there in Littleton played Thunderbirds as well. So let's not it be lost, JML, that we got a couple of Olympians right here that grew up in Colorado, which is damn cool, right?
It's really cool. I mean, being an Olympian from Indiana, especially in hockey, I don't think I ever thought that would have happened. And it's extremely it's just an extremely high honor to be able to represent your country and wear that wear that crest on your chest.
All right, dude, you're the best. Thank you. Go ahead,
wait, real fast, Johnny. What's your state doing about this football team that's kind of going nuts?
Oh my God,
now?
right?
They're going nuts. I grew up watching IU football with my family, and then went to Michigan State, and I don't know that anybody saw this coming, and it's been crazy, but I mean, my dad's from Alabama originally, so it was kind of a weird situation yesterday. Indiana beating up on Alabama because we've been Bama fans for a long time as well. So, listen, I'm all in. I'm rooting for them. It's really cool to see, and I mean, for so long there just wasn't much there in terms of IU football, and now being where they are, it's fun to see.
All right, my man. Have a great broadcast. It's Avs and Hurricanes tomorrow. It's on 92.5 Altitude TV, and we'll catch you then. See you, John.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
All right, Scotty,
buddy.
we got to take a break because Brock Nelson may be joining us here coming up around 2:30. We got your.
I'm probably going to head out. I'm going to head
right.
out at this break right here.
All right, homeboy. Well, have a good broadcast. It's another bizarre game for the Nuggets, and that gets going pregame here on 92.5 at 5 p.m. And catch Scott and Chris and Katie on the broadcast with Vic and Dems on Altitude TV. My man, we'll talk to you on Monday, okay?
All right, brother. Love you. See you.
All right. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
On his forehand, now McKinnon far dot, returns it to Lehkonen, one-timer Nelson, it trickles just wide. It's there for Nelson, tries it again, he scores! Can you smell what the Brock is cooking? A one-time wonder for American Brock and Roll.
We welcome from Team USA, well, I'm getting chills just saying that. From your Colorado Avalanche, Brock Nelson joins us right now. Brock, just saying Team USA member seriously gives me chills. We are so collectively happy for you and your family. Congratulations. We just wanted to reach out and say how, on behalf of Avalanche fans, how thrilled we are today to have the announcement that you represent Team USA. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it gives me the chills. It means a lot, to me, my family, to be able to share this experience and kind of continue on the hockey history that my family has is special. And, I get a little emotional and chills thinking about it. So, quite a day today.
Well, for folks that don't know, your grandfather and great uncle, both on the 1960 U.S. Olympic gold medal team. Your uncle, Dave Christensen, God, boy, I feel old too because it feels like yesterday, was on the 1980 Miracle on Ice team. You are a third-generation Olympian for Team USA. Are you the only person that is a third generation in the history of Team USA hockey?
Oh, man, I'm not sure on that, but pretty incredible, and obviously, like I said, just fortunate to have the hockey history. My grandpa, some of my great memories are skating with him when I was younger back in the world, and Uncle Dave being a role model and a mentor, just kind of on the side, and a fan of mine, which is special. So I never viewed those guys as legends, and then you start to learn the game and understand a little bit more as you grow up and see what they did and accomplish gold medals. To have that opportunity now is pretty surreal.
We have seen the video of Bill Guerin, the Team USA GM. First of all, Brock, try to call you and couldn't get a hold of you. Then did you have to call him back?
Yeah, I had to call him back. I was busy. I missed it. I was at the rink morning skate, getting ready for the game and meetings and what have you, and didn't connect with him until after. So yeah, he gave me a little bit of a hard time there for missing, but for good reason.
Who on your family did you talk to today, and what were those conversations like, if you can share that?
I've heard from a lot. I was able to tell, my mom was actually in Denver, so I was able to tell her in person, which was pretty special. And then I was able to call I called my grandpa last night, gave him a little bit of a heads up, and that was a fun one. I mean, same as when I told him for the Four Nations, he was pretty emotional, and he's been my number one supporter and fan. And I view him as grandpa, and fortunate that obviously he has quite the hockey background himself in the stick factory, but special to kind of share that conversation with him, and it's great.
Hey, Brock, how old is your grandpa?
Man, I think he was born in 38, I believe.
So he's like 87.
Yeah, but he's still doing well. He shoots me good luck texts before all my games and good game messages and what have you, and he checks in. I know last night I talked to him, he said he was watching the Toronto-Winnipeg game, so
that's awesome.
He's still with it, keeps up with it, and like I said, he's my biggest fan, and it was fun to share that news with him.
How confident or not confident, how did you feel going into today before the announcement was made about this?
I truly didn't know. I mean, I knew it was going to be the talent pool for America. I feel like is as good as it's ever been.
Yes.
Obviously, I was able to be a part of the Four Nations, and that was extremely special. And was hoping to obviously get another look and be able to represent the country for this. And but you never really know. And I feel like our team's kind of been rolling, been able to play some good hockey the last few months here, and just try to give yourself the best chance. And if you make it, it's amazing. It's an added bonus. If not, I mean, I still root for Team USA and hope that they go over there and get the gold medal. But now finding out, pretty awesome to be a part of it.
It is remarkable, and I don't know if the Czechs team has been named, but Natchez obviously will make it. How about Kivi Ranta? Wow. All right. Very cool. I feel
amazing. Yeah. Arturi, Kivi. I mean, we got we're going to have a great representation among a few countries here off our team, which I think just speaks volumes to the group that we have, the guys we have, and the depth.
It did feel, Brock, man, the juice in the building the other night. It was it was pretty wild because Binnington makes it. The GM of the Blues is the GM of Team Canada, and our guys don't. And listen, I know you got to just focus on the game and all that, but the storyline of all of that wasn't missed by the fans, and I'm sure you guys at least felt it. I don't know if it made an impact on the game. I guess I should start there and just ask you, did it? But then when you think about it, it really was an amazing moment for you guys to play that well in front of Blackie.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we thought that one of the goalies from us was going to be taken, and obviously made a different decision based on a number of different things. And yeah, just the way, like you said, the storyline, the way it worked out that we were playing them, and to have that matchup. I mean, we wanted to come out and just kind of take care of business, and we didn't put any extra emphasis on that, but that was an unbelievable start. And Blackie obviously played extremely well too. I mean, we gave up a couple looks that were pretty grade A right in the slot, and he made some big saves. I know he didn't get a ton of volume, but I mean there were some big saves in there to kind of keep the momentum in our favor and give us even more of a boost. So both our goalies have been unbelievable for us this year, and I'm sure, God forbid anything happens, they're probably on call for sure. And yeah.
All right, last one, and thank you so much, Brock Nelson, our guest. Team USA's Brock Nelson. You have so many teammates from other countries. What's it like when you have to hit one of those dudes or go against one of those guys or be on the other side of the ice from one of them? I don't know if you'd be facing off against Nate. You might. I mean, you certainly have before in the NHL, but like, what are those emotions, and is it easy to set all of that team stuff aside when you're playing for your country?
Yeah, I think you're able to put that aside for it. I mean, obviously, yeah, different now being a part of the Avs, but I mean, looking back at Four Nations and playing against those guys, and I mean, it's just the top of the top, and the emotions are high. And like you said, you're representing something bigger than just your team here in the NHL. It's a little bit more than that. So you put your friendships on pause for a bit. You obviously wish everybody good health, but you want to go out there and you want to win the game, and doesn't matter who you're facing off against.
Does the name on the front matter more than the name on the back?
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah.
I'm just thinking of the movie. The movie is great. I don't know if you like Miracle. Do you like that movie, Miracle? Do you like it?
I like it. Yeah, that was a good one. I feel like that came out at a good time. I can't remember how old I was, but I feel like I was at a fun age where like that kind of laid out that storyline a little bit more for people who maybe didn't know. So I think it's a great movie.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I grew up in Massachusetts. My dad piled us in a car, and we drove to Lake Placid for that. And it was Brock, as a little bit older, I'm 56, the best sporting memory of my life. The best was Team USA.
I feel like that's one of those events that, a little older generation, they say they can always remember and recall, kind of where they were, what was going on in the country, and how cool the moment and how much that meant to everyone, not just in the game of hockey, but beyond.
And as much as we love all our guys, we're going to be pulling for you a little bit extra, Brock, on this one right here. Okay, pal? So, we just want to wish you congratulations. We know you guys just got off the plane, the whole thing, Carolina. Oh, by the way, you're going to have a teammate, Jacob Slavin, who, and Seth Jones has played it, but Slavin plays for Carolina, and he grew up here in Colorado. So,
yeah.
So tell him we said hi.
I will. I'll do that. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Brock. Brock Nelson, Team USA. I really am getting a little bit of the chills right there. Seriously. That was cool as hell, man. Cool as hell. All right, it's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's CMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Oh, I got to tell you about low T. Who wants to have low T like my guy Todd over here? It's just so disappointing. Just can't work out in the gym. Just puts on some weight. It's like all of us. We're not special. But listen, Todd, it just might be the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We get the T going in the right way. Come on. Let's go. We'll join Brock Nelson, Team USA. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help with your New Year's resolution. Listen, it just might be low T. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take their low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple of minutes. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results and discuss your options, and you guys make the decision together with their medical team. It's only $99. You get the consult, a T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free, so no need to wait. Don't go another year with low T. 5 locations up and down I-25 to serve you. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Well, what a cool show today, man. Scott from Cleveland with the depleted Nuggets. 5 o'clock Nuggets, Cavs. Berto's on with Spring. I'm sure they'll be digging into the game here shortly. Brock Nelson. Thank you to the Avalanche and Brock Nelson for joining us. We'll have that up shortly. It's awesome. It's really cool, man. As long as they're allowing these pros to play, having somebody on the Avs from Team USA is awesome. Love it. And congratulations to Joel Kiviranta and Arturi Lehkonen, Cale Makar, Devon Taves, Nathan McKinnon. Olofsson got left off of the Swedish team. I saw that. Gabe's on it, of course. We'll see if Gabe is the captain of the team. That would make sense. And, of course, Wedgwood and Blackwood, that's ridiculous. You could feel it in the building, and the Avs humiliated Jordan Binnington for whatever that's worth. So on this one, I love our guys, but I root for Team USA. It's not that complicated. It's pretty simple, actually. So it'll be great to see Brock Nelson play for Team USA. And, yeah, congratulations to Jacob Slavin up there in Erie, and to Seth Jones, Popeye Jones' dad, what used to be with the Nuggets, and a couple of local kids playing for the Thunderbirds, man, which is the highest level of youth hockey here in the state of Colorado. My son went through the youth hockey program, got high as AA, not AAA. So it was one of the joys of my life being a Colorado hockey dad. I've been at every single rink in the state. You can't name one I haven't been in to watch my son compete, including Ball Arena and World Arena and up at the Budweiser Event Center. And I don't know. It's great. I love hockey. My dad played for Northeastern. My uncle and my grandfather played for Northeastern. My uncle played for Cornell. I played basketball, which was dumb. And Team USA, there you go. Okay, it is a Bud Light Football Friday. Sean Payton at the podium. Let's catch up with the guy who had no idea it was New Year's Eve and see what's going on with the Broncos on a Friday.
Any questions as we head into this week?
Sean, just from obviously your guys going to base, how have you seen the week so far?
It's going well, but, and you said it. I think these guys are smart enough. They understand the importance of the game.
Sean, Troy Franklin's obviously taken a big step this year. What are some of the things that he's really done to improve upon from his rookie year?
Well, I think a lot of times in some college offenses, guys play just outside. Some guys just play right and left. The route tree may or may not be as complex. And that's just a college game, in other words. So, but the transition into playing to the field, playing to the boundary and the slot, and then look, it's different. The different formations and what we're doing, it's different than just lining up and double and trips.
Sean, if the game's unfolding the way you'd like, is it?
I don't want to go through possible scenarios. All right.
You've had such good synergy in your quarterback room. I mean, what have those guys, Jarrett and Sam, what have they meant to Bubba?
They've been fantastic, man. And forget how they've been in the room. They're real good players. That's most important. You can be the greatest guy in the room, but if you can't play, then you just got to be the greatest guy in someone else's room.
You've talked about the idea of quarterbacks as currency and building that. You feel like that you've sort of, among obviously winning and all of that, but you feel like you've hit your stride there in terms of developing guys behind your starter.
Yeah, but and that goes back to wanting to get Chase Daniel. He's trying to get put on the practice squad. He's in the Washington facility, and I'm on the phone with him, and I just said, leave the building. And and he's like, what is it? I said, just leave the, and so we're always trying to develop those guys. They're hard to find.
Sean, in asking the fans to be loud, like pretty much the entire time the defense is out there, BJ talked a little.
No, it was really just when they start in the huddle.
But it still creates a problem for the defense sometimes to communicate. And BJ talked about maybe.
Yeah, that's part of the deal. But I'd rather that problem than the other.
Do you get involved with any of that, or just leave it?
Involved with what?
The hand signals and whatnot, or?
On defense?
BJ's, yeah.
No.
Okay.
I just wondered what went into. Why is it important for the backup quarterbacks to be good players to push
Well, if they're not good players and you just go around the league and there's a number, then you want to be able to win with and be able to handle injuries. And so, and it's not just that room, you want talented players. It's a long season. Guys get hurt. I mean, just look around the league. There's teams on their third quarterback.
Sean, I think the Hall of Fame class semifinals came out. Drew obviously is in there. I think so is Jari Evans.
Yeah.
What can you maybe speak to?
Well, Drew will be a first ballot Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Jari's going to get in. He was one of the most dominant guards. I had a chance to be around Larry Allen in Dallas, and I always like to ask this question: if you took a starting lineup out of Canton, the left guard's Larry Allen, but the left guard's Larry Allen, and the split ends Rice, and the flankers Moss, and it's a fun game to play. Like you're grabbing the bus and saying who's starting. Jari was a dominant player, and the interesting thing is that he has small school, 4th round, and in that draft we were picking second. It's my first year, and so I think day one ended after the 3rd round, and so we knew going into the 4th round kind of, all right, this is who we're selecting. Owen Daniel, tight end, Wisconsin. The Texans were selecting 1. And so we're 5 minutes, breakfast. I call Owen up, and we're chatting and talking, and he gets a phone call in, and it was Houston. And what are the odds, And so he gets selected by Houston, has a good career, and then the Eagles want to trade up. So we back up a little bit, and they give us Hollis Thomas, who played for us, and then we select Jari Evans, and it's funny how that can work out. And there's that old saying, sometimes, let me get this right, generally speaking, if they don't bite when they're puppies, they're never gonna. In his rookie year, we had a joint practice with Houston, and I'm telling you what, I've never seen anything like it, and he got into a scuffle, but so Bloomsburg State, and in year 1, like he was a fantastic right guard. Like that's unusual. And then his consistency.
Okay, I'm sorry. We get into the
Bloomsburg State,
right,
DMac.
All right, we get into the when I was with the Saints. Here's how awesome these guys were.
Where I've never heard of Bloomsburg State. I don't even know what he was talking about. I just popped in here.
Yeah. How many? It's like the Bargatze. Nobody knows. Sort of.
Okay,
sketch.
it's in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, don't really seriously. We don't even need.
And
to
you
waste
were
a
telling
second.
me though, DMac, that what was the play call that Quinn Miners? Harrisburg.
Yeah.
And it's because nobody leaves Harrisburg.
Yeah, that's how it goes. You should leave. I married a girl from Harrisburg. She left.
Yeah. So Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. What is Sean Payton's fascination with Pennsylvania?
Yeah, who knows? Who cares?
Hey, DMac.
Birdo.
Does Mike Vrabel hate Sean Payton?
Maybe. Why? Why? What's going on?
Listen, I had a DMac moment today.
Oh,
I had a
good for
DMac
you.
moment today.
Congratulations.
I heard Mike Vrabel say 2 words, and I knew for sure he hated Sean Payton.
What were they?
He said,
I hate Sean
Payton? Oh, thank God, not that guy, basically.
Oh,
Did you see that? You know what video I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about.
And you know what the only
what was that
wasn't
content?
interesting. It was an interesting video because
I know what it was.
NFL coaches confused about.
I know exactly what it was.
Yeah.
There's a fun trivia question.
Yeah, it's a crazy trivia question.
What coach in the NFL has more rushing yards than Bo Jackson?
Yeah. Yeah, and they asked NFL
hold on. He doesn't know.
They asked NFL head coaches, and they didn't know either, bro.
So it's got to be confused. It's got to be a running back who is currently an NFL head coach.
No, it does not.
Mike Vrabel. They got to Vrabel, and Vrabel goes, "Is it Peyton? Oh, I hope, or you know what, like
Yes.
the way he said it was like,
Yes.
I hope it's not Sean Payton because I hate that guy.
Yes, I know
And I was
exactly
like,
what you're saying.
Woo, is Vrabel, and I had a DMac moment where I was like, I'm convinced Vrabel
there's something.
hates Sean Payton right
Well,
now.
then you'd have to go back and, Vrabel I associate as a player.
Yeah, so where's that hate
with the
for Payton come
Patriots.
from?
Sean Payton didn't play in the NFL. What am I missing?
He got like a tryout or something, but I don't think he ever played as a quarterback.
More rushing yards than Bo Jackson.
It's a great trivia question.
Sean Payton.
It's a crazy one. Nobody got it. Like Liam Cohen was like,
Yeah. When you find out the answer, it's going to be like, oh, no.
yeah,
duh.
yeah. And when I heard it
It's gonna
too,
be
I was like,
obvious.
oh, that made sense. That makes sense. But
Well,
at
who
the
is
time,
it?
you're like, no way.
You don't want-
You got to guess, bro.
You don't want to throw out any more guesses?
You gotta guess,
Colts,
Brady.
I don't know. Let me pull up Dan Campbell. He was a tight end.
It's not
I don't
Dan
know.
Campbell. Good
No.
guess.
No.
Mike McDaniel ran a lot high.
One
He
of the
just got
coaches
really high.
gave.
Played
Well,
at
somebody
Yale.
guessed Mike McDaniel, and Mike McDaniel was like, no.
At
not like-
Yale. At Yale. I don't know.
Somebody guessed Aaron Glenn, and they're like, oh no, he played defense. Who is it, Spring? Who
Come on,
is it,
Spring.
brother?
Running back head coach.
Dude, there's
Just-
a little.
yeah,
hold on, Spring. There's a little common sense
Yeah.
that should click into you right now, by the way.
Yeah, I'm similar.
Common
Once, if you
sense.
look down the list of all the head
Common
coaches, it'll
sense.
jump out to you immediately.
Brian Schottenheimer.
Nah, bro.
Spring. Who the Broncos playing this weekend?
Jim Harbaugh?
Yes,
There it is.
It's Jim Harbaugh, bro.
But he wasn't like a running quarterback.
He
Doesn't
still,
matter.
He was in the league forever, and he rushed for 2,500 and whatever.
Whatever,
which
more than
was,
Bo Jackson.
Yeah, a little bit more than Bo Jackson.
Wow, that's a hell of a trivia question. 'cause
Harbaugh,
I
bro.
wouldn't have guessed that. Like, I really wouldn't
Well,
have.
you're not the only one. Guess who else didn't guess it? His brother, John.
That's right. That's right. That's the best time because that's right. Because they started giving him hints, and then he goes, "Is it Jim? It's Jim."
But he didn't get it right off the
He
bat.
didn't get it off the bat, and then he went into a whole spiel about how Jim Harbaugh is the most underrated quarterback in the history of the NFL.
Oh, okay.
Remember that? He was like, "My brother is the most underrated."
Let me tell you about the injury report for the old Chargers here today.
I was just going to look that up, so this is timely.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dudes who are either questionable, doubtful, or out.
That's not
the only outers would be Omarion Hampton. In fact, right now, Herbert's not even listed as out. But Hampton's out, as is cornerback Nico Reed. But listen, there's all these other dudes who are, there's so many other guys that they're just not even reporting. So just for some comparisons, there's 13 guys who are out, questionable, or doubtful. 13 for the Chargers. 2 for the Broncos.
Yeah.
2, John Franklin Myers and Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
So I understand how everybody may be giving us the old college trying, you never know on any given Sunday. But you guys realize the Broncos losing this game would be the most epic collapse in Denver Broncos history.
It'd be bad.
This isn't Jacksonville in the playoffs playing with all their guys and winning a playoff game. This is a team that has realized we are just far better off competing in the playoffs if we rest as many dudes as possible. So what do you think the Chargers' game plan is going to be against the Broncos, a team they could face in a couple weeks if they were lucky enough to win in the first round?
Well, what stands out to me is that, okay, Omarion Hampton is out, like you said, and that's a key starter for them, but their backup, who's been pretty solid, Kamani Vidal, he's questionable. He was a full participant in practice today. So let's see, Derwin James, limited, no designation.
Right, but so who knows
they're
what...
going to have none of their receivers. Like Quentin Johnston,
Right.
Lad McConkey, Keenan Allen, all playing. Derwin James appears to be playing. Let's see, Khalil Mack.
Hold on, but I want to...
Did not practice, but no designation.
Right, and here's what I think. I'm going to guess, this is a guess on my part, that these guys have some incentives in their contracts for starting, being available, playing, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
And what we're about to see is a little bit of a show early, and then those
But
guys
what if the show
easing
goes
out.
well? Do you
But
cancel
it's-
the show?
Oh, you definitely cancel the show because you don't want to
Really?
risk anything deeper than, a few possessions, 1 or 2 possessions in the first quarter.
I think do you think Harbaugh and the Chargers are more, because once again we'll go with the what Sanford hated was the chalk. If it goes chalk this weekend, the Chargers and Patriots will meet, right? It'll be Chargers Patriots. It'll be Justin
Chargers
Herbert
lose, yes.
and
That's chalk.
Drake
Yep.
May in New England
Yes.
in a playoff matchup.
Yes.
Do you think Harbaugh looks at that and thinks Yeah, we win that game.
Well, considering they lost 35-6 or whatever to Jacksonville, they probably like the chances against
There's that.
a younger quarterback that maybe they're feeling their roots. By the way, who's not being arrested in New England these days? So you got that going on. I like their chances better than I would like my chances if I was Harbaugh going there rather than to Jacksonville, a team that just waxed you.
But if they are playing, at least to start, if it is incentive-based only, as you're saying could be the case.
Yes.
Could be. And maybe that is. But let's say, look, if you have, Quentin Johnston, Ladd McConkey, Keenan Allen out there, or Rondé Gadsden did have a couple brutal drops, but has had a good season. Vidal's a good backup. You got your offense out there stands for Herbert. Trey Lance is better than Chris Oladokun.
And doesn't he have something to prove? Doesn't Trey have something to prove, right?
Spring's working up to something.
If the Chargers get out to a 10-0 lead, you're just going to pull the plug on that? Or are you going to try to win that game?
You are, okay, you're in a wild world but I'll roll with you.
Sure.
I'll roll with you. Somehow, the Chargers lead this game 10-0.
Or something in that realm.
They keep going. They do keep going.
Yes.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
If that, then this. Now, the reward will be playing the Broncos next weekend here. Again, most likely. If everything else goes chalk, they'll be the 6.
Sure.
The Broncos will be the 3. We blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
Now, you realize the Broncos are a 12.5-point favorite.
They are.
Which is the second highest favored team. The Jags over the Titans is 13.5. So you are speculating in if scenario.
It's a more realistic situation if a lot of starters are playing. We were thinking earlier in the week, maybe you're just going to sit everybody.
Well,
because if Herbert's not playing, why not just rest everybody?
Well, I think likely they will, aside from anybody who's got some sort of incentives, they'll do the best they can with offensive line. That's a tricky one. But you realize Herbert's been killed this year.
I know. That's why I understand sitting him.
You realize the Broncos are better than the Chargers right now. This isn't week 2 or 3. When did they play? 2, 3? This ain't week 3 when the Chargers were actually a better team than the Broncos. Not by a lot, but by a little. We're in week 18. The Broncos healthy, the Chargers healthy, the Broncos are a better team. The Broncos have grown, and the Chargers have just been banged up and hurt and whatever. When I say healthy, boy, that is a weird term for the Chargers, who they're not quite like the Nuggets, but they ain't that far away from them. They've been beat
missing
up.
if they had their 2 tackles, Alt and Slater, they could come out of the AFC
but
easily.
But they don't.
But they don't.
So
and therefore Herbert would have gotten rocked by Benito and Cooper, etc.
Don't you think?
He got sacked 5 times by the Texans last week.
Yeah,
he's been getting hit.
Trey could be running for his life.
Lights out the past few weeks.
I don't think Harbaugh I don't think this was even a decision by Harbaugh. I think this was just the set of circumstance. He didn't have a choice.
But it does tell me that if they're maybe it is incentive based, but if they're starting Derwin and Khalil,
well, we'll see.
And they're skill position players.
Don't the two
then
of you
they
think,
are in this game. They have a chance.
Don't you think the greatness of the Denver Broncos this season is that it feels like they can beat anybody, but any other team in the NFL will hang with them as well. Like,
here's what they're going to...
They put 10 points on the Raiders.
I know.
And the Raiders are far away the worst team in the NFL this season.
God. It was a really windy night. It was a short week. It's going to be 62 and sunny. The Broncos are coming off a virtual bye week.
Yeah.
They have everything to play for.
I did see
what
that.
You just said, 10-7 over the Raiders.
18-15 over that weird.
We're going to ignore all the other conditions that went into that game.
But you only beat Oladokun by 7?
But you dominated them team-wise. I mean, you kicked their ass.
But wouldn't it be the most Broncos thing if this is a close game?
No, it's going to be a close game, right? The Broncos don't blow teams out. Are you telling me that this is... How about this?
They should blow them out.
Here's my prediction. My prediction is 27-12, and here's why.
Oh, okay. I'd be happy with 27
points. We got a safety in
back.
there?
I'd be happy
with
Cameron Dicker missing kicks?
No, he doesn't miss kicks. He makes 4 of them. Like, they don't... They're 28th in the league in red zone.
but they're third in the league on third down, meaning they move the ball, but they can't finish the deal. That goes under the Chargers are always going to charger. That's the definition of it. Their offense actually sucks, even with Herbert, or it's very mid. Their defense is actually pretty exceptional when you look at the numbers. They don't score, they don't finish, and they're not going to do better with a bunch of backups compared to the regulars. It's not all of a sudden going to click with these guys. So my guess is Dicker's a pretty good kicker, although he missed some against
he missed a couple
Texans.
Easy ones,
right?
Which was
a 37-yarder or something like that.
Was that a character
for
him?
It was a short field goal and an extra point.
Yes.
It was crazy.
He missed an extra point.
He's gonna make. I'm giving him 4 field goals. I'm not giving him a touchdown.
You're probably right.
And the Broncos,
right.
I'm giving the Broncos what on, and this game is gonna be the game's gonna go fast. But it's only gonna be like 8 possessions for both teams. It's gonna be like the Chiefs game and the Raiders game, meaning they're going to give the Broncos the middle of the field and say, run the ball, Broncos, go ahead. Because the Broncos don't want to do that. They're going to allow it. And so the question will be early in the game, can the Broncos finish in the red zone or not? And can this terrible takeaway team, the Denver Broncos, who has 12 takeaways the whole year, can they possibly at least be even in giveaway takeaway? Because they're minus 5.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
How do they have 13 wins and they're minus 5 in giveaway
Is
takeaway?
that the one weakness of this Broncos defense compared to the no-flies, the takeaways, right?
Do you know how many takeaways the no-fly zone had?
Tell me. What?
27.
Okay.
We got 12.
Yeah. But, I mean, that was a
That was in
specialty
one
of the no-fly.
season. That was in 2015.
You know what happens on
They
Sunday?
had 27. Damn, that's a good number.
Well, I saw today that the Broncos could be playing in record heat on Sunday. It'll be the hottest
for this time of year.
It's going to be almost 70 degrees or something on Sunday, which would be the hottest day.
Doesn't that play into the Chargers' favor?
Right.
No,
All of a sudden, they're playing into great weather, DMac. But
the sun goes down, Berto.
You know what?
The sun does go down.
Let me say this. On Sunday, there will be a time, Sunday afternoon, when the Broncos are playing and the Avs are playing and the Nuggets are playing all at the same time.
Oh,
All
that's
three
crazy.
Holy
playing
Trinity.
a regular season game at the exact same time.
That's funny.
And I don't know how many times we got that in the. I mean,
That's
it's
a good
happened
one.
Especially with
before,
all
but-
three being really good. Now the Nuggets are banged up, but
Did you realize when that does happen, you can take an egg and it just stands? If all 3 teams are playing, the egg just stands there. That's good. I didn't even realize that. You're right.
I really don't know in our history how many times the three
But see,
teams
I-
have played a regular season game at the exact same time.
I know. So the Avs,
Like the Nuggets tip off at like 1:30 and the
Okay.
wait there is it. So Nuggets are at 1:30.
Oh,
the
it's the
Avs
Michael
drop
Porter
the
Jr.
puck
game.
at 3.
Yes.
And Mike, you're against the Nets on
although
Sunday.
Porter's out tonight for Brooklyn, I wonder if they're just getting him right.
He can't miss that game.
Can't miss that game
because he's
Come
going
on.
to get to play. He's going to face Jamal and
he can't miss
4
that.
dudes off the
nobody.
bench.
Well, no, I shouldn't say nobody, but you
don't
know,
know
Who's playing center for the Nuggets?
Hey,
you got no center.
Dude, Curtis,
you do have a center actually.
No.
Who?
Deron freaking
No, man.
Holmes.
All right. No, that dude
He's
doesn't
6'9", man. He ain't a
Played
center.
power forward.
Well, guess what? You're gonna learn center.
Ugh.
You got to play Zeke.
You got to play Zeke.
You don't have
I
Who's
am
also
no
not a
longer
true
worried
center.
about
No kidding.
the Nuggets. I mean, I'm no longer worried about the Avalanche or the Broncos suffering an injury because the Nuggets have just sucked up all that
Dude,
energy.
I
man.
think
Sucked it
if
all
the
up.
Nuggets, anytime they win a game in the next month, well, until AG and CB come back, but getting that Toronto game was, I mean, it was ridiculous. They won that game.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to. Yeah. That
And
was
that's
dumb.
happened.
Well, they earned it. They squeaked away though.
Yeah.
You know, Brandon Ingram by
Listen,
1/10 of a
if you would
second.
have told me that like Peyton
Unbelievable.
Watson would be your leading scorer in a number of games, I would have called you drunk at the beginning of the
I
season.
can't believe they beat Toronto.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
That was
Toronto
weird.
solid.
No, they are solid, and that was what was weird.
Yeah.
And as that game was going, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe they have the lead. And then with about 3 minutes to go, it was like, oh my God, this is going to be heartbreaking if they lose this game.
Because when you have a chance right now, like when you're tied or it's close late and you're down, everyone you're down, you're thinking, we got to get this one.
And those
like,
last,
we can't let this
dude,
slip away.
Those last 4 minutes, both teams were terrible.
Yeah.
And how many games are you going to win this year scoring 106 points?
Not a lot.
Right?
Not a whole lot. Matter
So-
of fact, that might be the only one.
That was, and then
Tonight's tough.
Well,
Of
against
course.
Tonight's
Cleveland, yeah.
one of those.
every game's going
I
to be
know,
tough.
but really
Every
tonight.
game's going to be tough.
No, like the Brooklyn one.
No, it's going to be tough.
It is
No,
going
I
to
mean,
be tough.
Brooklyn only has 10 wins,
MPJ
but yeah,
might
but
go
even,
for 60 in that game.
Right.
No, it will be tough. but like tonight's really
you know what?
tough.
Let me ask the two of you this. Nonsense. How is it like the Michael Porter Jr. in Brooklyn is the same Michael Porter who was here in Denver, but people are acting like, well, you know what? He's free now. He's scoring more. And I'm like,
Because he has less talent around him, therefore he shoots more.
like he hasn't.
Like
He's
thought
the
he
same
shooted a
basketball
lot.
player, right?
Yeah,
in
because
Brooklyn than he was
he's
in
on a
Denver?
team in the last 7 minutes of a game, his teammates will pass him the
Yeah,
ball.
where he's just like,
you realize
yeah,
that
he's
didn't
the
happen
one.
here in Denver.
He's the number one option. In Denver, he was option 3 or 4.
He would stand in the corner in the last 5 minutes, and you couldn't tell if he was in the game or not in the game.
Honestly, good for him. It's a good
it's good for
phase
him.
of his career
It's
to get
awesome.
to do this.
Yeah, well, I mean, he won't be in Brooklyn long, right?
No,
He's
and
all
he'll-
traded
and
to-
he'll-
Will he be there through the course of this season?
I think by the deadline.
No, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone before.
And he'll
the
come
deadline.
back to the West, and it'll be a Miko Rantanen situation.
What team? Dallas?
No, something better than
Somebody
that.
in the West. Yeah, it'll be Phoenix. It'll be
No.
Golden State.
Golden State. Yeah, maybe a replacement for.
Well, what can you imagine if it was Minnesota?
Could be Minnesota.
Oh, that would
He's
be
a Tim Conley guy.
I'd
Tim Conley
you know
likes
what?
his guys.
I'd be angry at Tim. If he did that, you know
What?
what I mean? You know what I mean? I'd be angry at Tim Conley
just
for
picking up the
just be
scraps
like,
that are out
you're,
there.
You're just doing that to mess. You know what I mean? Like, nah, I'd be upset.
You
with
wouldn't be messing. You'd be getting a guy who scores 33 points a game. That's pretty good.
What would it take?
Actually,
to
what
get,
is he?
You
averaging?
could just
This is
trade for
20,
like,
high 20s or something like that.
oh yeah. I mean, he's not in the top 5 because I just looked at that. Because
I'm going to tell
Donovan
you right
Mitchell's
now,
the fourth leading scorer in the
25.8. Pretty good.
25.8.
25.8.
Yeah,
That's better
pretty
than
good.
he'd be doing here.
DMac, you were doing some serious hockey today, bro.
It was
on the
pretty
show.
cool, though,
You were
huh?
doing some serious hockey
Dude,
today.
does it give you chills to think about Brock Nelson playing for Team
Yeah, it's
USA?
gonna be
It
pretty
gives
cool.
me a
I didn't
legitimate
think he was gonna make
reason.
it, but yeah.
Now I got an Av on Team USA because it's
Yeah.
tough to root against my guys.
Yeah.
But now there's an Av
That's
on
like,
Team USA.
listen,
It helps
our,
a lot.
Our man Connor McGahee tried to talk Jared Bednar into cheering for Team USA, and Bednar was not having
Yeah, I
it.
told Berto
He was-
that.
Connor's like, hey, Team USA.
Well, I asked Bedsy after the game because it was, man, talk about juice in the building. Holy cow, on New Year's Eve. That
The first 5 minutes of the first period.
You know what's funny? I was there and I was like, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. And then I was like, found out later, none of us have ever seen anything like it because it was the third fastest ever in NHL history. So literally that was new. And they had a goal taken away on review. So it was really 5 goals in the first 4.5 minutes. So afterwards, I did ask Bednar, and it was weird in the locker room afterwards because, we're asking about, come on, was there a little something with Binnington and Blackwood? And everybody was kind of putting that off. And I asked Bednar about, is it a bit of a silver lining, like your goalies don't have to play? And as a coach, do you really want your guys to play in the Olympics? And he was like, typical Bednar, I want whatever the guys want. So if they really want this, then I want it for them and cool. But logically, there's no reason the coach for the Colorado Avalanche would or should want his guys playing in this Olympics. This year.
Well, you gave me and Raj that recap on Saturday night, and now that I hear it again, like what he says is, hey, what they want is good for me. But that's not saying, I want it or I don't want it. Like that indicates he doesn't want it. But I want what they want, though.
Right. But why would any of us want the Avalanche to stop playing hockey at all right now?
Yeah, it's weird. Where they're just going to be like, all right, 2.5 weeks, baby. Put a stop to that. But it's going to be great. It's going to be the last time the NHLers were in the Olympics was a whole lot of fun. A whole lot of fun.
Having Brock on, too, that was really cool for the Avalanche to get him on with us. I think they just landed in Carolina. The craziness of his grandfather being on the 60 gold medal team, his uncle Dave Christensen being on the 80 Olympic team, and him now being on, we'll see what this team does.
You know what's funny is Brock Nelson looks like he could have been on those teams.
He's got that.
Brock Nelson looks like he's out of...
We've talked about this. How much older is Brent Burns? And he looks...
Well, how about this? You're right. How about this? Brock Nelson's grandfather, who played in the 60 Olympic team, is still alive. How old does that guy look? If Brock Nelson's grandfather is still kicking in 87.
He actually might look younger than Brock.
Maybe. The Silver Fox, baby.
But no, look, Brock Nelson gets on Team USA, Team Canada snubs Wedgwood and Blackwood.
Listen, man,
Brock Nelson's scoring on Jordan Binnington.
Almost half of the Avs team is going to the Olympics, man, right? You got 20 dudes on the roster.
Oh, by the way, Brock Nelson did score on Binnington.
He also did score on him on New Year's Eve.
On the power
I said
play.
Saturday night. It feels like it's Monday.
It
What the
does.
hell is going on?
At least, we're all back to normal on Monday, right?
Hey, do you
Everybody's
believe that-
back. We're on
do
the
you-
stations back to normal.
Do you believe Sean Payton didn't know it was New Year's Eve when it was New Year's Eve?
No, I don't believe him. You gotta know. But I do
Here's
believe
the
that he
problem
does
with
think
Sean.
the holiday
I
sucks.
don't trust anything that comes out of his mouth. You know what I mean? Because he's always thinking, like he's never, his brain is never like, I will tell the truth. It's always like, I will tell these people what I think is going to be most useful for me. You know what I mean?
I get that, yeah.
That's what his brain is always doing.
I kind of believed him because he's kind of a psycho.
You
on
think
some-
he's
He is
just
in
like,
he's locked in.
hey, coach, it's the 31st, bro. It's 2026 here in 5 hours.
Didn't know. It's Wednesday. You know what tomorrow is? Tomorrow's Thursday.
What do you think Sean Payton's favorite moment of 2025 was? Sean
Oh,
Payton's
that's a
best
great
moment of
question.
2025.
That's a great.
Packers game just overall.
You think that would
Because that was the day where Bo and
the
the
most
offense
impressive
looked
win this season?
probably
is
the way he wants them to look.
You don't think it was like 3:00 in the morning texting what's her face about his cue?
Yeah, it was Kay Adams, man.
You
It
don't
was
think
Kay
it's-
Adams.
No, it's
Sitting down
Diana,
with Kay
Diana
Adams?
Rossini. No, it's
That was
Diana.
a Diana
Oh, yeah.
Rossini?
No,
But
his best
he
day.
does. Who'd he
Look,
say?
No, his best day by far. Training camp when Kay Adams showed up.
Oh, yeah.
It's always.
You're
when
right.
he
He's
said,
like, whoa! It's all
I
puppy
think
dogs and
we need a
rainbows now.
Joker, and he goes, he's
That's
talking with Kay.
exactly his favorite day of the year. So it was somewhere in August? Like August, September?
I think
was-
Sean's one of these dudes who's completely miserable.
Yeah.
He seemed to be in a light mood when he was like on Twitter, like,
Yes,
said
I
a
think
couple
that's
things
I
out.
like
appreciated
once
how
every...
it was Zach Stevens
Yes.
who, got his 3 goals wrong.
Right.
And then Sean calls him out at a press conference. But then Zach did a great job of being like, okay, goal 1 accomplished. They won the division. And I think Sean went with like a smiley face reply. He's in a great mood.
Best day of the year.
Yeah, that was it, whatever day that was. And since, no.
Actually, his best day of the year, because we got to think about the year. Because he got rid of Russell Wilson the year before.
Right.
So
that
whenever
could
he
be
was
it.
done with Russell Wilson was probably his best day
Yeah.
of
I
his
mean, he
life.
did throw dirt on Russ again this year. When was that?
Yeah. When he was talking about Jackson Dart, he's like, Jackson Dart, you guys got yourself a cue.
I don't know if you saw it.
I wish we were facing Russell Wilson instead of this Jackson Dart guy.
Yeah, that was funny. That was good. The funny thing is, I'm sitting there. We got back from the Avs game, and man, I'm just the New Year's midnight thing. It's cool. I'm glad to watch it on TV. It's all good, And I'm sitting there watching Ryan Seacrest, and who's on my TV at midnight?
Who?
Russell Wilson with Sierra.
No.
Dude.
Russ was there for the whole New Year's Eve.
He's like Sierra performed.
Oh,
she did her big songs from 30 years ago. Like, okay, we want to see this. But she did 1-2 step and level up or whatever the crap is that she does. It's like, mommy doing hip hop class.
Yeah.
And there's Russell Wilson, but he wasn't talking to Russell Wilson.
He was just
because
husband
Russell Wilson,
supporting
he's arm
Russell
candy to Sierra because who cares about Russell Wilson? But he's the Giants quarterback, and they were like, "Oh, it's so great to have this in our hometown." And I'm like, I can't think of a more phony couple in the world than the Wilsons.
Yeah.
And it was just you're ruining my midnight.
Russell Wilson ain't going anywhere. He went on CBS. He did that guest spot on, the pre-half.
I thought
he's
going
to get into this business.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
No.
Oh,
Russell,
yeah,
you think Russell Wilson's ballsy enough to put out the takes he's going to need to have? No way.
He'll suck at it, but he'll do it.
You think so?
Yeah. He already did it during the season.
It was a soft launch.
In fact, it was funny because he did it. It wasn't. I didn't think it was. He did it, and Jameis Winston. Both Giants quarterbacks were on different networks doing the same thing.
Jameis seems like he'd be great.
Yeah, Jameis is going to be good.
He's going to be
Jameis
awesome.
will throw everybody and anybody under the bus.
Russ is hanging on to every little bit of fame and notoriety that he can hold on to. Because he's not.
You're a quarterback in the NFL, and Ryan Seacrest isn't even asking you a question. You're just there as a decorative piece to Sierra.
What are you going to ask him? What's it like being third string on the Giants?
I'm sure there's a producer in his ear telling him not to. Yeah, you hear the
We don't need to hear that cheesy
as soon
stuff.
As you put a microphone in front of his
All right,
face.
so what's your score of the game? I'm 27-12.
27-12 is a good score. If the Broncos put up 27, I'm more than happy because I feel like they're going to score under 20.
Okay.
So,
under 20, wow, okay.
You know what? I'll go. Nah, that's stupid. I will go 13-7 Broncos.
Oh, my God.
I will go 13-7 Broncos.
I don't hate that score.
Oh, my God.
I think the Chargers are going to cover. I think this line is. I think the Broncos win. This line has moved too much.
Wait, so the line right now is 12.5.
Mm-hmm.
It's 12.5.
Which was up from like when Herbert was first announced out, it was 10.5. Now it's 11.5. Now it's 12.5.
Right.
Everyone's like, oh my gosh. No, I think that's too much of an overreaction, especially if Chargers starters are playing.
I did too until I saw how many guys were out.
So, but do you see a future in which they just come out and score early and often, and by halftime the game is over?
I could see that. I
Really?
could see it being 20-3 at halftime.
That's what should happen. That's
right,
what
but
should
that's not what this
happen.
Bronco team does, bro. It's not what he do. That's not what they do.
But what will happen? Same score as the Chiefs game, 20-13.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
That
Man,
would not.
once again,
That would mean they probably lose giveaway takeaway. They probably do. They're probably like -1, and they probably screw up on special teams as they did.
Yeah.
And both of those things aren't.
But guess what?
They're not crazy.
It wouldn't change my opinion about the Broncos at all.
No, that's who they are.
They're the 1 seed, and
well,
they have a
other
very
than
realistic
them
chance of
booting
winning the
game
Super Bowl.
on Sunday. Other than that, even if they win this game on Sunday in a squeaker, I'm not going to sweat it. But if they lose it, all of a sudden you miss the bye.
It is not good.
Right, if you win on Sunday,
It's
you don't have to
unthinkable.
play another game for 2 weeks, right?
No,
you're good
in
for
great
2
shape.
weeks.
And
Yeah,
you've
great
been
shape.
exposed that like a Trey Lance can beat you.
Well, once again,
You're in great shape. They're gonna win.
Okay.
They're gonna win.
All
I mean, we you know,
as long as DMac says they're going to win, I got faith.
yeah, DMac and everybody else. I'm not.
Yeah, they should win.
I'm not
I
on
would
the
be
limb.
shocked if they don't.
I'm not on the limb here, Berto.
Where the hell are your co-hosts at, man? Where's everybody at? Well, I mean, Scotty's in Cleveland getting ready for this game.
Yeah, 6 degrees. Well, it's
Is
like
it 6 degrees?
It's like 20 feels like 6, something like that.
Man,
Denver's
it's
like
stupid.
avoiding.
I know. I
all
don't know
of
what's going on.
this.
We're all going to pay for it later, right? I'm wearing shorts in, January 3rd or whatever the hell today. Yeah, this is dumb.
I'm getting on my bike in 5 seconds.
This is dumb. This is
And-
dumb.
play golf
This is going to
tomorrow.
be the hottest January game in Broncos history this weekend.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. It's still going to be like in the 60s.
Yeah,
You know, it's
yeah.
going to be good football weather.
Yeah, but it's not
No,
going to
it's
be.
been a banger year, period. You know, there's, what, we had 2 days?
Yeah,
No
unless you
snow
own a
games
ski
at Mile
resort.
High. Feels kind of weird not to have a snow
Fine
or cold
by-
game.
fine
I
by
know,
me.
fine by me too.
You know,
but just-
Sean said that the most overrated holiday is New Year's. The most overrated thing is bad weather football. That is the most
Yeah.
overrated thing in my
It
opinion.
certainly looks great on TV, but nobody wants to sit there
It
and watch
sucks.
those things, right?
I've been through a million of them. It blows.
And then it's all just, it's a bunch of turnovers, it's a bunch of,
But
rushing
should it
yards.
be an advantage for a good home team?
Whatever. It's just not the way football's intended to be played. It just sucks. It always blows me away that you get to the most important part of the year, and then you have to face conditions that you do not face for 90% of the season.
Does
Oh, it's
DMac want
battle-tested
to,
stuff.
If you were the commissioner of the NFL, would you legislate dome stadiums for every team?
No, I
You
wouldn't.
got to have a
do
roof
that.
on every building.
No, I would not. How are you going to do that? I would not do that. But I think football's better played, and I think it's outdoors. And the weather's decent.
Yeah.
You know, like it's at least 50 degrees or whatever. And that's the best version of football, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But they don't play any, you realize in any games that matter, they're all played in optimal conditions. Give me the bowl game that's played in lousy conditions. Doesn't happen. So that's just the way it goes. And every new stadium, that's why the Bills are so stupid. Look what they're doing with their new stadium.
Yeah.
Put a roof on it, you idiots.
Nope,
But they're not doing that. So you know what they were doing today? Paying guys $20 a pop to shovel snow out of Highmark Stadium.
Yeah.
And I've done that. I
So
have
weird.
done that.
What
when
is
I lived
wrong
in
with you Buffalo people? Because you guys love it. They show up in
You're part
by
of the
thousands,
team,
hundreds,
man.
They just show up and get their free coffee and shovel snow.
That's what I thought. I thought I was going to be shoveling with a bunch of fans, but it's just a bunch of homeless dudes that needed a sandwich.
Well, that's respectable as well.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just telling you what it was. All right, you guys ever take a break? Or?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, we should probably do that since we just been
I mean, it's
talking
fine by
for
me.
like
We'll
30
we'll
minutes
just keep
straight.
going. No, let's take a
No,
break.
man, D-Mac, go home, bro.
You guys
go
are the
home.
best. Happy New Year.
Enjoy your
Happy New Year, man.
2026, man. Well, yeah, all right. That's Darren McKee. We'll start this whole Kreckman and Lindahl thing after a quick timeout right here on Altitude Sports Radio. It's a damn it. What do you guys play on Friday, Springer?
It's a Bud Light. It's a Bud Light football Friday.
But it's Ska
also a
Friday,
Ska
right?
Friday,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
So you forgot the name of the brand of the music or the genre.
Just for a moment there. Ska Friday. Welcome to
What
Ska
are those
Friday.
trumpets and brass stuff?
I bet you Lindahl's playing ska music right now. Right now, man. On a day off, are you kidding me, man? He's sitting in his house playing ska music as we speak. Who knows what Nate's doing? But either way, welcome to Kreckman and Lindahl on this Friday. January the 2nd? 3rd? 2nd? I can't, man. I'm always 2nd, right? Because yesterday was the first of the year. Nate and Andy will be back on Monday. Matter of fact, everybody's back. Come Monday, the station's back to normal. Everybody's done with vacation. So we got the Nuggets playing tonight. Nuggets taking on the Cavs this evening. Tomorrow, the Avs and the Hurricanes get it on. We also have a couple of NFL games on the station tomorrow as the NFL hits their final week of the regular season. And then Sunday, everybody plays. The Avs play, the Nugget plays, and the Broncos play. So come Monday, we're going to have all the things to talk about. But, Spring, coming up here in the final week of the NFL regular season. I mean, I can't believe we're 2 weeks away from, well, actually, we're just a week away from some playoff games, right? Which one of these NFL games are you, like, listen, the Seahawks-Niners game Saturday night has got all the juice. Has got all the juice because that's for the number one seed in the NFC.
Yeah.
So that's a big one, and it's going to be a close one.
And before that, Panthers-Buccaneers for the South.
That's
I mean, one of those
basically
teams,
like one of these teams gets to make the playoffs, right? And they get smacked in the first round.
they'll host a home playoff game against, I don't know, probably the Rams
right now.
Or maybe the Niners, actually. The Seahawks. Whoever. It would actually probably be Niners.
It would be the 4-5 matchup.
Yeah.
So
probably the loser of that Niners-Seahawks game would go to either Tampa or Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah, right now, if San Francisco loses, it'd be Carolina, San Francisco in the 4-5. That would be the matchup.
If Carolina won.
If Carolina won. Yes, if Carolina won. So, but
That's
I mean,
crazy.
do you think Bryce Young can get it done against Baker in Tampa?
Yeah, I'm going to go Carolina in that game. It is crazy, though, that if Tampa wins, that they'll be 8-9. An 8-9 team.
And host, they will have a losing record and get to host a team that's absolutely going to mob them in the first round, I'm assuming. But here's the problem with the Buccaneers is Tampa Bay looks great for about 3.5 quarters, and then something happens at the end of games where they're just... Matter of fact, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are charging more than the Chargers are this season, is what I would say.
I guess buccaneering is a new thing, but...
Baker Mayfielding?
Yeah, I mean, anything's... Like, everything's kind of so loaded that anything's possible, but as far as, like, a deep advancing for the winner of the NFC South, no. Like, maybe you could get that first game, but you're not an actual threat.
Right, because if
long-term.
you lose that one, well, I guess it would depend on what kind of upsets we're talking about in the AFC since they reseed. Having to go to Seattle in the second round and face the Seahawks would not be...
That'd be tough.
Not be ideal. But once again, all that comes down to that Saturday night game. Seahawks-Niners. Which way are you leaning? I
got the Seahawks in that one.
Okay.
They are road favorites in that game going into San Francisco. I think the defense for Seattle's better.
Yeah.
I think that Jackson Smith and Jigba's insane. He's so good. I know Christian McCaffrey's had a good year.
Yeah, man.
Like, he's been able to stay healthy.
You know what? I was talking about Christian McCaffrey. It reminds me of there's some crazy stuff that can happen this weekend, like some records being. Obviously, Myles Garrett can break the sack record. All he needs is one sack. And Browns and Bengals, guess what? I bet you he gets to Joe, right, once or twice. He's going to break. Myles Garrett's probably going to break that record, right? Because you got nothing else to play for, Cleveland. Find a way to get that dude a sack. That's all he needs is one sack to break the record.
Yeah, well, Joe Burrow's going to do everything in his freaking power to not get sacked.
Yes. But
I don't think he's going to Brett Favre it.
Yeah,
he's not going to
just lay down. No. Burrow's not that kind of cat. Yeah.
No.
And I'm sure him and Myles might know each other, but I'm not their friends, man. That's not what. Yeah. But you know what can happen in Atlanta on Sunday when this is a game that means nothing to nobody. The Saints and Falcons game. Bijan Robinson can break the all-time yards from scrimmage record. he has to get like 250 yards, 260 yards to do it. But he could grab the record for most yards from the line of scrimmage in NFL history. And it's like he's closing in on 2,600 yards from the line of scrimmage, man. That's dumb.
Yeah,
dumb.
Bijan's, he's done it. Like, he's there now. He is so good.
I mean, it hasn't really helped the Falcons that much, but that's a quarterback problem in Atlanta, right? With being 7-9.
Cousins is like, ever since his first couple starts, like, he started to settle in. He's playing better. It goes to show that, like, he can be effective in this league still. And then Tyler Shuck. Check out the Saints at 6-10. That was like the consensus worst team in the league when the season started. And Kellen Moore's got him at 6-10.
Mm-hmm.
And the Raiders, a team that I thought was gonna be in the hunt at the least, is 2-14. Unbelievable. With Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty and Max Crosby.
Well, it's also the reason that people are like, yo, man, I know it's just been one season, but this might be it for Pete Carroll.
It could be.
And here's what's going to happen. They're going to go with the Mendoza line, right?
Yeah,
they're going to draft Mendoza first overall.
I was just going to ask you, did your opinion about Fernando Mendoza change after the Rose Bowl whooping?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, he was already probably the best quarterback in college. But you mean, yes.
I'll say this about him. Like, man, his post-game interview again, okay?
Yeah, like, listen,
Holy cow.
It does have some Russell Wilson
yes,
to it.
I was going to say cornball.
He does have some cornball. The Mendoza line's got some cornball to him. But he's, like, he had so much energy when he's talking about, he was like,
that he cares.
and all my teammates, we all came together, and we did something, like.
No, I do like that he cares. And so I was
thinking, crushed Bama, bro. They crushed Bama.
Dude, Indiana's going to win the Natty.
They're the best
Bama. Team. They are. It took me until now I should have realized it sooner, probably when they beat Ohio State in the Big Ten championship, but no, they are the best team.
The SEC was like, we love the NIL era. This is going to be great. And then they realized, oh no, everybody else can play their players now too, and we are in trouble because they got steamrolled by Indiana, man. You know what? Let me ask you this. Did they yank Ty Simpson or did he get hurt?
They yanked him.
Okay, because I was like, is he hurt or did they just yank him?
They just yanked him.
Okay.
Because their season is over, and I think he's probably coming back to Alabama, so why
put him
risk anything stupid?
But yeah, I mean, guess what? Bama's going to be good next year.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they have money. Indiana, I mean, yeah, they started spending a few years ago.
But this is what yesterday is what we love about college football, or is what I love about this new college football.
One thing about Mendoza, though, is he was like not a heralded recruit. Like some of the well,
I don't think it was any of the Indiana Hoosiers like a 5-star recruit.
I'm not sure, but I do know that they started spending money. But Mendoza was more of like, I don't know, there's like a Joe Burrow element to it where, although Burrow was a good recruit to Ohio State, but he fell out of favor, had to transfer to LSU. Burrow was like a projected 3rd, 4th, 5th round pick the year before he starts at LSU and wins a Natty and a Heisman. And now all of a sudden Burrow's first overall pick. And it was like Mendoza could be on a similar trajectory. And yes, he's a cornball, but it kind of reminded me of like Sean Payton being like, Bo Nix, what's in your backpack?
Yeah, Bo's like, here, look, it's just football stuff.
Like if you open Fernando Mendoza's backpack.
It's just football stuff.
It's just football stuff.
There's not a 6er of the banquet beer in there or anything. It's just,
the dude's committed and he's talented. So yeah, maybe Fernando Mendoza to the Raiders all of a sudden is what we're headed towards. Speaking of like that hard work, and just like only caring about ball. So Carson Beck and the U, they upset
they
Ohio State.
Yeah, and that was fun. That was fun, right? That's
like Miami.
That's what I liked. Yeah, I was like,
that is
because
fun.
There was 12 weeks there where it looked like Ohio State was the best team in college football. No.
Yeah, cause I think that they're hampered. I know that Julian Sayin was a Heisman finalist, but Ohio State was on like big noon kickoff and national TV a lot this year. I watched a lot of Ohio State. I didn't think Sayin was that good, but they had the great defense. They had Jeremiah Smith at wide receiver. But, how about the U? what Mario Cristobal has done there, former Oregon head coach, and Carson Beck, the transfer from Georgia, is a good quarterback. They have a good defense. You got Michael Irvin whipping whatever inanimate object he can with his belt. He's got 6-pack abs, too. How does 50-whatever-year-old Michael Irvin have 6-pack abs?
Man, yeah, it's just, listen.
But it's the U, man, the U.
Yeah, it's good to have the U back. It's good to have the U back, man. Listen, Notre Dame can stay gone for all I care, but I did miss the U. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's good to have them back. And listen, next week, you get 2 really should be super cool games. You get Oregon and Indiana.
You do. That's like Big Ten championship number 2.
Mm-hmm. That's next Friday, I think. Let's see, what's the 9th? Yeah, it's Friday. The day before, you get Ole Miss Miami. Now, the Ole Miss Georgia game was stupid, dumb, crazy, weird, wild game that Ole Miss ended up winning. And then there was the weird, the end of the Ole Miss game was crazy. The dude hits the field goal, you think they win it, and then it's a weird safety and all those.
It's a good win by Ole Miss, and Lane Kiffin's cheering them on social media, even though Lane.
Well, right, and now he's going to have to take back some of the assistant coaches who coached in that game because they signed a contract with LSU. They have to begin their LSU. They can't, you know what I mean? So everyone's like, What are they going to do? Well, it doesn't matter, man. They beat Georgia.
I do think Indiana's winning it no matter what, but
who do you think? So you think Indiana gets past Oregon? And
yes.
I think there's a lot of people who look at Oregon and think that might be the best team. I mean, I cannot believe Texas Tech scored 0 points in that game, brother.
Well, it's also
0 points in that game.
Is it also just a Big 12 thing? You're playing in the Big 12, and you get a 4 seed because you're the Big 12 champion, and you did have a good year in that conference, but overall, what was that conference?
Yeah, and I mean, Oregon got James Madison in the first round, so it's not like they were, struggling to get past that crew to get to the second round. Then they handled Texas Tech. Now you got Oregon and Indiana, but you think Indiana's coming out of that thing?
I do.
So who do they play, Ole Miss or Miami?
To me, that's a toss-up.
Indiana, Miami.
You mean
Ole Miss? Yeah,
Ole Miss, Miami. Okay,
right? Because Ole Miss, Miami is the.
I think Miami will win.
Yeah.
I think Miami wins that game.
All right,
and you'll get an Indiana-Miami final with Indiana winning,
with Signetti and Mario.
Yeah,
going head to head.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
I think Indiana's got a pretty professional program going on there.
The championship game isn't until the 19th, my man. That's more than 2 weeks away.
The one thing I wanted to bring up with Carson Beck in Miami is he was quoted after their win. He was like, "Yeah, we're in the facility 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day," or something like that. And someone on social media is like, "Well, when do you have time for class?" Because guess what? They're not doing class. They are studying and practicing as if they're NFL programs. That's what's going on. Mm-hmm. And so, hey, Carson Beck's an interesting NFL quarterback prospect in a way. He could be like I don't know what the mocks have. Maybe he could be like second, third round guy. But the dude's already in a crash course for the NFL. His job is to prepare as Miami's quarterback, not go to econ class or geology class, whatever the hell class. No, he's already in the NFL essentially.
Well, yes, that's welcome to the. I mean, amateurism is now just a high school thing, people. You know what I mean? That's for high school. Once you hit 18, brother, welcome to the free market economy and NIL. Let's go. But yeah, I mean, I'm assuming the NFL mock drafts have Mendoza going first, and then 2 or 3 quarterbacks that are probably going to be overdrafted in the first round because teams just need quarterbacks. You know what I mean? They just need QB. Although there will be a couple of teams that suck that already have their QB, like the Giants. Although
there was that.
Did you see that list of? I saw a list of names that the New York Giants are going to interview for their head coaching position, and there was a ton of names on. There's a billion names on that list. I mean, the new head coach of the New York Giants could very well be Vance Joseph, depending on how his interview goes. But he was one of those names on a very, very long list of interviewees for the New York Giants head coaching gig. There is no coach who's going to lose their job.
You know who is a former Giants quarterback? Davis Webb.
Oh, you want? Yeah.
Will Vance as head coach, Davis Webb as OC.
offensive coordinator. Yeah, he steals. Do you know what?
It makes a lot of sense for Vance and Davis to be a package
That
deal.
would be an upgrade
somewhere.
for Davis, right? I mean, because and then the Broncos would have to allow that. They couldn't match or keep him or anything because he's the QB coach here.
They'd have to.
He'd be the OC in New York.
I think Denver could promote him to OC,
but they
what
ain't
good
gonna
is
do that? They ain't gonna
but what-
do that.
They could, but what good would it do for Davis to accept that job? Because you're
Because
not
you're right.
calling
Because
the
Sean
plays.
is still gonna call the plays. You're exactly right. Yeah, you're exactly right. So, all right, you know what? Let's take another quick timeout. When we come back, we want to talk a little bit about the Avs, a little bit about the Nuggets, and then focus in on exactly what's going to happen this Sunday with these NFL games. That is next right here on Kreckman and Lindahl. Welcome back to Kreckman and Lindahl. Nathaniel Bartholomew Kreckman is out today, as is Andrew Socrates Lindahl. But they will both be back on Monday. And by the time they were back on Monday, the Avs will have played twice. And Springer, they're going to be playing both those games without Mackenzie Blackwood. Because, shout out to the text line, because they're the ones who updated on us that the Avs had just made an announcement. And that announcement is this. This came down from the Avs just 9 minutes ago. We have recalled Taylor McCarr and Trent Miner from the Colorado Eagles. Mackenzie Blackwood has been placed on injured reserve.
Yeah, had a good start against the Blues on New Year's Eve.
He looked good.
Barely faced any shots his way. Made a few really nice saves.
So when did this? The injury didn't happen during the game. It must have happened today during skate, or right?
Could have happened during the game, and he fought through it. We don't know.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're
back
right.
end of the game, like late in the game.
Like
maybe.
I don't remember.
Did
anybody run into him during that? I can't remember him getting hit in that game, but
not necessarily.
So once again, you'll have to roll. So Trent Miner comes up, and this weekend you have a back-to-back. So Trent's gonna have to play, right? Because you play Scott Wedgwood tomorrow in Carolina for the Whalers Nordiques game again, and then the next. Who the hell are they playing on Sunday, Springer?
Florida.
Okay, so you got the Cats in Florida, and Trent Miner's going to have to go in that game, isn't
Probably. They could go Blackwood back-to-back, or excuse me, Wedgwood back-to-back. They did go Blackwood back-to-back.
Well, I guess what's their schedule?
When Wedgwood was hurt, they did go Blackwood back-to-back. They did not start Trent Miner once.
Well, I think the problem is you only get 1 day off between you're about to play 3 days and 4 nights, or 3 games in 4 nights. You know what I mean? You play Saturday, Sunday, you get Monday off, but you're back at it on Tuesday. All those are on the road. So you're at Carolina on the road on Saturday, at Florida on Sunday. You get Monday off, but you're at Tampa on Tuesday. So, I mean, with your goalie rotation, you want Scott to play 2 of those games, so it has to go Carolina and Tampa for Wedgwood.
Yeah, given the 3 games in 4 nights makes it less likely that Wedgwood would go all 3. So probably Miner on Sunday in Florida. Probably.
I think I'll have to see. I don't know who did. We were talking about this with DMac and Tanner out in the hallway, and Tanner was looking it up. He did see, I think it might have been the folks from Guerrilla Sports reported that Blackwood will be reevaluated after this road trip. So it might just be the next 4 days that he's out, and he's fine once the roadie is over with.
If you go on IR, you have to miss at least 7 days, but can you retroactive it to New Year's Eve? So like January 6th?
So after
what is January 6th famous for? I digress.
Avs and Lightning in Tampa, bro? What you talking about? Is that the way you want to go? Alberto wants to talk some politics. He's like, let's go. Let's get spicy on this Friday.
It's just like
bro.
anytime I say 6-7 now. Now I think 6-7. So there you go.
Yeah. So you might not have McKenzie this entire 3-game road trip coming up, but we will see. We will see. I mean, Spring, there is almost no amount of yuck that I can't get over when it comes to the Avs. You know what I mean? You cannot feed me anything negative when it comes to the Avs.
The only thing would be the power play.
See, but even then, I don't care.
I don't even really care right now either. How can you care?
You're the best 5-on-5 team in hockey. I don't give a damn about your power play, man. You're averaging like 5 goals a game while giving up 2. You're Gucci, brother. You are Gucci. Like, I mean, the Avs are this Avs team might be one of the greatest, professional sports teams we've seen in this city. You know what I mean? For one season, one shining moment. Like, I don't even know if I asked you, or if I asked the Champmaster text line, if I asked you, what's the one greatest group of athletes in the history of Denver, Colorado? The one team, the greatest team in the history of Denver, Colorado is whom? Because listen, we have how many championships do we have in this city? We have 3 for the Broncos and 1 for the Nuggets and 3 or 4 for the 3 for the Avs and 4 for the Broncos. Like, you know what I mean? So give me the greatest single sports team in the history of this city. Who is it? What team is that?
Well, I'll have to go with last year's Rockies team. But,
get the hell out of here with that. Miss me with all of that nonsense. You know what?
Yeah.
Who did I see today? Oh, I saw Woody Page was going off on Twitter today, and he was going off on the Rockies. Because I guess
he goes off on a lot of things nowadays.
Yeah, he was losing his mind on, I don't know, it was sports TV guy for some reason the other day. But you know what I'm saying? Like, give me what's the greatest, and could this Avalanche team be it? The greatest group of talent.
Yeah, it could. I mean, there's candidates at the
sport.
top. I can't.
Greatest group of sporting talent.
My heart doesn't die on one hill in terms of which one it is. I mean, it could be.
Me either, but I'd like to know who you think it is.
It could be the 01 Avs.
It probably is the 01 Avs.
It could be that second Broncos team.
How many Hall of Famers were on that 01 Avs team? Damn, bro.
It could be the Broncos team that was like undefeated through the regular season until very late when Elway got hurt, but then Elway comes back and they win a Super Bowl and they beat the Falcons. Like, that team was dominant all year long. Regular season Peyton Manning Broncos until Raheem Moore, whichever year that was.
Yeah, they don't get to make the list. You don't get to do
win
that
a
and make the
championship.
list.
2015 Broncos had an excellent defense.
Greatest group of talent. One team in this
Those are your
city.
options, probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
And this
man.
Avs team it's in that
And
category.
right.
I mean, they're 32-7, and unlike the Bruins from a few years ago that also had an excellent regular season, like, this team is much more positioned to actually win the cup.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. It could be this Avs team.
It could be
the greatest, group of talent. Just raw,
and this is salary
pure
cap
talent.
era too. I like that 01 Avs team. Was not salary cap, right?
Yeah, neither was the 96 crew. Yeah, that won the whole thing. That's how they pulled off some of those wild trades that you could do back then. You know what? Actually, we got to go to a break because we'll do that thing where we just keep talking. But when we do come back, I do want to ask you about what you think the Nuggets play the Cavs tonight. We're going to talk to Jeff Legwald here about this Broncos game this weekend here in about 20 minutes' time. But between now and then, I want to hear about what you have to say about what the Nuggets are going to do with the injury situation they're now in, including the fact that Jonas got hurt last game. He's going to be out for 4 weeks. So now you're down 4 starters and you have 0 centers, and you're playing the Cavs tonight. So we'll see how that plays out, and we'll be right back. Thanks for listening to Kreckman and Lindahl. What's up, Mile High City? Welcome back to Kreckman and Lindahl. Without the Kreckman or the Lindahl, they're still on vacation. We'll see them on Monday. They will be back. I'm Mark Bertinoli. That's Mark Springer, Alberto Ureta on the ones and twos. And we've got about an hour, well, a little under an hour until the Nuggets pregame starts as the Nuggets and Cavs get it on tonight. Springer, what is a better bet? That the Broncos will beat the Chargers on Sunday, or that when he shows up on Monday, Andy Lindahl still sounds sick? What do you think Andy's voice sounds like right now? Because seriously, it's been like a month and a half where he's just like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, I hope that this time off it got better towards the end. I think he got some sort of medication or something in the ballpark of medication.
Okay. So if you were taking that gamble, you'd say
I'd say Broncos win
probably
is a better bet than Andy's voice
showed up
still sounds like
sick.
crap. At that point, it might be time to just accept this is the new Andy Lindahl.
This is just how I sound now, man. This is it. All right, we'll talk to Jeff Legwold about the Broncos coming up here in about 14 minutes' time. But David Adelman, the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, is addressing the media right now in Cleveland. And I was just listening to some of his pregame comments. And here's something that he brought up that I should have thought about, that I didn't think about, and now it's got me worried. It was obviously, the first questions he got asked was about, Jonas being injured and the fact that you're banged up. The Denver Nuggets injury report for tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers includes every single one of your starters and Julian Strawther and Jonas Valanciunas. That means Jamal Murray is on this injury report.
But he's probable, right?
He's a game-time decision.
I checked the injury report earlier today, about a couple hours ago. Said he was probable.
Yeah,
to
that's
play.
what Adelman was just saying too. But here's the problem, and
I hear probable. Well, okay, it is Cleveland, and this is a gigantic behemoth tonight.
David did say that Jamal. It sounds like he's going to go. It sounds like Jamal is going to go.
But now you got me thinking, do you just, if Jamal's even dealing with anything?
Right. That's what the question was basically about. Because here's kind of what Adelman was talking about.
See, left ankle sprain.
Let me say it like this. So do you know when an athlete gets hurt in like football, say an athlete, hurts his leg, and you know what happens like 50% of the time when he comes back from rehab? He hurts the other leg because he was so focused on not re-injuring that left leg, he was putting too much pressure on his right leg, and he injures his right leg. So David Adelman basically got the question of, if your only true weapon is Jamal Murray, how do you not overplay him during this stretch? You know what I mean? If you play Jamal 46 minutes a night just to win these road games, and then he gets injured because he's already dealing with an injury, then you're in an even worse place than you were before. So how do you go about, and so that's what the conversation, David said, Adelman said that him and Jamal have that conversation every day about how you feeling? How's it looking? What do you know what I mean? Just talking with him and the medical staff about what's going on with Jamal, and obviously Jamal's lower body. It's been banged up for 5 years now. You know what I mean? He's always
until
dealing
this
with those
season, it's finally gotten healthy.
But now he's dealing with some stuff with his lower body.
Now he's got a left ankle sprain, but if you're probable to play, or if you're even going to list him as probable, that means it's not a severe ankle sprain by any means. But I get what you're saying.
You can't play Jamal Murray every minute of every game because he's your only starter left, because then you will have no starters left.
Yeah, one thing I've enjoyed, or that has stood out to me about watching Jamal play this season, is how less strenuous it looks. It doesn't look like the guys cutting left and right off the dribble and just trying to create these crazy shots. Well, when you have this deep team around you and you're able to just kind of more effortlessly flow through the game, and it doesn't look taxing. It does not look taxing on Jamal Murray. It looks like he's getting to his spots with ease, and it's not putting any stress on the legs and the lower body. Now with everybody out, do you worry that, he's going to start putting those stress on those legs that leads to shin splints and stuff like that? Because you're moving, your court coverage increases, the feet and the yards and the miles per game go up, the distance covered goes up. Yeah, that is a concern. And And I do, because look, Cleveland's 100% healthy tonight. If you don't have Valanciunas and Jokic, they have Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley. Those are two huge dudes.
Yeah.
You got
Allen's a
Spida.
bad
You got
dude.
Donovan Mitchell. You've got
part of the-
Darius Garland.
Yeah, that's part of the big four. Allen and Darius and Donovan.
Everyone's
and who am I
playing
also,
for them.
Who's the big four in Cleveland? Who else am I forgetting? It's
Jared-
Darius
Jared
and Donovan in the backcourt. Oh, I'm forgetting
Evan Mobley, and who is
I'm
really good. Evan Mobley is really
But
good.
see, Cleveland was talking about maybe firing their head coach this year because do you see where they are in the standings?
Yeah, they've underperformed.
They have underperformed.
They've had
And
some injuries.
Donovan Mitchell, unlike Jamal Murray, I think Donovan Mitchell's job in the NBA is to get buckets, right? Get buckets. That's what Donovan does. And when he gets to a point in his career where he can't get buckets anymore, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, man?
But he's still at that point, and Garland's a really good scorer as well.
But Donovan, you know what? I take shots at Mitchell, but he's still a very good player.
But
Donovan
like
Mitchell's
the
still-
Nuggets are 14.5 point dogs tonight. And because Cleveland is where they're at in the standings, like they need this one. This is a must win. You cannot be losing to a team without 4 starters.
Well, I don't think the Nuggets are going to be favored in any of their games until they start.
No, but this might be, I think, of the entire road trip.
Do you think they'll be favored at Brooklyn? One of the worst teams in the NBA. Will they be favored at Brooklyn Spring on Sunday? The Denver Nuggets with one starter versus one of their old starters, Michael Porter Jr. Will the Nuggets be favored in that game, Spring? I'll tell you right now, they're not going to be.
Probably not.
They're not going to be favored in that game, bro.
If Porter plays, Porter is out tonight for Brooklyn. What does he have going on? Let me see. Porter has an illness. Okay, so he's probably healthy by Sunday. Illness probably goes away by Sunday. So, yeah, the Nets could be favored in that game.
So dumb.
Yeah.
So
But, no, this is the one. Like, this is really tough tonight. Look, you could play Murray and you could go for it. You could.
Well, I will say after Sunday, you might, if you're lucky, you might get Christian back next week. You know what I'm talking about? You might have Christian back next week. Now, once again, you don't want to push it. You don't want to throw Aaron or Christian back in there unless they're completely, especially with Aaron. You know what I mean? And that will change the math a little bit if you can get Christian back. But, I mean, you got to go to Brooklyn, you got to go to Philadelphia, you got to go to Boston before you even come back home. And you're not
the
going
Boston one is the other one, but hey, maybe Christian's back by then. That'll be game 7 of this road trip. You're going to be gassed at that point.
Mm-hmm.
You really kind of do just want to focus on this Brooklyn game on Sunday. But look, Jamal's listed as probable. When I see probable, that means you're playing. Very rarely do I see probable to out.
I'm not sure Jamal's ever been listed as a game time decision and not played. I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen Jamal be listed as a game time decision plenty of times, but I don't ever recall him not playing while he was listed as that. So, yeah, Adelman said he'll go out and take some shots and see how he's feeling, but I'm sure.
I'll say this. You go win this game tonight. You need Jamal if you're going to win this game tonight. If you do go win this game, holy crap. That is an amazing
Well, just like winning
win.
the Toronto game, that was a crazy, dumb,
This is even better.
win.
This would be even because Cleveland's better. When Cleveland is when they're healthy, which they are tonight, Cleveland's better.
I will tell you that there was never a future in which I thought Peyton Watson was going to get 20 shots a night, but he got 19 against Toronto. He could get 20 tonight. And matter of fact, you might need Peyton to take those many shots. Man, Peyton Watson is making himself so much money. He's going to be making so much money playing for a really bad team next year because the Nuggets can't pay him, not with the cap situation that it is. But some team's going to play. He's going to turn into a Mike, right? He's going to be putting up points for a bad team somewhere in the East maybe, or I don't know. But I mean, I'd love to find a way to hang on to him because that man he's been an important piece of the season.
I don't know how you do it.
We're what 2.5 weeks away from the halfway point of the NBA season. It's here, man. It's here in our face. But Nuggets and Cavs tonight in what's going to be a really, really tough game for your Denver Nuggets. But we'll see how it plays out. We're going to talk a little Denver Bronco football with Jeff Legwold next. What's up, people? Sorry, me and Springer just having a personal conversation there. Mind your own business, people. Welcome back to Kreckman and Lindahl on this Friday, January 2nd, 2026. The new year is here, and we're joined by one of Springer's favorite people. My hero and your friend. It is ESPN insider Jeff Legwell. Jeff, how you doing on this Friday?
I'm great. How are you guys?
I'm not bad. I had a good New Year's Eve and a good New Year's. Jeff, what? I mean, this is last regular season. I mean, not last regular season, but last game of the regular season coming up this week. What year of covering the NFL will this be for you once this regular season is over?
I'm wrapping up number 40.
Damn.
So.
That's you know what? Me and Springer had this conversation earlier. We were talking about what we thought Sean Payton's favorite moment of 2025 was, and we really couldn't come up with one. I mean, do you have a moment from the last year of Broncos football that really stood out to you as like, wow, man, I can't believe here we are. We're living the life now.
Well, I don't think he has a favorite one until, they either win it or don't. I think that's his mindset right now. So, I don't know if I've had the epiphany moment of the season yet. I guess I'll wait and see what the postseason has in store. But yeah, I think I don't often get when you talk to him, Sean Payton's sentimental about people and seasons in the past, but when you talk to him about the current one, it's all about how it finishes. And I think because he likes this team and thinks it's good enough to win it all, I think he will be disappointed, however much he would admit that later, if they don't have at least a shot at playing in the Super Bowl.
Leggy, I would have gone to the Packers game. I just thought that start to finish for the offense, that was what it's supposed to look like. That's what Sean Payton has envisioned that his offense would look like. Pat Bryant limited all week in practice. Looks like he's playing on Sunday. You need all the weapons for this offense to click the way that they want it to. But that was just one game, Jeff. It was just one. That was the only full game, and against one of the best, if not the best level of opponent in Green Bay. They did play the Houston defense, but to do it against Green Bay, does the offense need to play like that in the playoffs, or can they get by with the Chiefs' performance, with the Raiders' performance, or does it need to look at some point like it did against the Packers?
Well, Spring, I think the issue is, if you can put 3 15-play drives together against a playoff defense, that's good enough to win you a lot of games. The question is, are you going to be able to do that against a playoff level defense? And I think that's the issue for them right now, that, they don't need to suddenly be, this offense filled with explosive plays right and left, but they do have to find a few more. I think it's really hard to go the long way every time you have the ball in the playoffs, because the games are shortened anyway in the playoffs. It's more defensive, field positions harder to come by, red zone is much more difficult because, you're playing better teams, but things just get squeezed in the playoffs, and even the most high-flying offenses can sometimes have a difficult time replicating that. So if you can muscle up and play with long drives and possession football the way they have been, that will work. But at some point, you're probably going to need an explosive player to finish teams off and to keep yourself with the lead, to allow you to call games the way you want to.
If I asked you what the greatest weakness of the Broncos offense is it explosive plays? Or, I mean, what would you say it would be?
I think, I think it's more who you're going to be. I think sometimes in their quest for diversity and not repeating plays and differing game plans, and that's very much a part of Sean Payton's DNA as a play caller. I think they get a lot of, jack of all trades on offense, but master of none maybe sometimes. And I think, in the playoffs, I always feel like teams on both sides of the ball need those go-to section of plays off a play sheet. And I think defensively, we've seen they've got things they can just lean on and go to get them out of trouble, to get the momentum back. They've got those selection of plays. I don't feel like those selection of plays always exist on offense right now.
And Leggy, let me edit Pat Bryant full in practice the last couple days.
Yeah, all week he was, so he's good.
Okay, so he's good. John Franklin Myers limited all 3 days this week. He is questionable with a hip injury. No Dre Greenlaw, he's out. He didn't practice all week with a hamstring injury. As far as JFM goes, Leggy, does it depend on who the Chargers play in terms of whether or not the Broncos feel the need to play Jonathan Franklin Myers and his hip injury?
I think it's more spring. How does he feel when Sunday rolls around? How many snaps can he give you and not risk, the next time you play? If you get the bye week, obviously that's what they want for all involved. But I think if the medical people think he's good enough for some spot duty, I think he would see spot duty, but we'll see how, they always have a walkthrough or a mostly walkthrough practice on Saturday, and then he would probably, meet with the medical staff Sunday morning before the game, and they'd make the call then.
I'm getting upset with a lot of people here at this radio studio and other places who keep telling me how easy this game's going to be for the Denver Broncos this weekend with the Chargers basically just giving up. But that's not necessarily the case. I guess I don't even remember the vibes of that last game from last season when the Chiefs played nobody and the Broncos steamrolled them. So is Denver's game, are they going to rest guys if they get up big in this game, or is that messing with the football gods a little too much for Sean Payton?
That's not really his vibe, Bert. I mean, he plays guys in the preseason.
Yeah.
He's kind of the belief, you play it out, and control what you can control, and they have the ultimate control here. If they win, they're the number one seed. So, I mean, would he pull guys in the fourth quarter if it's 38-0 like last year's finale was? I can't say he won't do that, but today he was in no mood to talk about all the scenarios and would you do this and would you do that's just not his thinking. And I will tell you, his message to the team all week has been, look, this is all right in front of you to have, and all you have to do as players is win the game and treat it like a playoff game. That has really been his message, and we can all roll our eyes or whatever and say, well, the Chargers are playing, but he has pounded into these guys all week. You better treat this game importantly, because look at the benefit you get if you win. Because I think in this playoff field, having 2 home games might just get you to the Super Bowl.
Well, Jeff, and to what Berto started his question with to you about, some people being overconfident with this game. Well, look, when it's announced that Herbert is not going to play early in the week, I'm thinking, okay, well, does that mean that they're going to rest a lot of their starters as well? Because if you're not going to play Herbert, why put Quentin Johnston, Ladd McConkey? I know Keenan Allen has an incentive thing, 6 catches for like $750,000, which is nothing to sneeze at. And there's reason to play guys for reasons like that. And I don't know, DMac was on with us to start the show, and he's saying, well, maybe some of these guys with incentives just start the game and then they pull them. But I needed to see the injury report, too, for the Chargers as the week progressed. What's it actually going to look like? And, okay, Amari and Hampton is not going to play. But that's really the only key guy who is listed on their injury report that we know is out. And even their backup, Kamani Vidal at running back, is a solid running back. Derwin James and Khalil Mack are on the injury report, but they are not listed as out. They very well could play in this game. The skill position players I mentioned could play in this game. It's similar to the Chiefs game where, yeah, Mahomes is out, but there are other guys still out there. So I'm not sure that this isn't another close Broncos game, depending on who plays for the Chargers. Do we have any indication? Like these guys are going to play, right? Like Herbert might be out, but a lot of other good players are still going to be out there.
Yeah, Sprig, I think, just from knowing some people on the Chargers coaching staff and kind of have seeing this scenario through the years, I think they want to rest as many people as possible. But football rosters being what they are, you only get 46 up on game day, and that's not a lot of people. You can't rest everybody. So some starter-worthy players are going to play, but like the Chiefs game last year, the starting offensive lineman that played in the game only played 3 snaps, but what's the benefit of playing? It's just the mentality coaches believe. You don't want to tell a guy he's getting the whole day off. So I think it will not look like the same game day roster and rotation as if they needed this game to be in the playoffs. It just won't. They'll adjust, and some people will get more rest than others, and it won't shock me if some of the people they did not give a game designation from the injury report as out do not play. I don't think he's going to play everybody, but he's not going to sit everybody either. And a lot of the people, the marquee people, he will try to get as many of them out as possible because I do think you don't go the extra mile of sitting Herbert if you're not going to sit some of the others. And Khalil Mack's well into his 30s. I mean, you're going to take care of some of these guys. So it won't look like a full-blown game, but they're going to have to put some starter-worthy players out there for the game, and they're going to have to play a lot of the snaps or you're not going to be able to function.
In your opinion, with 1 week remaining in the regular season, who's the best team in the NFC right now?
Yeah, I kept thinking most of the year the Rams are the most balanced.
Mm-hmm.
The Seahawks have been the most explosive, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think those are the two. But, you say all that, and the 49ers are the hottest. So sometimes, the 49ers aren't just hot right now. They're, ridiculous. And that is always a team, the kind of a profile you want to watch going into a postseason when it's, one and done afternoons. When a team is just smoking hot like that, it's unbelievable. But I think if you just put all the rosters on a table with the coaching staffs and all the rest of it, and you're just looking at it from, purely sort of mathematics, I think the Rams have the most balanced roster in the NFC. And it's just, if you can keep Stafford from having a really bad night like he did in the Monday night loss.
You know what's funny about that, Jeff, is when I think about it, I go to the NFC West. I feel like everyone's going to the NFC West. What about the Eagles? They're the defending champs. I know that they've had kind of a weird season. They just had the nice win in Buffalo. They seem to be largely healthy. It's a Vic Fangio defense. Where do you place the Eagles?
I always believe the teams that already know they can do it have a little advantage. They don't sweat that part of the pressure component. They don't wonder if they can win the Super Bowl. They already did it. And a lot of guys in that locker room know it. I just think their injury situation has been such where even their own defense can't bail them out all the time. And they've been really good, typical Vic Fangio defense. awesome in the red zone, and they make it, lots of turnovers, and they make it really difficult for you to score touchdowns. So that always gives you a chance. But like I say, I think like the Rams and the Eagles, they're not asking themselves that question, gosh, can we win the Super Bowl? They already know it because they've done it in the last few years. So I think that's always a bonus. So, the Eagles are in that mix for me, but I just think overall balance, talent, injury situation, the Rams and Seahawks are better positioned.
Well, Jeff, thanks for hopping on this Friday. I hope you have a great weekend, and the fellows will be back next week to chop it up with you.
I'll be ready to roll. I hope you guys have a good weekend. Thanks.
You too. That's Jeff Legwald, our ESPN insider, breaking down some of this Broncos Chargers action we're going to get this weekend. Matter of fact, this is going to be a good weekend in NFL football. There's like a number of records that can fall. There's some crazy stuff that can happen. There can be seedings that can jump all over the place. And both the number one seed in the AFC and the NFC are still up for grabs, so it should be fun. But Spring, what do you think about what Leggy had to say there?
Yeah, I mean, and Leggy's probably right that the idea is even if they do have to, start some starters just because they would have to hit a 46-man roster minimum. There's only so many practice squad guys you can go to. You got to, bodies have to be out there. You got to fill 11 on both sides. And there are incentives that need to be met. Like, guys will start this game. If I don't see you as out on the injury report right now on Friday, then you're starting this game. There's no injury.
I get it, man. I will almost guarantee you there will be a point in this game where Bronco fans are like, oh, we're going to lose this game, aren't we?
There's no.
Because it's going to be close.
There's no injury designation on Derwin James or Khalil Mack, even though it wasn't a full week of practice for either of those guys. Except for Hampton, all their skill position guys are not indicated as out on the injury report. So if everyone's starting this game and they get out to a 7-0 lead, why take them out? All of a sudden, Jim Harbaugh's competitive, trying to win this game.
Listen,
now all of a sudden you're trying to win this game.
Yes. But it also does feel like the Chargers are like, you know what? Bring on Jacksonville. We don't care if we're the lower. We don't care if we have to go to Jacksonville. We're gonna beat the Jags in Jacksonville. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Right? I mean,
Jacksonville, New England. I don't think that
the most likely scenario would be Chargers Patriots, right?
If
I
the
think
Chargers
that's the
lose.
most likely
And there's
scenario.
a reason that the Broncos are 12.5-point favorites. But look, things can change. I do think Denver wins this game, and they should win this game. Even if the Chargers, have all their starters out there because they're in this thing, it's still Trey Lance. Justin Herbert's not coming in that game. It is Trey Lance.
Again, but that man has so much to prove, man. He has so much to prove. Like, I don't know. Like, obviously, he's not lived up to the number 3 overall pick in the draft, but still.
All it takes is for him to game manage that thing and use his legs and not turn the ball over. It's funny because, Denver's 12.5-point favorites, and as they probably should be. But if Charger starters are playing...
Like, wouldn't you be surprised if the Broncos came out and just stomped these turkeys in the first 2 quarters? Like, I would love it, but it's not what the Broncos do. At least that's not what they've done this season. They might surprise me and come out and be like, yeah, let's go.
I could genuinely see it going either way.
All right, well, we'll roll on with Kreckman and Lindahl after a quick timeout right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Last segment of Kreckman and Lindahl on this Friday here in the Mile High City. I hope your New Year's went well, and I hope your weekend goes well. It's a full-on sporting weekend where we just got everything going on. We got the Nuggets tonight. We got the Avs tomorrow, along with a couple of NFL games right here on the station. And then Sunday, it's all going down. Avs, Nugs, Broncos, all playing by the end of Sunday night. We will know what the NFL playoff schedule looks like. Matter of fact, the Sunday night game is, I don't know. I mean, it's that Steelers-Ravens game for the division. And we got two games. Saturday, we got a game, Panthers-Buccaneers. The team who wins that will make the playoffs. The team that doesn't gets nothing. And the Ravens-Steelers game is the same way. Winner of that game gets to go to the playoffs. The loser gets nothing. The Denver Broncos are hosting the Chargers. Will they win? The Denver Broncos will be the number 1 overall seed in the AFC and get a first-round bye. All right, Spring.
It's time for the drinking game.
This is your game, man. So
this is the Kreckman and Lindahl game.
Break
we're
it down.
We're gonna do a Broncos Chargers drinking game here. If anyone wants to help us out, you got any props for the Broncos Chargers drinking game? 303-504-0925.
What's Kreckman's go-to on these?
Shot
Like,
the
what does he
text
usually
line.
go to on the drinking?
Top of my head, I'll go with this. Okay, finish your freaking beer. Okay, finish your drink. If Trey Lance outplays Bo Nix.
No, you got to take numerous shots if that
Keg
happens.
Keg stand.
You got right. You can't. No, man. And what does that even mean? Like how much better would Trey have to look than Bo?
Well, if those Chargers starters are out there and the Broncos offense stalls a little bit and Trey moves the ball just a little bit, that's outplaying Bo.
How about this? You think does Bo get to 4,000 yards passing on the season? He's sitting on 3,700 right now.
300-yard passing game for Bo Nix?
Yeah.
Definitely possible. Like, the reason I say drink is the expectation would be that Trey Lance does not outplay Bo Nix. Yeah. Bo should outplay him.
Right. Trey Lance hasn't started a game in a year. He's played like 2 times this season, spot duty. So I don't know. But all right.
I think Bo could get to 4,000 passing yards.
How about this? The Denver Broncos, it looked like for a while there the Denver Broncos were on pace to break the all-time sacks record. It's probably not going to happen because they slowed down recently. I mean, well, teams have intentionally been like, we gotta stop taking these long, 5-step drops because the Broncos keep killing our quarterbacks. We're going to get the ball out as quick as humanly possible. But the Broncos will tie the record if they have 6 sacks this weekend. If the Broncos get to 6 sacks, I need 6 shots. A shot, a sack. You take a shot if there's a sack, right? If Benito or Cooper or somebody gets to the quarterback, that's a shot right there. You drink it. Am I right?
No, that's great. Drinking. That's great. And 6 is attainable.
6 is attainable. Trey, though, I mean,
now
listen, the Chargers do love to give up sacks.
Their offensive line is hampered as hell, yes.
But 6 is a lot of sacks, bro. Can you get me 3 in the first half and a couple of, you know what I mean?
The game could get ugly. And the Chargers O-line's banged up. They only sacked Oladokin once. But this could be a differently played game. And what I found it interesting earlier this week, Sean said he was asked about, he's been calling maybe a more methodical offense in some of their recent games. I can look at the Commanders game, the Raiders games. They opened it up a little bit against the Packers and somewhat against the Jaguars. But he was like, well, it's opponent-based. When you're playing the Commanders, at least is the way I took it. He said it was opponent-based, and the way I took it was when you're playing the Commanders, the Raiders, a down Chiefs team with Oladokin starting. You don't have to open the offense up. You can be more methodical. If the Chargers are resting dudes, it's more methodical. I mean, and I've noticed this defensively as well. Less blitzes, more base packages. Don't show them everything. But then he was asked, about the importance of getting the bye and the 1 seed, and he said, this is a playoff game. We're treating this like a playoff game. So if this is a playoff game, even though it might be a down Chargers team, you still throw the kitchen sink at him.
Mm-hmm.
You still throw, defensively, blitzes that Trey Lance is not expecting, that Trey Lance has not seen in years. He barely plays. So you could get to 6 sacks. If you're treating this like a playoff game and you're going to blitz the hell out of this Trey Lance is still inexperienced. Out of that type of quarterback, you could get to 6 sacks.
It's a lot of sacks. But yes, you could tie the record with 6 and then hold on and see if you could break it with a 7th sack.
You could just go relentless in this game. This is a playoff game. We want the bye.
I'm saying this. Every time the Broncos score a touchdown, if the Broncos score a touchdown, you are drinking. You are taking a shot. Every sack is a shot. So every interception, if Patrick Surtain, actually, let's get real loose. Every time the Chargers throw at Patrick Surtain, take a drink. Every time because I bet you they don't. I bet you they don't, bro.
Yeah,
there's no way that Jordan's like, I'm testing PS2. I'm testing them. No. So every time a pass is even in the general direction of Patrick Surtain, take a drink.
There's some good ones coming in on the text line.
All right, give them to me.
Shot Monster text line 303-504-0925. In the vein of Pat Surtain, the 406-939 says, anytime Riley Moss gets a BS pass interference call, take a drink. Yeah.
Yes, I'm down.
They're going to attack Riley.
Take 2 drinks if it's over 50 yards. If the penalty's over 50 yards and it's a garbage penalty, you take 2. You drink twice.
And I do think a key there is BS pass interference call, because I do think by and large that's what they've been. A lot of ticky-tack calls on Riley Moss.
He now has a reputation, right?
Yeah.
So they're throwing reputation flags at Riley.
Mm-hmm. Jimmy from Westminster says, drink if they show Justin Herbert's broken hand.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Absolutely. They're definitely going to show that long-haired fool on the sideline.
If Madison Beer is somehow at Mile High.
No way.
Chug a beer for Madison Beer.
Listen, if Madison Beer shows up at Mile High, I'll drive down there. I'll be doing a Nugget game. I'll be like, Kaz, take over, bro. It's you by yourself. I'm going to go see Madison. Let's see what's going on. There's no, yeah.
Matt says, drink if Dicker the kicker misses or makes a 60-plus yard field goal. Hell, drink if he misses a chip shot like he did last week against the Texans, and he's been the best kicker all year.
Yeah, but it's much more likely that dude nails a 62-yarder than misses a 33-yarder or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, watch him have a turnaround game this week.
Yeah. I mean, this is how Kansas City scored a bunch of points. Remember that? I was
field goals.
I was like, you know what? The Broncos defense is looking good, but all of a sudden Kansas City's in field goal range. I'm like, damn it, how did that happen? We can get a couple of those.
Will in Fort Collins says, drank if Bo yells, Hut 1, Hut 2.
Hut 3. They always go on 3, right? Yeah, I'm down with that. Listen, more drinking is better.
The 303-917 says, drank if Harbaugh, or he says hard bro, spreads his legs and puts his hands on his knees when his offense is trying to convert 3rd down. Yeah. If Jim gets into athletic stance on his knees.
Yeah.
Where he's super focused in.
Yeah. Actually, just take a drink every time they show Harbaugh doing something weird. You're going to get real hammered
doing
that.
Picking his nose or something.
Yeah. Whatever all that weird stuff that Harbaugh does, feel free to take a drink when you see
Drink if he hugs Herbert on the sideline after a Trey Lance touchdown. He'll just celebrate with Justin.
Yeah.
He's going to be... he's gonna want to be right next to Justin all game long.
Didn't he? He likes Justin Herbert more than the birth of his own children? Didn't he say that before? You're like, all right, Harbaugh, man, let's go. All right, so what else you got? Drink if.
This texter says if the Chargers throw the ball, take a drink. Harbaugh's going to try to run your
You're
clock.
right. How many passes do you think? How much did Oladokin throw last week?
Wasn't much.
Well, how many passes did he have?
He threw for 60 yards.
Because they were just like, get it out, kid. Well, here, I'll tell you right now. Let's see how many. He threw 22 passes. Does Jordan Love under
Trey
22?
Lance.
What did I say?
Jordan Love.
Yeah, thank God it's not Jordan Love. Although he's healthy and back, but Green Bay's not going to play him this week, right? They're just like, yeah, we're good until the playoffs start, even though you're good to go. Right, with Trey.
Yeah.
If Trey throws it.
Yeah, they're going to try to feed Vidal, but they also, and this is interesting, Drank when they target Keenan Allen because he's got the 6-catch incentive for $750,000 or something like that.
And I'm sure he lets Trey know that immediately. Hey, bro, listen, I need 6 balls.
You might have to target Surtain because, if you know that Keenan Allen is going to get targeted, then
key in on Patrick on him. It's just like he needs 6 balls. Patrick, you're on Keenan. You're on Keenan until. I I don't know, man.
Chris says drink when the Broncos throw a bubble screen.
Oh,
I like
you'd be
the
pretty
bubble
housed.
screen. Just execute it better. Get that ball out
No,
quicker. Get
but
the
you still
blockers
have to
out
drink.
quicker.
You still have to drink.
Sure.
It. Yeah. Still hammer it on the bubble screen.
And I guess we can wrap on this one. Matt says chug when Denver locks up the 1 seed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down with that. Just lock it down. I mean, you'll already know. Well, actually, you won't know anything, right? Because the Patriots play right when you do.
Mm-hmm. Texter 303-887 says Vidal is out with a neck. No, he's questionable. I'm seeing that he's questionable to play.
So he might go.
But maybe, look, if he's got maybe they will just truly rest anyone who's any sort of banged up.
Okay. Well,
we don't know yet.
We'll see. It's going to be fun no matter what happens because, I mean, it's going to be almost 70 degrees at Mile High. The Broncos are going to the playoffs, baby, no matter what happens. So, all right, Speed, you want to give me a final score before you say goodbye?
Yeah, I'm going to stick. I said it earlier in the show. Same score as the Chiefs game, 20-13.
Okay. For the Rating Machine, Mark Springer. For Alberto Ureta, I'm Mark Bertinelli. Thanks for listening to Kreckman and Lindahl. We got the Nuggets next, and the fellas will be back on Monday right here on Altitude Sports Radio.